After a disappointing 2024 season, San Francisco 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan figured to make plenty of changes to his staff. So in addition to previous additions of new defensive coordinator Robert Saleh and special teams coordinator Bram Boyer, the 49ers announced the hiring or a change of title for 14 coaches on Shanahan's staff. Headlining that list, though, is the long-awaited promotion of Clay Kubiak to offensive coordinator. Kubiak is heading into his 5th season with the team. He previously worked as the offensive passing game specialist, the assistant quarterback coach, and a defensive quality control coach. The Titans have granted former Pro Bowl linebacker Harold Landry III permission to seek a trade. He is due $17.5 million in base salary for the 2025 season. Landry is getting his chance to look at other options after he led the Titans with 9 sacks last season and started in all 17 games. He also had 71 tackles, 18 pressures, and 4 pass deflections. And your OV update. Last night, the Great 8 scored his 30th goal of the season, meaning he is now 12 away from passing Wayne Gretzky's record. So the race is on, and at this pace, he's expected to break that all-time scoring record by early April. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Let me take you to the Queen side.
Brooklyn side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. I am out west, Indianapolis, Indiana. I guess I'm out Midwest. NFL Combine, day 2, first day of players talking. Everybody says this draft is driven by D linemen, and the D linemen are here. They're all talking this morning. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, Jay. What's happening?
So I can only talk down the line to Landfill when I'm here, and he kept telling me you weren't there. Was he messing with me?
No, he was right.
Okay.
The traffic was hell this morning.
Ooh, has the traffic apocalypse hit?
Well, not the traffic. Just I think. People been sitting at home for like 3-4 years now. Now those idiots are driving in and they can't drive. There were 3 accidents from the Beltway. Not Beltway, from Route 7 to DC. There were 3 different accidents that had stuff basically shut down.
Wow. So did you have to pay for the fast lanes?
Yeah. And it was expensive today. I need some reads today, baby. Come on, Law Tigers. Come on, ladies.
Come on, Olivia Donahue.
I need all of them.
How much was it?
So I got there from Maya had gone early, so she called me and said, Dad, you want to leave early? So I decided to leave earlier. So from 28 to 123 was $14.85. From 123 to Wichita was $14.52. And then from the Beltway in was $42.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So
dude.
I need some reads today, Landfill. Add some on to that damn list.
Dude, that is crazy.
But the thing of it is, once you get on it, you go, okay, why did they raise it? There's no damn traffic.
Because they can.
Yeah.
The answer in all those situations is just because they can.
They're full of shenanigans.
They're definitely full of shenanigans. Did you had an event with Leahy last night? He sent me a photo.
Yeah.
What were you guys up to?
Happy hour 4 to 6. He had over at Cooper's Hawk in Reston. Had a little vino and some what you call it, the pizza when it's just a flatbread. There we go. Bam.
All right. I was bummed to miss that. I like
good.
hanging with John, man. John's a good dude.
Yeah, he got a good
Those
crew
events are always fun. I think obviously yesterday out here got busy and AP talked for a while, and today we'll hear from Dan Quinn. I think we're all kind of getting locked into this combine mode here. Caps didn't play their best last night, but Ovi did score again.
Yeah.
He's 12 away. I'm telling you, my March 30th looks kind of juicy now, B.
I think April 1st.
We'll see, man. We'll see. I want to get your opinion on the news that Martin Mayhew's retiring. There's a lot for us to get into, but I kind of wanted to start with a discussion. This is very simple. I think it's clear to me that Adam Peters, he is happy to talk and answer questions. I think he kind of maybe hate's too strong a word. I don't think he loves the combine process of having to answer 50 people at once, just wild questions from all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't think that should surprise people.
No, it shouldn't, because, listen, man. Yes, you are in a business where you will be asked questions, and I've said it before, and I still mean it. Players are asked to do it, so the people around them, coaches and the front office people, they need to do it too. But players don't like stupid questions either, and I don't think you should be sometimes some reporters they go haywire.
Yeah,
it has nothing to actually do with exactly you're there for the combine. Ask me a question about that. Don't come throwing stuff from left field on me. That I got you all. Try to throw some weird stuff in there. I don't appreciate those type of things. I'm sure he doesn't either.
You know what is? It's funny. Last week, I got an interview with the young man that's a potential free agent, Jalen Holmes, right? That played the second half of the season for Washington, and then we had the evening in Annapolis with Riggins, and I saw Commander's PR this week, and I said to them, I was like, the best part of last week for me is that in years past, so the way it works is PR and the team is in charge during the season. So from training camp until locker clean out, anything you want to do with the football team runs through the PR department. Unless like how the Junkies had John Allen, they paid for that. That was a separate agreement. But 99% what runs through the team.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And when the season's over, everybody's on their own. And so in years past, whenever I would set something up in postseason, I would still let those guys know, hey, it's just the right way to do it in my line of work. I just am a big believer in a heads up. Yo, we're doing this. You'll see it. Yep. Cool. But with both especially the Holmes thing and then the Riggins thing, I didn't feel compelled to give them a heads up because there's nothing bad that's going to come out.
To give who a heads up?
To give PR a heads up.
The PR for?
Sean and Charlie and those
You
guys.
mean about Riggins?
But B, if I got that interview 2 years ago, who knows what the hell's
but the whole thing about it, Riggins is not under their watch. You don't have to talk to them about Riggins. He's a former player.
I know, but I'm just saying sometimes it's nice for them to know something's coming.
Yeah, but the whole thing about it, that's because they were worried about BS.
Right.
And they were full of crap.
And now it's not happening.
Yeah, because, and listen, man, you going to an interview that's honoring somebody and Riggins is talking should not make anybody be worried about a damn thing.
Well, no one even needed to tell him is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and it was very, it's just, things are so different. When Jordan Reed was sitting here yesterday, I was like, dude, this draft's kind of boring. And he's like, JP, you're not used to covering a team that's picking 29th.
Exactly. you used to the team trying to get the first pick.
Right.
And really don't know who the hell to pick.
Right. It's I don't know. It's a very different universe.
Different animal, baby. Different animal.
Man. Totally. And talking with a bunch of people specific to the John Allen stuff, I think you're talking a late round pick swap, B, if you get something done at all. I think fans need to temper their expectations. I think it's John and a 6th gets you a 4th. I kind of think that's the territory we're talking about. And I think there's some interest from NFC North teams. If you look at the Lions and the Vikings were both, they went to week 18 with the best record in the NFC fighting for that 1 seed. Yeah. And I think as much as you got to think of the NFL as kind of like Game of Thrones. Everybody kind of gets absorbed by the little city state upon which they live. all of us want to talk about Washington all the time, but there's 32 of those.
Uh-huh.
And if you're Minnesota and you're Detroit, you're looking at the other one. How the hell do we beat those guys in our division? Much like Washington's focused on Philly.
But what I look at is Minnesota better. If John played quarterback, I understand. Because their problem wasn't there. It was their quarterback. He wouldn't let the damn ball go.
He was bad, man.
Oh. That was a problem.
Yo, listen to this, B. This is from Chris Sims, who's our guy, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, all that. So Jihad Campbell is a Bama linebacker that there's a lot of excitement about.
His name is what? Jihad?
His first name is Jihad, B.
J-I-H-A-D. Like the other one. Yeah, okay. I got you.
Yeah. I can only imagine the doctor's response when mom said, yeah, we're going to name him Jihad. But regardless, Campbell got asked who's the biggest badass he ever played against. And his response, not a surprise, Jaden Daniels.
Wow. I like it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
He had a hell of a game against them.
Wow. Oh, my gosh, this just happened.
What?
Garofalo, dude. Landfill, look at the world and see, is this – all right, that's not Garofalo's real account, so we're going to back off that for a second.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And that also, you got to be careful for that crap, too.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of clones out there that's trying to put stuff out to get people talking, and every once in a while they get a reputable source.
Well, what is Garofalo's real account? I mean,
Mike Garofalo.
Right. How's he spell it, though? Or is it
Garafolo?
Something funky's going on here, then. Are you seeing this, Landfill? Do we have to throw to a
I don't see anything.
news break?
Nobody knows what you're talking about but you.
Okay. So there's an account, Michael Garofalo, that just put out a tweet that looks damn near identical to Mike Garofalo, and it's fake. We're just going to keep it moving. But there is a growing buzz, and maybe something big could be happening. But it's just everybody here keeps asking me about Jaden and what's he like and what's it like covering them. And everything has just changed so dramatically for Washington in a single draft. And we did this thing yesterday where I was asked, what's the biggest lesson that I learned from covering the 2024 Commanders?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what you would say, B. For me, the answer was pretty easy, and there's a lot of factors. I don't want to diminish any of what are a ton of factors in a team having success like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the answer to me, what's the one thing I definitely learned? What a difference a stud quarterback makes.
Hell yeah.
It's that simple.
And I will go a step further, because you look at the connection he had with DQ and also Cliff. What difference that a true motivator and leader can do? We've had a lot of fake ass coaches around here. I'm gonna just keep it real. Who came in here claiming they were leaders? They weren't no damn leaders. Couldn't lead themselves. How they gonna lead a football team? So you had that. You had a lot of false chatter, false motivation, false leadership. You got some real leadership, and you see everybody fell in line.
I agree with you completely. But if you have a good leader or a bad leader, and the quarterback is Ryan Fitzpatrick or Taylor Heineke or Sam Howell or Case Keenum, I'm still not sure you win 12 games. You know what I mean? And
maybe not, but I promise you it'll look better than what it was looking.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. It's been a fascinating week with, I guess not week. I've been here 3 days, I think. Just kind of, and now we're going to start getting all the reports of who they're meeting with. Meeting with the Ohio State D-end, not Sawyer, the other dude with the, I think, Samoan last name, like Tua Matolo. Meeting with Ashton Genty, which B, would you say running back is a position of need?
I think you can always find a running back. You can always be looking for another running back. That's what they look for that. So I don't know if it's a position of need, but it's a position where you need to you're going to want somebody else to have multiple opportunities, multiple ways you can do stuff. But I don't know if Gentry going to be there at 29.
Nah, he's not.
Yeah.
And
still, you never know. You may get on the run of the. We talking about how lucrative this thing is with defensive linemen. It may get on a run with that, and people may fall back. You never know.
B, here's my thought. Just stay with me for this journey. John and a 6 goes to Minnesota, and you get a late 4th back. Okay?
All right.
You flip the 4th to the Niners for Debo.
All right.
So in essence, John becomes Debo.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I can ride with that. But I still will have a question. You lost a defensive lineman off a defense that couldn't stop the run.
Right.
And you went got your receiver, but still you just got weaker at stopping the run. So I'm still asking. I need when you get rid of John or you get rid of somebody else on the defense, I am looking for a replacement because I want this defense to step forward, not stay stagnant or drop down.
Sure. I think, and especially, Howie Roseman yesterday at the podium was asked by Zach Berman, who does a good job covering the Eagles and has for a long time, about adding O-line and D-line. And this is Howie Roseman of the Eagles, who have the best O-line and D-line in the NFL. And Howie said, I have an unhealthy obsession with the offensive and defensive lines, and I never think we have enough.
Yeah.
But if that, and they just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
See, that's who you're competing against too.
You want to try to get every one of them to be as close as they possibly can as far as skill level go. Because you know what they're going to be doing? They're going to be having this friendly competition, and it's going to cause problems to the opposing offense. So you don't want like a lot of teams we've done like that around this town, this area a long time. We have the starters are great, and the backups are way behind them. The starters are never worried about anything. In Philadelphia, you can't tell me the starters aren't worried about something because the people right behind them are making plays too.
Right. I mean,
keep that pressure on people, man.
Talking to some Philly people this week, they expect to lose Josh Sweat, the DN that had 2.5 sacks in the Super Bowl. They're not even really blinking about that. They're more upset they're going to lose. Who's the big fella? Milton Williams, because he's 25, and they're like, oh man, we hate to lose that guy. But
he balled.
Well,
that Super Bowl, woo.
Totally. But you've got the dude Ojomo behind him that probably gets more work. The kid Jalix Hunt behind him, and at some point you got to lose some guys because you're going to have to pay Jalen Carter a ton of money. That's how you really kind of supplement throughout. You know what I'm saying? That's how you build it inside out. And I think, honestly, for Philly, where Kansas City, their success has been a lot of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes driven.
Yeah. That
Eagles success, a lot of that was O-line driven. And I feel like Andy Reid really, really was an inside out guy. And that's just kind of stuck around in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
I don't know. It's going to be a fascinating day. Landville, does that count as me not getting had by a fake account? Because I got damn close.
You got close.
It was very close, but
I didn't say it out loud.
Considering no one but you even has any idea what you're talking
about,
it doesn't count.
Look, I just looked at Michael Garafolo, and he has not put up anything in the last since 14 hours ago.
Right. Mike Garafolo has not. A fake account from
the Michael hadn't put up anything that I saw that would make you even say something. So I'm wondering what the hell you saw.
I just dropped it in the text thread.
All right.
So you'll see it now. It's a fake account. Michael Garafolo, not Mike Garafolo. B, you know my boy Papa, right?
Yep.
Greg. He's the one that sent it to me. So if you want to be mad at anybody, it should be mad at Greg Papa. But I was not.
He sent it to
So Papa,
I'm glad you didn't read it.
Papa was had by a fake account, not me.
I'll bring it to you in a few, Brian. You might be happy about this fake news.
I think Giants fans want that fake news to happen.
Yeah, as I say, Brian probably be happy.
But it's fake news.
Well, he's shaking his head. No, he wouldn't like it.
White Brian, you don't want the Giants to go big? All right, we'll see if White Brian is still employed when we return. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We got a busy day. Neil Greenberg is going to join us. Gary Williams, the legend, the Hall of Famer, the national champion, will join us a little later this afternoon. But, dude, we got to have a real conversation here for our guy, John Leahy. And obviously, you know, we talk about Leahy all the time. B was at an event with him last night. And not every time you buy or sell a house is for the best reasons. Sometimes, you know, death's a real thing. And when you got to sell a house because a loved one has passed, it gets complicated, B. And I know that you and John kind of talked about this stuff.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of stuff yesterday, you know, but if you want to know, like JP's talking about, he's very, very well versed in the probate process and connect you with estate planners, attorneys, individuals who can help you with auctions, among other things. John has over 1,365 star Google reviews. Numbers like that don't lie. You want to renovate your home stress-free? Fix it now, pay when you sell with John Leahy. If you want to know your home worth in only 30 seconds, just go to the section on the website that says, find out what your home is worth. That's right on the homepage at johnsellsdmv.com. And that's John without an H. You don't even have to speak with an agent. It's easy, accurate, and available 24/7.
Dude, here's the thing. Probate, estates, trust, dealing with like the government after a family member passes, dealing with all the paperwork after a family member passes. It's emotional. It's challenging. It's stressful. It can feel overwhelming. But when you have the right person on your side, they'll take care of all the hard stuff. John Leahy understands the sensitivity of dealing with selling a loved one's home, and he's there to provide expertise, care, and really to build a strategy that makes sense for you and your family as you go through the grieving process. Because what happens, I mean, my dad passed. We had to deal with a lot of this stuff. Like the emotional side of this is so difficult that the business side of this, you want somebody that'll take the lead and take that stuff off your plate. Leahy and his team are the people to do that. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. When you're ready to move forward, John Leahy, they understand the sensitivity that sometimes needs to be brought alongside this process. Check them out. John's our friend. Wouldn't tell you otherwise. johnsellsdmv.com.
This is This is a sport update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Former Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter made a case for a defensive player, specifically himself, to be the first player selected in the draft. He said that defensive players make just as much of an impact as quarterbacks do, and that all teams that win Super Bowls have that one standout player, and he feels he has exactly what it takes to be that guy. Now, Carter has some competition. He's competing with quarterbacks Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, along with reigning Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter to be the number 1 overall pick in the upcoming NFL draft. Carter said that he did meet with the Titans, who hold that top pick, at the Combine, though teams do have to wait to see Carter work out because of a shoulder/arm injury that is preventing him from taking part in the testing portion of the Combine. TheWindowman.com is an educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, no games or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com for their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Wow. Just reading some Jeff Bezos on social media. That's it's wild. What else is wild is that Alex Ovechkin is going to break Wayne Gretzky's goals record. Nobody on the planet saw this coming, man. I mean,
now we know.
Right.
We didn't see it when he started, and you thought it wouldn't happen, but hell, he's there now. He's close. He's in the front yard right now. He's about to get on the front steps right in a few.
Dude, he's about to ring the doorbell in a minute.
He gonna kick the damn door down soon.
Do you remember when Cal Ripken broke Lou Gehrig's streak, B?
Yep.
You were here, right? That was like 96-ish?
Yeah. I was like 12.
Yeah, we were both 12. 12, CHWELVE. And it was so remarkable for me as a kid because all I knew was Cal Ripken being awesome at baseball.
Yep.
Like that was like my world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then all I knew was Cal Ripken playing every day. That was what he did. I didn't realize how remarkable it was. And then I was probably a teenager, and I kind of realized more the magnitude of the record. But I think with Ovi, if you're a kid right now and you grew up watching the Caps, like so many in the DMV area, I mean, dude, I think hockey, kids playing hockey now compared to when I was a kid is probably like a 2,000% increase. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, especially in the DMV. And I think so much of that is attributable to Ovi particularly. And I think if you're a kid now, you're just used to Ovi being awesome and scoring all the time. And we're just so lucky to get to watch all this. You know?
I was at the game last night, and I'm going to tell you, I had a chance to talk to people anyway, I'll say from their early 30s to 60s and 70s, bro. And I swear, everybody's giddy. You know what I mean? When you get around a bunch of grown men and they all act like they sound like little boys, that's how it sounds. You know, and I think they know he wouldn't break it last night, but everybody wants to be there the last steps of the way to make sure when you're talking about it later, I was at game so-and-so, and he did this. And the next game, everybody's trying to be there, man. It's remarkable, you know? So it was a very, very fun event last night, although they lost the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think after how they came back from the break and put up 15 goals in 2 days and back-to-backs, I don't really think it's a big deal to be a little flat last night. I think that's what happened. But specifically, it's funny you mentioned, I was at game, blah, blah, blah. Like, I remember I got to go So Cal broke Gehrig's streak with 21-31, right? 2,131 straight games played. Those tickets, even back then, that was also the only game in town, so it was a way more DC crowd up in Baltimore back then.
Yeah.
But those tickets got hot. I remember I got to go to 21-28, which was a big deal to me because they had this huge banner out in center field, and they dropped the number every time, and it was so damn cool and such a magical summer. That's where this thing's going to get to with Ovi. Like, I was there when he scored 889 or whatever the number is going to be. And the more hockey guys we talk to, I think one, with how good Washington's playing, even with a loss last night, they're still they're 12 points clear in first place in the Eastern Conference. Yeah. Like, that's crazy. The number 2 points in the East is Toronto. They have 72. Washington has 84. I mean, that's crazy. They have the most points in the entire NHL.
Yep.
Them and Winnipeg are just going back and forth. I do think, as much as this thing is Ovi driven and Chychrun and all these guys, Carberry,
Chychrun can play, dog.
He can play.
I watched that dude last night, bro. He has a little nastiness with it. Dude. When they probably show a couple of things he does. You don't do nothing to him and think you're not he's gonna deal with you. Like, a couple of times, the dude from Calgary did some cheap stuff, and he quickly got him back. After he hits him, knocked him to the floor, got up and went right in his face, like, yeah, what? And I noticed one thing: nobody touches Tom Wilson.
No,
they challenge everybody else. When Tom steps up, they go, "Okay, it's over. Don't worry about it." They just quit.
I still don't know what Canada was doing not having him on their playoff roster, because as much as you and I enjoyed,
I love it.
Will be the first 10 seconds of the first U.S.-Canada game in the Four Nations with all the fights. It was awesome, but if Willie's on that team, I bet it goes a little different.
Yeah, because Chuck said, "Hey, man, we're not fighting Wilson,
right?
We get anybody else, but don't we're not trying to piss him off,
right?" So Chychrun's been awesome. I just had to look this up. Where do you think he's from?
I don't know.
My guess would have been like Eastern Europe or something with that.
That's the way his name is. Yep.
I just looked this up. He's from Boca Raton, Florida.
Hey, man, there's a lot of people from other countries that live here.
Totally.
The names are different. They're all over the place. You go around.
Right. And I think that's a huge part of why USA Hockey is getting to be so good, is they figured out, like, this dude, I think his parents moved here, right? From, I guess he's kind of Canadian, but like, you develop him in Florida. You know what they got in Florida? Ice hockey rinks.
Yep. Ice hockey rinks. In the inside, you go outside, you go to the beach.
Right. And
instead of having to be dealing with damn below zero.
They got the technology. Spencer Carberry, it looks like an absolute star of a young head coach that ideally is coaching them for 15 years and multiple cups. You know what I mean?
Another guy who has his team buying him what he's selling.
Totally, dude. It's a hell of a time to be a DC sports fan. Spencer Carberry talked about Alex Ovechkin chasing down Wayne Gretzky.
Joined by Spencer Carberry, is presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Just one more on breaking the record. He's 12 away. Does it matter if it happens at home or on the road?
No, it does not matter.
I mean, you'd rather it happen at home, but you can't control
absolutely.
that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Zero question about that. So you would like that, but to try to manufacture that, I just don't think makes any sense. And you hope it organically happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I don't think you can script that or try to plan for that. And unfortunately, I mean, just looking ahead, we play a lot of road games in April to finish our season. I think our last. I want to say 6 of our last 9 are on the road. So that it is what it is. You hope that hopefully it's this year and hopefully it's at home, but you just keep playing the games and keep trying to get the next one.
So, B, obviously you hope it happens at home, right? And I did see the Caps posted this thing last night that I guess their last 3 games of the season, I think, have all been picked up nationally. Like, I think it's all going to, whether it's ESPN or TNT or whatever, like they want those for a national audience, which I understand.
The last of the season?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that record might be broken by then, so they'll give them back.
I agree. Well, what's funny is making the comparison to Cal Ripken. I do remember the Cal Ripken game. They're playing the Angels, and ESPN broadcasted it. But at that, going way back in time, it was John Miller was the dude that called Orioles games, and he called the national ESPN broadcast. So you still got like the same broadcast voice, which he was an absolute legend. But there's this. I agree with this 1,000,000%. I'm guessing you will too. So ESPN has picked up the March 27th game, the April 12th game, and the season finale April 17th. Right.
Right.
But I saw Barstool Nate put this out there. I retweeted it. I think this is like a real thing. I think Russian Machine Never Breaks maybe was trying this too. They're trying to petition ESPN to let Joe B call those games. And it should happen. I don't know that it will. And certainly if Locker's back healthy, then have Locker on the call too.
We're selfish and we want that to happen because that's our guy. But think about ESPN and their regular people.
Sure.
They don't want to make that call too. They're gonna want to. They in their selfish side, you think they don't want their people making that play because it's gonna last into infamy, So they want to have that with their plays all the time.
I do feel bad for Joe. Like even if you go back to the Stanley Cup, a lot of the highlights we all remember and kind of have like locked into our brains. It's John Walton on the call, and Walton does a fantastic job, but Walton gets to do it all because radio rights stay through the playoffs. Like there's no best I know.
How about they
anyway.
put Walton and Joe together?
Well, Walton does the radio.
I know.
And
Joe can do radio. He's not doing it. If he's not doing the TV, go do the radio. You and Walton. Make it special. That'd be epic.
Hell, tell the cluster buster. I don't know.
I mean, I'm saying
I don't know how all that works.
That could be an epic situation right there.
That's kind of a cool idea, honestly.
You're doing the all-cast now. How about a special all-cast?
B, that to me makes all the sense in the
mean,
world. I'm not in charge.
All I have is great ideas. I'm just saying, man. People don't ask me many questions because they don't want him because they think I'm gonna come out and they go against theirs. But try to put Joe and whoever on the all-cast. I guarantee you, people pay attention to it.
Dude, if they did all casts for those Caps games that get snatched up nationally, especially as Ovi gets close, you could just do. I don't know Locker. We love Craig. We know he's working his way back to health, right?
Yeah.
But you could just let Craig zoom in from home and just have Joe and Craig. Like, how many people would watch that? Or at least have that as a second screen, because I don't think when it's a national broadcast they could actually show the game on the all-cast like they do usually on the Wiz and the Caps all-cast. Like, just have it be, just give you Craig and Joe on a second screen, and you can watch the game. You can mute the damn game and just. Yeah. I understand there's restrictions.
Back in the day, they listened to the Sam and Sonny,
right,
and just
they muted the TV.
You
right,
can mute the damn game and listen to Joe and whoever else. And I guarantee you have as much fun.
Dude.
Probably more.
I think you nailed it, B.
This is what I do.
Yeah,
I want my naming rights, though.
Yeah, the Brian Mitchell, Joe, and Craig altcast. When we return, we're going to make B. Mitch feel old. Then Neil Greenberg joins us at 11. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B had a great idea. If the Caps lose these games to the national television audience, give Joby and Locker a platform, altcast, second screen, whatever you got to do, but let fans still have Joby and Locker for those games, one way or another. I think it'd be crazy not to, honestly. Like, people want that. I did want to make sure we got to touch on this from yesterday. It kind of got lost in the John Allen sauce. Martin Mayhew retiring from Washington. And, I mean, that's a dude you played with, won a Super Bowl with, ride bikes with now.
Yep.
Were you surprised by that? Like, just kind of curious your reaction to the Mayhew
I was a
news.
little shocked, and I don't know if it's just he's decided to do it or anything else, but Martin's been doing football a long time. I cover it now. I've been covering it now since while I was playing and then after I retired, but he's been, like, when he stopped playing, in no time he was in the front office. And he's been in that general manager mode and that being a scout and all that type of stuff. That's a lot of work, man. That's a lot of hours.
Yeah.
And
grind.
So you think about it, he played the league and he's been working, probably have over 30, 40 years.
He was drafted in 89, played, I think, 9 seasons. Then he went to law school at one point, which is pretty damn impressive on its own. And then, I mean, they only list, maybe I can find it. If we're going to trust Wikipedia might be a better reference.
He went to law school in the offseason. Think about that.
Dude, it's crazy. And I want to say, so I don't know if you're going to agree with this, B. All right, so in 99, he got an internship in the front office with the Skins. Then he gets hired in Detroit, starts working on the football ops side, works his way up. I mean, it's pretty crazy to think what that level of accomplishments are. I want to clarify one thing, though. I had a bunch of these, and I know you tell me to ignore them, and perhaps I should have, but enough people said this that I want to make something clear. Is it possible that Mayhew's contract expired and he decided to retire? Yes, that's entirely possible. But when Adam Peters yesterday spoke fairly emotionally about what Martin means to him, and remember, Mayhew was with them out in San Fran. And when Peters talks about what Mayhew did for him at UCLA, like, he's not making that up.
Yeah.
And I know how close Mayhew and Lance Newmark are. Like, people want to make these giant assumptions that Peters was just being polite. And sometimes, like, these are real humans with real emotions. And that was a real conversation yesterday when Adam thanked him for everything he's done and said that he's a legend for the franchise and for the league. Like,
the fact that
he's telling the truth.
He could have gone somewhere else if that's what he wanted to do.
Right.
He didn't have to retire, but if he decided to retire, it may be what he wanted to do. A lot of people can't look at that sometimes. It's 32 other teams out there, and they're always looking for extra help to do stuff. So,
yeah, man, I think, I don't know, like, every once in a while, put down your extremely cynical, jaded guard.
But you got to realize you're dealing with social media, dog.
Yeah, I just
99% idiots.
I don't think it's that much, but
I think it is.
The amount of people that responded to me, oh, AP just fired him, he was just being polite. Like, you're wrong. You're incorrect. AP has a serious, like, appreciation of this dude as a person. And I wanted to, at least what we could, clarify that.
Yeah.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Neil Greenberg, Washington Post, joins us next.
With Aaron Rodgers on his way out of New York, it appears he's already decided where he wants to play in 2025. The veteran's preference is to play for the Rams, according to the New York Daily News. But for that to happen, the Rams need to move on from Matthew Stafford. Coach Sean McVay said on a podcast that the Rams' first goal is to have Stafford remain the team's starting quarterback, though the team did give Stafford's agent permission to seek out other teams' market value of the quarterback. Stafford has 2 years left on his contract that he agreed to back in 2022, $4 million guaranteed in 25 and none in 2026. He is set to earn $27 million this season, far below that of many other starting quarterbacks. And Alex Ovechkin is one step closer to breaking Wayne Gretzky's NHL career goals record. Ovi scored his 883rd goal, moved 12 back of passing Gretzky's mark. Now, that goal last night was also his 30th goal of the season, reaching that milestone for the 19th time in his 20 years in the league. It is just getting more and more impressive. Another fact about Ovechkin's goal last night, that made him just the fourth player to score 30-plus goals in a season at age 39 or older. Ovi just keeps getting better with age and 12 goals away from breaking history. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Hey, B.
What up?
Remember last year when the Commanders were dead last and got an F- in that NFLPA poll?
Yeah.
And then Josh Harris was pissed about it.
Yeah.
Told me at owners' meetings, I'm not an F- guy.
I know.
He told the truth.
And the man went to work.
Well, the new poll is out. They jumped 20 spots.
You know why? Because they did work.
Right.
Now I think he inherited that F-.
Right.
And as soon as he put his touches on it, it jumped right up.
Right.
I went over there to the stadium and to the facility, and you saw them doing work. They had construction going on all over the damn place.
Yep. Speaking of doing work, our guy Neil Greenberg joins the program right now from the Washington Post. What up, Greenberg? How you doing, bud?
I'm doing super duper. How are you?
I would suspect Neil's not an F- guy either.
Yo, let's guess Neil's college GPA. I bet it was damn close to a 4.0.
I'm gonna say
No, I never went to class.
Well, I didn't either. So
Well,
we
I don't
got
like
that in common.
school.
So
I don't like
you
school. I never went
graduated,
to
Neil?
class. I'm sorry?
You graduated?
No, I did not.
Oh,
okay.
I
Well,
left.
damn. I'm
now
living.
we're causing
Okay,
trouble.
2.6.
I left because I just didn't like school. It started in elementary school. We were allowed to go out for lunch. There was a pizza place down the street and an arcade and a candy store. I would just go for lunch, and I just never returned.
Yeah, dude, we had open lunch, and sometimes you took the afternoon off.
Yeah. I didn't really like school. I just didn't like fighting that dude named Blanche Mitchell Sr. Like, what you do at school today? And I had too many teachers that were relatives, so he knew what I did before I ever told him.
Yeah, that's it's a tough one. I remember. Yeah, I just never went. It wasn't for me, and
well,
yeah,
you've done all right.
Yeah, I made it.
All right, so we got our guy Greenberg on the line. Where are your OV projections?
For which part? His
breaking the record.
So I have it. The most likely to happen. Either I give it a 83% chance to happen this year. Most likely games to happen is March 27th at the Minnesota Wild, and then April 1st at Boston Bruins.
April 1st, yeah.
and then there's 2 home games after that are next, which is
First and
April
fourth.
4th
Yeah.
against the Blackhawks and March 30th against the Sabres.
Yeah, April 1st and 4th sound good to me, Neil.
Yeah, I mean it's coming up. My guess is what's going to happen is he'll get very close, and then I think just there's going to be a tremendous amount of outside pressure. It's all anyone's going to be talking about, and then I think it'll take a little bit longer. I could be wrong. That's just my guess. The scrutiny is going to be unfathomable. It's all anyone is going to be talking about. But I think he's going to get close pretty soon.
Yeah. I mean, he's scoring at a hell of a clip here.
And we just heard that he has scored. He just hit 30 goals, and that's his 19th time in 20 years having 30 or more goals in the season.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the best goal scorer ever in hockey for a long time. This is going to solidify it for everyone else who isn't already a believer. And
who could
what
not
he's
be a
doing as a
believer
30-year-old player is just unbelievable.
Who could not be a believer in Alex Ovechkin at this point?
Haters, JP.
As far as being the greatest goal scorer, like a lot of people will still cling to Gretzky. You have some people that are still clinging to like Gordie Howe or even Bobby Orr. There's a lot of mental gymnastics that are being done. But much like, until he won the Stanley Cup, was he considered even like a great player in the minds of many? This is going to be something else that he's going to have to do to change some minds.
Interesting. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg, sports analytics, betting, fantasy, all of it for the Washington Post. The Ovi stuff's going to be so exciting. I saw you tweeted out, and Beamich had the great idea of if the game where Ovi breaks the record goes to a national television audience, just to launch an altcast with Joe B. and Locker. Just let us watch Joe B. and Locker, and it can be a second screen, whatever, but the people need Joe B. and Locker for this game.
Well, I think they deserve it. I mean, you're talking about 2 individuals that have been a part of every shot that Ovechkin has ever taken in the NHL. I put John Walton in that too, obviously, although the radio is something different. I really think it would be a genuine disservice to both of those gentlemen if they were not able to make the call for the record-tying and the record-breaking goal. I get that this is a business, and I get that the NHL has the right to do this, and they're going to do it because of how big it's going to be. But there has to be a way to get those 2 men involved. And just like I think they got to prop up Nicholas Backstrom weekend at Bernie style and get him on the ice so that he can somehow tally a secondary assist on them. I think that it's the right thing to do for 2 people that deserve to be a part of history.
I hope they can figure that out. Let's switch gears. I'm out in Indianapolis at the scouting combine. We heard from Adam Peters yesterday. I think there is a real misunderstanding at home that people are like, I don't understand how people land on this idea that Washington wasn't aggressive last year and they're not going to be aggressive now. They signed a ton of people. They cut a ton of people. They overhauled a roster. Then they go and win 12 games while making 4 or 5 actual trades over the course of a season. Adam Peters doesn't talk about trades and all this stuff, but I think any notion that they're not considering every possible move, large or small, to improve this football team is asinine.
Yeah, I mean, you can't look at what they've done and say they're going to be passive or they don't understand the landscape or they're not good at team building. I mean, that's just ridiculous. They're smart about it, and maybe it's because we're used to this team winning the offseason in terms of big splashes and big spending, et cetera. But they were able to bring in impact players. And that's exactly what you want from your organization. It's not necessarily, getting the biggest name player. It's getting the best fit. Yeah. And, you have to give this front office the benefit of the doubt to do the right thing. They obviously know what their needs are. They obviously know who's available and, what the combine, the draft, et cetera, look like. So I think if you're shortchanging them now, that's on you being foolish. That's not that's nothing the front office has done to give you that notion. As a matter of fact, it's quite the opposite. I think they've done a really good job at this point.
You watch Peters. I'm sure you watch a lot of different general managers and stuff out there. What kind of grade would you give him?
Oh, I think you have to give him an A. I mean, you have to give him an A because he brought in players that made the team better. He brought in a coach that made the team better. He drafted a quarterback that was Rookie of the Year. I mean, there really wasn't very many moves that didn't work out, and the ones that didn't work out weren't deal breakers, right? I mean, like, this team still had a tremendous season. So, I mean, how could you give him anything less than an A?
Yeah. Totally. I mean, just for not messing it up and taking Jaden, you get an A. You're just like, hey, you could have done a bunch of different things. You didn't. You took the best player, and like just on that, you get an A. And everything after that
I think we're in this fantasy football mentality where if it's not a blockbuster, then you didn't do your job, or people don't understand it because they're not familiar with the players that are like in that second and third tier enough. And this is all about fit too. I mean, you got to get you got to get a good player, but you can also get the right player in the right situation, and then they become good. And I think that's really where this front office can shine.
How long does it take people to just get over what they have experienced? Because I think that's what it is. You watched last year, they did everything opposite of what had been done before, but people still look at it like what was before.
Yeah, I mean, they think that like the Snyder stink stays on it for a while. And, I get that there were carryovers from the previous regime, but, we talked about this earlier in the season. I mean, this wasn't the same team. It wasn't the same people running the team. And, at some point you just have to let go of your prior convictions.
Well,
and, I think that that's where we're at right now.
I totally agree with that. But can I also add something that makes this so much more ridiculous? None of this is open yet. Free agency hasn't opened yet. Like, the trade market is being dominated by probably quarterback talk. They're not in the quarterback talk in the trade market anymore. Like, what the hell do people think they should be doing right now when nothing is available? Honestly.
Well, they're listening to the wrong people. And what I mean by that is, social media has a tendency to elevate people to an expert level that have no business being considered experts. And, you have situations where there are people that throw a lot of stuff at the wall and delete the ones that aren't true, so they only look like they're soothsayers. You have people that put stuff out there just for the sake of putting it out there. And then it only takes, a couple of retweets for it to start to gain momentum, and then it's all that anyone talks about. The Gronkowski thing is probably a good example of that he was going to make a comeback. He's like, dude, I'm done. Like, I wish I could, but I can't.
Right.
So I think that, that's what we're seeing now. It's the quiet period. So the true experts, like you just said, have nothing really to talk about except for the QB market, which the Washington probably has no business entering. So I think it's just that type of situation. People are bored. They want to talk football, so they'll cling to anything. And, they want to look like they're in the know and be like, oh, I heard this. But if you really parse the language, there are so many, like, conditional words. Like, I heard it's possible that Washington is thinking about using perhaps another quarterback in the room if, there's a full moon on a Tuesday. You know what I mean? Like, like there's a lot of conditional wording for a lot of people that people ignore.
Dude, I totally agree. And we actually started we started the show. I don't know if that was last week, but like kind of taking apart some of these so-called reports where there was one, I can't remember who the receiver was, but it was like, well, here's what we know. Cooper Kupp has asked for a trade. We know that. And what else do we know? Washington only has 2 receivers under contract. Like, those are the only facts. But
then they put them two together.
Somebody said it on ESPN or NFL Network, and they're like, oh, my gosh, they're reporting Washington's going after Kupp. Like, nah, dude. All they said is Kupp wants out, and Washington could use wideouts. Like, but that bridge you have built in your mind doesn't actually exist.
At all.
Yeah, and but they wanted to, I guess. I mean, I saw like Josh Allen for Jamar Chase. Not Josh Allen, Jonathan Allen for Jamar Chase. Being talked about, and I'm like,
whoever put that out there is a straight idiot.
Just think about that. But again, I mean, it's all about headlines, right? Like that's kind of the society that we're in now. We read headlines, we believe headlines, and then if you actually dig deep into articles, I've read a lot of stuff where it's like so and so is looking for a quarterback, and then you read it and it's like, yeah, we're going to look at the market and see what's available, but we really like the guys that we have. And, it's like, well, the headline is, it's all clickbaity type stuff. And, that's where we're at right now in this kind of sleepy season.
I don't understand how people are like, yeah, Adam Peters has to prove he's aggressive and not just sit back. What has he shown to think otherwise? You know what I mean? Like they probably pull off the biggest trade deadline deal. I recognize that Lattimore didn't have the season folks wanted, but like people have already written that off, and I don't know. I just think it's interesting.
But that's the thing too, right? Like they whiffed. You could argue even if they whiffed on Lattimore, they won 12 games and were in the national, the conference championship game in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like you take that 100 times out of 100, right? Like if you're going to whiff on a player that should have made an impact and you still got to where you got, how you can look at that as anything but a win, you're just making stuff up. Like you don't like Adam Peters for some reason. Maybe some guy named Peter bullied you in high school or something. Like there's some connection there that you're just refusing to believe that he's actually a good front office executive.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. And Greenberg is always right. Sports writer, stats geek, not nerd, for the Washington Post. You can follow him at @ngreenberg. Looking ahead here, what exactly do you exactly is hard, but the John Allen decision that, listen, one way or another, he ain't going to be here. Agree, business of football. Do you think it's, they want to get better in the trenches and they're probably letting their best D tackle go? How do you land on that?
You got to want people to be here that want to be here. Like just from a team perspective, like you want people to be here because they want to be here. You've accelerated the timetable. You're not in the rebuilding phase now. You're in the retooling phase, right? Like you need to figure out a way to beat the Philadelphias of the world. And, you need people that are committed to be here. And, if someone's not happy and you can make the move and try to figure out a way to continue building upon the foundation what you made, then you don't really have a choice, right? Like you don't have a choice. That stuff gets distracting. I'm not like in the locker rooms all the time. I can't tell you, but I just know from the outside looking in, like that would be a distraction for me if I am in that locker room and I see what we're building and there's some dude across from me that doesn't want to be here. Like, I get it. It's a business, but you don't want to be here. You want, go be happy. Like, your football life is too short. Like, get people that want to be pulling in the same direction, that want to be here, that want to be a part of it, and build something for the future. And if someone doesn't want to be a part of that, at least he was honest, and you can try to, figure it out and move forward without them.
Yeah, man. B said it best. It happened to Joe Montana. This kind of thing happened to anybody. It's the business of football. You like my Terps tonight?
Gretzky.
Right, yeah, including Gretzky. You like Terps tonight?
I like the Terps in general. I think that they're a team we probably should be talking about a little bit more as we get closer to the tournament. I think if they're a 5 seed, they're going to be a dangerous 5 seed. I do like the Terps quite a bit.
Don't you worry, Greenberg. We will be talking about them more as we get closer to the tournament. We got a boogie, man. Thank you for making time.
All right. Have a great weekend. I'll talk to you all soon.
Take care, brother.
It's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @ngreenberg. When we come back, we're checking in from Los Angeles on a pair of defensive ends that could be pretty interesting. Our guy, Chris Hare, will join the program.
B. Mitch here. As I start my motorcycle riding journey, Law Tigers and Harley Davidson of D.C. completely outfitted me for safety and performance. Got me a new helmet, nice jacket, some motorcycle pants, and some smooth boots. My new gear is incredible, and after meeting with Law Tigers, I feel better riding, knowing Law Tigers has my back. Remember, they're riders too. So check this out. They partnered with Harley Davidson of DC to give away a custom 50th anniversary Caps fan Harley. I just saw it up on TV, and it's sweet, believe me. Go to capsfansbike.com. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. LawTigers.com. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The third annual iteration of the NFLPA report card was released this morning. The survey takes into account 11 different categories within the teams. Those are treatment of families, the food and cafeteria, a nutritionist or dietitian, the locker room, training staff, weight room, strength coaches, team travel, head coach, and owner. The Commanders, who finished in last place in 2024, moved all the way up to 11th with new owner Josh Harris taking seriously the issues from players who dealt with the poor facilities and treatment from Dan Snyder, the previous owner of the team. Commanders are on their way up, and people are much happier within the organization. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the DC area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Which way to go? B, you know what they always say? It's always sunny in Southern California. So because
They say it never rains.
it never rains, pardon me. It rains like hell in Indiana. It just seemed like the roof was about to collapse in here. It was raining so loud, dude. It was nuts. Yeah. Helping us take the pulse of Southern California, though, is our friend Chris Hayrie, joining us now from KCAL out in New York, covers the Chargers. You've been doing this San Diego days even, right? Before they moved?
No, first year in LA. 2017 was my first year. Yeah, but
it's been that long.
It's been that long. I can't even believe they've been in LA. This will be the 9th season in Los Angeles. It's hard to believe, man.
It's been that long?
It's still, I mean, dude,
I still call them San Diego.
Yeah.
we've kind of made that full transition. You know, they moved to that brand new facility in El Segundo this past year, getting Harbaugh in fold, Justin Herbert. So that full kind of relocation to Los Angeles is finally here.
What is the LA fans outside of Lakers and Dodgers are known to be a little fickle, perhaps? And that's coming from Washington, which has a similar background outside of the Skins. Has LA fully embraced the Chargers now?
I think so.
As long as they're winning?
The thing about, I worked for the Lakers for 9 years. The thing about the Lakers and Dodgers, they run everything, right? But there's a piece of the pie for every other team.
I'm going to put you on the stream. You're much better looking.
There we go. You know what? It's one of those things where if you win, they will come, right? The LA Kings have a very solid fan base, won a couple Stanley Cups. Obviously the Dodgers, obviously the Lakers, but, the Rams and the Chargers. It's kind of funny that, NFL's king everywhere, but in LA, it's the basketball team and the baseball team that are kind of kings. But I do think with Jim winning 11 games this year, Justin Herbert, they got the makings of a team that could contend for a long time. A lot of cap space. They hit it out of the park with the draft this past year, have a lot of picks this year. So it'll be interesting to see what happens this offseason.
Well, dude, there's one of the reasons you and I were chatting yesterday, there's a lot of similarities between the Chargers and the Commanders right now.
No doubt.
Now, you guys have had to pay Herbert. He's a little further along in the stud young quarterback journey. But they both have a ton of expiring contracts, a bunch of free agents, a first-year head coach that came in and found real success in Harbaugh and Dan Quinn. Let's talk a little about some of these pending free agents, and specifically the two I want to ask you about.
Sure.
Khalil Mack and Bosa. Bosa's not a pending free agent, but with that, let's start with Bosa.
$36 million cap hit.
And not the production to match.
Right. No, but, just a lot of injuries. Joey has had an injury, and I feel for him because when he's out there and he's healthy, he's super productive. He gets after the quarterback. He's a strip sack master, forced fumbles, but his body is just kind of broken down the last few years. So I think he knows a $36 million cap hit. He knows the realities of that.
Sure.
He said he wants to retire a Charger. I talked to Joe Ortiz yesterday. He loves Joey, loves Khalil. They're in a much different situation with the edge room this year than last year, because if you remember, they made the decision to move on from Mike Williams and Keenan Allen and keep Joey and Khalil. Now Joey and Khalil, Khalil's an unrestricted free agent. Joey has this huge cap number. So what they do at edge, can they bring both of them back? Can they bring one of them back? That's one of the main questions we'll figure out here in the next few weeks.
What does your gut tell you, Mac, Bosa, where they are next year? Because we know this with John Allen. We know this just by covering the league. If you're going to go to a player to talk about his contract, you got to be ready to cut the player.
There you go.
100%. I think Khalil loves it in Southern California. I think he loves the coaching staff, the culture that has been built with Jim Harbaugh. And, I can't speak for Khalil, but, it would be great to see him see this through. Maybe get to a potential Super Bowl with the Chargers, being in Southern California. But because he's at the tail end of his career, who knows? There's going to be a lot of teams that may be reaching out to Khalil Mack and his agent to figure out, hey, can you be the missing piece to us winning a Super Bowl? So I don't know what Khalil's going to do. I'd love to see him in powder blue. I think from Joey's perspective, just the reality of the number, wouldn't be shocked if he's elsewhere.
It's going to be fascinating. What do the players, we're not talking the contracts, right? Because the money's the money, and that becomes a math equation. What does Bosa have? I don't want to say left, because he's not a particularly old player, but the injuries have just stacked up over and over. Like, what does the right contract look like for Bosa? What are proper expectations for a player like Joey Bosa?
I think for Joey, he's made his money, right? He has made his money. He knows the realities of what has happened with the Chargers the last few years. So I think the market's going to dictate kind of what he is right now. And he's a starter if he's healthy, but he hadn't been able to stay healthy. So I think that you have to know that going in. It's a high upside situation. If he comes in and he plays 14, 15 games, he just hasn't been able to do that. I think that's the reality of it. So if I'm Joey, I want to go to a contender. I want to try to win a ring, because that's kind of the last piece to my career. Obviously, his brother is in San Francisco. Robert Saleh is back there. The thing about a team like the Commanders is, and this is what the Chargers were not able to do, they didn't maximize Justin Herbert's rookie window. And I think you can take swings if you're a team like the Commanders at veterans. I mean, we saw what they did with Bobby Wagner and some of these vets that have come in, Eckler, to kind of solidify, bring some leadership, bring some veteran presence, bring some playoff experience. And I think a team like Washington is in prime position to maybe do a 1 or 2 year deal with a guy like Joey Bosa, let's say.
Yeah, I think that's – go ahead, B.
I was just looking at some of J.J. Watt's stats and looking at Joy, guys that have great ability, but then when the injuries started popping in, they don't look the exact same.
Yeah.
Will that hurt him some?
I think so. I definitely think so. And, Joey on third down, if you can make Joey, I don't want to call him an exclusive like third down specialist, but if you can have tempered expectations with how many games he plays, how many snaps he plays, I think one of the things that helped him this year, Brian, is he had Tuli Tuipulotu from USC and Bud Dupree and Khalil Mack. They had 4 guys that they could rotate and keep fresh, and Joey didn't have to play as many snaps as he has played in years past. So I think that would be – I'm not calling him a third down specialist at this stage of his career, because I think if he's healthy, he can play a lot of snaps. But keeping him fresh, I think, is going to be paramount for whoever he plays for next.
Yeah, it's going to be – it's hard to do, right? Yeah. It's not an easy situation. Take me through then. We're talking with our friend Chris Harry from LA, KCAL out in LA, just a dominant television and sports television outlet out there. Take us through the Khalil Mack side of this thing.
So Mack, unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, we didn't know if he was going to retire. I can't tell you how awesome a Khalil Mack is for your locker room. Khalil, he's just a cool dude. He's just a cool cat. Comes in, leads by example. He's a dominant football player. His work ethic is unquestioned. He's a surefire Hall of Famer. Any team in the NFL would be lucky to have him on their team, just from not only a leadership perspective, but just the production at his age still. I mean, he's a freak, man. And he's one of those guys who I feel like is the missing piece for a Super Bowl contender. And like I said, I hope it's in Los Angeles. I think the Chargers are building something. The AFC West is competitive as ever. But Khalil answers the bell every single week. And again, if a team like Washington's in the mix, I connect the dots. You never know what like a team like Philly's going to do. Like Vic Fangio has history with Khalil Mack. So it'll be interesting to see the suitors. And I hope that, I like having him around Los Angeles. I hope he's in powder blue.
Do you think there's any chance he hangs it up?
I think his intention is to play.
Okay.
I think his intention is to play.
But you look at him, like he's a little older than some of these other guys, but it's not like it used to be where you hit 30, you're done.
No.
So how many years you think that he probably have at a high level left?
Brian, he's on the back nine. I don't know how many years he wants to play. I know he wants a ring. So is it 1 year? Is it 2 years? Yeah, you see what a guy like Bobby Wagner did in Washington, and that's kind of how I see Khalil. I see him as a very productive player still. That again could be the missing piece for a franchise like Washington. Again, having Jaden on this rookie deal is like it's a game changer, right? It's a game changer for the next several years because you can do things like this, and it's not just Khalil. It could be any veteran out there. You can bring in somebody for a couple of years while still managing your roster, managing your cap, having all these rookies, and it's a luxury. It's a luxury that very few teams have in the NFL, and to maximize that rookie window, you never know who you could bring in. To be honest,
well, dude, to me, the Mac thing would feel pretty similar to a Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner's first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Like, there's no doubt where he's going to Canton. There's no doubt what he's accomplished in the league. But there was some doubt, what he had left. And he came to D.C. and was second-team All-Pro and was just a stud. And not to mention the leadership and the culture and all that. And I just – going after a guy like Khalil Mack kind of seems like that. It's going to be interesting. The Chargers are in the same boat with a ton of pending free agents.
26 unrestricted free agents.
Washington has 28.
It's you know what though? It's very similar. Like, so Adam Peters, what he did was he brought in all these guys on 1-year deals, similar to Joe Ortiz. The problem, which is a good problem, is they all hit. Like they all proved to be Commanders, right? They all proved to be Chargers. And now, we were just talking to Joe Ortiz about how he's going to prioritize guys like J.K. Dobbins, who had an unbelievable year, bouncing back from all those injuries. Poona Ford, Morgan Fox, T.R. Tart, all these guys across the defensive line. And how does the defensive line market, like Jonathan Allen is a great example of this. Every draft analyst you talk to here, defensive tackle is as deep as it's ever been. So how will that dictate free agency? Like, what can you get for Jonathan Allen? Because teams may hold out and just say, hey, this is what the pick's going to be. Because if you don't want it, I'll just get a defensive tackle in the third round who has like late first, mid second round value.
And costs me way less.
Way less. But again, Jonathan Allen is one of those guys who's like a veteran and who could be, what's considered a missing piece to a defense that's contending.
Sure. It's funny, when Harbaugh got the job out there, I said to B, he'll have the Chargers in an AFC title game by the end of next season. Like, I don't know if it's this year, but by the end of the 26th season, so we'd be talking January of 28 or 27, which that sounds crazy. The trajectory of that dude and having
coach.
Herbert, he can coach his butt off. Last thing I wanted to ask you, we're going across town or north or wherever. Obviously, you're locked in on the Chargers, but I've seen you at Rams games too.
Yeah.
What do you make of Stafford getting traded?
It's very interesting. I mean, he wants to be paid like the rest of the guys that are making 50 plus. I 100% see that. I think the Rams have a vision of how they want to lay out their roster, how they want to pay guys. I don't think if he gets traded to the Giants, like, you have Malik Neighbors, but that's it. Like, and the expectation to win at the Raiders or the Steelers. Like, imagine going to the AFC from the NFC and having to compete with Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Herbert, Bo Nix is coming, CJ Stroud is coming.
Right.
All these quarterbacks. Like, if you want to make your money, great. But if you want to win, the NFC has a lot of young guys that are coming, but like, your chances to win in Los Angeles, I think, are infinitely better than a Pittsburgh or a Vegas or a Giants or whatever team would be interested in
Sure.
Matthew Stafford.
But if you flip it over, who are they gonna get better?
Apparently, they want Aaron Rodgers.
Okay,
Dude.
and that can be a headache.
B is not an Aaron Rodgers guy.
Yeah,
I mean, I stopped. I mean,
both.
Look, man, when you care about just you and not about the team, I got a problem with that.
I'm with you. Like who's better than Matthew Stafford, and who's tougher, and who has been like they were a play away from the Commanders coming to SoFi Stadium.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
You know that's how good they
Which
are.
we would not have minded.
Yeah,
that little trip to LA in January.
Hey guys, the hope is I see you there for Jaden's homecoming, but I don't know if this Brazil game. I don't know what's going to happen there. So,
what have you heard about the potential opponent for the Brazil game? You got any rumors?
I have no rumors.
I've had one dude tell me it's Washington. Like one dude that is connected, but I'm not reporting that. I'm just saying one. I need two people to report it. I've got one dude.
Well, I'm one dude that's saying the other one.
We've been doing process of elimination.
Sure.
So the Steelers, they play Steelers going to Dublin. That's not going to happen. The Colts are going to London. That's not going to happen. You're probably not going to have a division game. You're not going to have the Chiefs or the Broncos. The Texans and the Commanders and the Vikings were the three teams that I identified as like maybe there's no conflict with overseas that could potentially be in the mix. It'll be fascinating. It's the Friday standalone game. Personally, I would selfishly like to see Jaden come back to Los Angeles and that be a thing.
Sure.
And him not having to go to Brazil.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't think about that.
I'll take that.
But if so, maybe I'll see you in Brazil. I don't know.
Well, I think they need an East Coast team too, because that's 7:30 kick. It's 4 hours behind for you guys, so that's gonna be on at 3:30. Like I think they want an East Coast team to drive the Peacock numbers.
Dude, I have not even processed the fact. It's like
you got to drive
12.
the Peacock.
It's a 12-hour trip, 14-hour trip.
Yeah,
4 different time zones. But I don't know. Maybe we'll see you there, bro.
Yeah, dude. Thank you. I appreciate this.
Anytime.
Thank you. Chris Hayre, give him a follow at Chris Hayre on Twitter, Instagram, all of it. Does a absolutely fantastic job. DMV Roots too.
Love it.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
See you, man.
Here's what we're going to do. We got Gary Williams joining the show at 1:00. You're going to hear from Dan Quinn. Busy day in Indianapolis. All right, B. A number of things I want to go through here. Coming up at noon, I want to go through this NFLPA report card.
Yeah.
Washington moved up 20 spots. Josh Harris said he's not an F- guy, and he wasn't lying.
You got to move up on one thing, though. One thing got to F.
What's that?
The locker room.
Some of that's just
they
your hands are tied a little bit.
Yeah, you got to go in there and just do some upgrades. That's about it.
We'll go through all that. But we just had breaking news from Ian Rappaport. This one I'm curious about. Rap sheet sources: the Packers have had trade conversations centered around star cornerback Jair Alexander, and they're open to moving him for the right price. Alexander, still just 28 and a two-time Pro Bowler, is considered to be the most decorated cornerback available. I'm going to pull up the contract details here, B.
Mm-hmm.
But are you surprised by this one?
I mean, yeah.
He's a hell of a player.
I don't think he was a problem for him unless they just don't want to get into that money way maybe commanding soon.
Well, I am curious. So, like we see a lot of times, there's no guarantees on the deal left, right?
That's the problem then.
He got $8 million last year, but he just signed a 4-year extension. I think so. He was drafted in 18, I think. So he signed this extension. His cap number is $25 million.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no guarantee attached to it. Still, if you release him with a post June 1 designation, you do get a pretty big cap savings. This strikes me kind of similarly to what surprises me about the Max Crosby contract.
Mm-hmm.
They have not only 1 year with no guaranteed money left on it, they have 2 years with no guaranteed money left on these things.
Yeah, and if they don't do anything this year, they will definitely have to do something next year.
Well, dude, I think when you are a Jair Alexander or a Max Crosby, who are among the best in the league at that position, maybe not the best, but among the best,
mm-hmm.
I don't think you're playing with no guarantees. Now, Alexander's been hurt the last 2 years. That has dramatically impacted this, right?
Yeah.
He's played 2 games. He's played 14 games over the last 2 seasons. So maybe Green Bay is just looking as a math equation like, listen, dude, if you're going to be hurt all the time and there's no guarantees, it might be time for us to get off this thing. I personally, looking at this from a Washington perspective, don't think the Commanders get involved. They just spent a lot of draft capital to get a corner. I don't see it happening again.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I do. I think they know that they got to go up there and get the up front better. And it might make the guys behind even better than what they've shown they could be.
Yeah, man. I think for Washington, you got to get better in the trenches, and you just spent a bunch of draft capital to get a stud corner. I don't think you're looking to do that again.
I don't see him. I don't see that. I don't see him getting involved with that way.
Now, what we are going to get involved with, the NFLPA report card. Last year, Washington ranked dead last among players' opinions about the organizations across the NFL. Dead last. They got an F-. Josh Harris famously said, I'm not an F- guy. They've improved significantly. How much? We'll tell you when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
NFLPA report cards are here. So, how did the Commanders do? Well, the big news is they jumped from last place overall last season all the way up to 11th this season. Dan Quinn ranked first in terms of all head coaches. Josh Harris ranks as the 8th best owner. Now, the Commanders do still rank in the 20s in some categories, 29th on nutritionist/dietitian, 29th in locker room, which is their only F grade on the report card, 23rd in training room, 25th in weight room. Now, most of those changes can be addressed as the organization builds a new facility. Taking a look around the league for the second consecutive year, the Dolphins are the top team, with the Vikings coming in second yet again. Now, for the bottom ranked teams in the NFL, the Steelers are 28th, followed by the Jets, Browns, and Patriots. And the Arizona Cardinals finished in last place after ranking 27th last year. They got even worse. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, B. Mitch.
2, 3.
Report card season, I generally try to not be around the house.
Why?
It wasn't always,
Oh, you mean wrong when you were in school?
Effort wasn't always my strong suit in school.
Yeah.
I was good at lots of things when I was at school. Very few of them were school, if that makes sense. There were things I was good at, though. The Commanders, last year couldn't have been more embarrassing. And frankly, you and I have a little theory on some of it.
Uh-huh.
But it's no longer relevant, honestly, because this year couldn't be. Just to jump 20 spots. Last year they ranked 32nd out of 32 teams, right? The NFLPA report card is a series of questions asked to players about how they feel the organization is doing. And I'll just read a bit here. I tweeted this out. It's all over. People can find it. The overview. After finishing last for 2 consecutive years, the Washington Commanders surged to 11th overall. The Commanders' improved rating reflects how meaningful improvements to players' daily experience can be achieved, even with physical facility limitations.
Yeah.
Key to the turnaround was the hiring of Dan Quinn, who finished the season as the number 1 ranked head coach across the league. Additionally, the team invested in the food program, improving their grade from a D+ to a B+. They also increased the frequency of family events.
I can vouch for that one.
Yeah. Dude, we can too. They're feeding the media. They also increased the frequency of family events and began providing daycare during home games, which boosted their grade for treatment of families, rising from an F- to a B+. The improvement in team travel is notable, with 95% of players reporting comfortable personal space on flights, up from just 50% last year.
Mm-hmm.
The team's strength coaches deserve special recognition for maintaining an A rating year after year. Nabes and Chad, that is all those guys. They do a hell of a job. The facility itself remains a major issue. The building is old and in need of major renovation. Players single out the locker room as the area that needs attention. When asked what the team does best, the most consistent response is clear. They are positively changing the culture, and it shows both in the survey results and on the field. I've seen a lot of this personally, like the family room they've created. I saw, I know it was St. Juice had a baby, I want to say in the middle of August. Like during training camp, they had a little baby, and I saw his wife when she brought the baby to the first game, and she kind of got caught up in this no man's land. You know where the suite holder entrance is, and a lot of the suite holders are waiting for those elevators by the kind of where the big solar powered guy is. You know that entrance I'm talking about?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And that's a significant bottleneck right there that I imagine they're trying to address. And she was kind of stuck there, and I knew where she was trying to get to, and I was able to like show her where the family room was. And that was just something that didn't exist. Like if you brought a little baby, there just wasn't a family room. You know, you just sat in the stands with a baby, and stuff like that has become commonplace across the league. And Washington just didn't have it and didn't seem interested, and now they have it and they're interested.
Yeah.
The food stuff, the training
last
stuff.
thing you want is having a player's wife pissed off that you didn't make it comfortable for him.
Totally.
That's the last thing you want.
You know what adds aggravation to your life? And it doesn't matter if you're a plumber or a lawyer or a football coach or an accountant. When your wife's pissed off.
Yeah.
It doesn't help, man.
That don't help at all.
It doesn't help anything.
That makes things worse.
Yeah, dude. So
you think that player came to work and didn't seem like he was there yesterday? Wait till that happens.
Right, dude. So I think you could specifically, the only real, I don't even want to say bad grades, but where they ranked poorly were the locker room was an F, and that's about the physical structure.
Yeah.
Honestly, that feels like kind of a rough F. Like I recognize there are some really dope locker rooms. The locker room's just not that big. Like there's nothing wrong with
it's
it.
not big and it's just plain, Jay.
Yeah.
So and that's nothing that they can actually do at this present time. If they were to try to just, I mean, you can paint it a different color. You can do something else but it's what it is. Kind of hard to really change the structure of it. So, I mean, moving forward, they can get something done about that. But I think at this point, they just stuck with that. And that's something they inherited.
Yeah, and I think what's crazy is as college football situations have gotten so out of control, like the locker rooms for some of these major college football programs are unbelievable. And so if that's your expectation coming into the pros and then you walk into the Ashburn facility, I kind of get it.
Yeah, when I first got here over at that other place, I was like, what the hell is this? But we won.
Right. The two that stand out the most to me, ownership specifically, and they got an A rating, 8 out of 32 teams. I mean, this couldn't be more different, right?
Yeah.
I'll just read the comments. Owner Josh Harris's average rating for perceived willingness to invest in the facilities is 9.24 out of 10 from the Commanders players, a ranking of 10 out of 32 owners in the league. The players feel that Harris significantly contributes to a positive team culture, a rank of 4 out of 32. The players feel that Harris is extremely committed to building a competitive team, a rank of 4 of the 32 NFL owners. That's what you want, man. You got committed ownership and the players feel it. It's hard to do much better than that.
Yeah.
And somebody pointed this out to me last night. If the Philadelphia 76ers are terrible, right? Embiid is like they got problems.
They got problems with their best player not wanting to play. So.
Right. But every year, the Sixers are pressing the gas to try to become an actual title contender.
Yeah.
Now, they've made mistakes, and Embiid is Embiid, and that whole situation is just uniquely NBA to me. But somebody pointed this out to me last night. Like, Harris is a press the gas, try to win guy. And I think we've said it enough now about people that think that Peters isn't being aggressive enough. Like, Harris is an aggressive guy, too. So I think, let's see how things play out. This, though, to me, Brian, stands out the most from the NFLPA report card, and it's an A+ first out of 32 teams grade for Dan Quinn.
Oh, yeah.
I'll read this now. 100% of Commanders players feel their head coach, Dan Quinn, is efficient with their time. He is one of 6 coaches across the league to receive a perfect score. The players feel that Quinn is highly receptive to locker room feedback on the team's needs, ranking him 1 of 32 head coaches in the league. I think
if you have a coach who basically will let you know that he cares about you and your time, that coach then has the right to push you because you don't care at that point because you know he's not trying to do something wrong. But like some of these coaches want to dictate and tell you everything and you don't want to listen to nothing you say, that's the quickest way to lose a team.
I think totally. And veteran players said it throughout the year. Zach Ertz at the end of the year said, I've never felt like a coach cared about me more.
Yeah.
And you take care of your veterans.
That matters.
Dude, you take care of the vets. You give them days off. I think one of the smartest things they did on Thursdays, they have a standard week, Sunday 1 o'clock game. Wednesday's typically your longest day, and then Thursday tightens up a bit, and then Friday is short. Well, they added this like mandatory recovery period on Thursdays. And so it oddly like made the day a little longer for the media. But we all know this, right? Like if we're given the opportunity of leaving and going home, like say it's at damn Odyssey, we can leave and go home, or we're allowed to chill out on the couches and hang out. Everybody's going to leave and go home.
Yeah.
But if you build a schedule around it where there's mandatory hangout here time, and then meetings are after that, basically once meetings are over, guys can get out of there.
Yeah.
But if the meetings aren't until after that, they're going to do it. And then they have they've invested all this money into recovery. I don't even know what the stuff is. Hoffman could tell you, like cryotherapy and all these different
cryo, all that different things, all those different things over there. But you know what? You just got to, the thing of it is you want to make your facility so good that the guys don't want to leave. Because what happens in that situation, when guys are around each other more, they talk more. You get a better feel of each other. And then all the stuff on the field, it enhances that even more. But if guys can just go and the facility is awful and they don't want to be around, and they keep leaving and they go away, you lose a little bit. And all those guys said they love being around each other. They started hanging more with groups. You've been through a stretch where, man, they went every direction they could go to get away from each other.
Totally.
So what Dan has done, and the way that what Adam and Josh and all those people are doing, is making guys come closer together. And I know a lot of people don't think it makes a difference, but that family and that mindset of believing that we are family, that makes a world of difference on the basketball. On football team, basketball teams too.
Any team.
Yeah.
It really stands out to me. If you go back a year in time, Dan Quinn was a retread. How can you hire a defensive guy? Like there was just the conversation in the city when they made that decision versus now he's just been voted by his players to be the best coach in the league.
Yeah. Because, people like to go with narratives instead of really digging down and finding out what the hell's really going on.
It's well, and it doesn't matter now.
Yeah. At all.
He has been great. He is a true culture builder. But the difference with the notion of a player's coach versus the reality of what a player's coach can be doesn't mean you just let the guys do whatever they want. It's instilling discipline at the same time.
When you hear players coach, all people hear is player. So that normally means to a person that, you know what, he leans toward everything the player wants. You don't hear as the second part of it, coach. Players coach is a guy who understands how to get the best out of the player. Some of these coaches that are not considered player coaches, you know why? Because they don't listen to them. And if you're not listening to me, you may have the easiest stuff going on over there. But if you listen to nothing we say, we're going to be separated. We're not going to think the same. So you're not considered a player's coach, and your practices are easy as hell. But the guy that's pushing the hell out of me, he's considered a player's coach because he listens. Like I did a little thing for my teacher this morning from 9th grade. And I got emotional about it because that was the teacher that caught me at 14 when I was probably going to go the wrong way or the right way. And she got me on track, And I was talking about that and it made me realize so much like, okay, this woman was hard as hell on me. Why am I so emotional about her? Because if she hadn't done what she did, I'm not talking to y'all right now. I might be dead some damn well. So It's the person that gets you on track to how you become your best. And that's why Dan is considered a player coach. He, like Zach said, he allows them to be fresh. He gives them time to rejuvenate. He pushes the hell out of them. But they know he cares. And that mere fact right there is what it takes for guys to be looking at you as a player's coach and not necessarily a player pushover.
Totally. How about this, man? I'm going to read this. So I just posted Dan Quinn voted top coach in the NFL by his players. Remember how folks reacted to this hire. And a lot of people are responding, B. My guy Brandon said, he wasn't my first choice initially, but I'm so glad we got him. Love the man and the coach.
I respect that, Brandon.
Yo, we both know this dude, Boy Genius, who's always causing trouble on the internet.
Yeah.
Boy Genius said that pic someone posted and went viral of DQ in an ill-fitting suit waiting in line at the airport in DC for his interview was so damn sad and disappointing for us fans. We ridiculed his J's and backwards hats. We apologize, DQ.
All right.
Yeah.
People can, say something and then come back and say, you know what, I changed my mind. That's allowed. But the ones that want to double down, don't understand them.
Right. Tischler just put together a cool little graphic side by side of the report cards from 24 to 25.
Mm-hmm.
Treatment of families went from F- to B+. Food and dining went from D+ to B+. Nutrition and diet's the only thing that went down, and I'm kind of curious by that. Maybe we'll actually read that. Nutrition and diet went from B- to C+. And I
remember you brought a
they
lot of people in here from different teams. You brought 30 plus extra guys, and we don't know what they came from.
Right.
So it may be a step down for some of them, but we know what it used to be.
Right. So I'll read this specifically. Nutritionist, dietitian, 66% of players report they get an individualized nutrition plan, ranking the Commanders 31 out of 32 teams. The players feel that their team dietitian is moderately accessible, a ranking of 27 out of 32. What I can tell you is when they come in from practice into the locker room, there are multiple stations of snacks and food, all with, what do you call that? Caloric? Is that the term? Like the calorie information, the vitamin,
caloric intake.
Yeah, like all that information is spelled out. It'd be hard for me to imagine a scenario. Now, granted, there are some physical limitations to the building, but where you had like more snack options and then like kind of recovery drinks and what's the thing I take in the morning? Electrolytes, all that kind of stuff. I wonder if 66% of players reported they get an individualized nutrition plan. Part of me wonders if the other 34% just didn't sign up for it, honestly.
Maybe not.
Because, dude, I will say, like, you see all this, there's a lot of healthy food, but then there's also pretzels. Like, there's also snacks.
I said something yesterday, Jay, about when I would have meetings and guys wouldn't show up, and then later on they complained about information they didn't know.
Right.
If the guys don't sign up for it and they don't understand these grades are to help you get stuff better, you know what I'm saying? Now you might be getting what you want, but you're too damn lazy just to go fill out a form, and then it makes it look like the team is bad. You know what I'm saying? You want things to be in a certain volunteer. I mean, give your time a little bit. So if you want everything to be improved properly.
I am curious what improved so dramatically on team travel. Because they went from an F to an A, and they said 95% of the Commanders players believe they have a comfortable amount of personal space on team flights, ranking them 8 out of 32.
777s and 87s.
What's that?
777s and 787s. You got a lot of room, 47s? A lot of space.
Yeah.
When you got all that space, these players are not the average size, most of them.
Right.
And when they were flying before, it wasn't the same type planes.
Yeah.
They were getting them on there. Now you're getting them on there with some space.
Well, and one thing we know is they used to allow lots of folks onto the plane.
They had nothing to do with particularly the exact team, but for other folks.
And they have closed a lot of that off, which also creates more space.
Well, they do that, but when they have enough, they get a big enough plane where they are going to be sitting more to the back,
right,
closer to each other, instead of the players having to, get all close to each other.
Yep. Here's what we're going to do. My guy, Darren Gant, I think is going to sit down with us, covers the Panthers. I want to check in on what exactly is going on in Carolina and if that thing could actually be a rebuild. Going to do that next. Dan Quinn We'll address the media this afternoon, and the legend, Gary Williams, will join us at 1 o'clock in advance of a huge game tonight in College Park, Maryland, Michigan State. Nobody go anywhere.
B. Rich and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They have installed new systems in my house, and I felt a difference instantly.
And the best part about it, B, those systems are whisper quiet. No noisy interruptions, nothing waking you up in the middle of the night. Just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity controls, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And B, you got to tell the folks about the savings, man. Real cash. We're talking about you could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check them out at rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
The most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV is Rude. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Cleveland Browns general manager Andrew Berry reiterated that he does not intend to trade defensive end Myles Garrett. The comments marked Berry's first public statements since Garrett, a 6-time Pro Bowler and 4-time All-Pro selection, publicly requested a trade back in early February. Berry has also declined to say how many trade calls he's received regarding Garrett. You have to imagine it's a lot. But the Titans, they have granted former Pro Bowl linebacker Harold Landry III permission to seek a trade. He's due $17.5 million as his base salary for the 2025 season. Now, he's getting a chance to look at some other options. After he led the Titans with 9 sacks last season, he started in all 17 games. He had 71 tackles, 18 pressures, and 4 pass deflections. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Is this Flock of Seagulls? Who sings this song?
That is a flock of seagulls.
There you go. You hear the voice of my friend Darren Gant. Darren covers the Panthers, been doing it a long time. Charlotte, few people understand their market and their team better than Darren. That's why I always get a kick out of chatting with him. Saw him last night, asked if he could pop by the radio program. Darren, what's up, dude? Thanks for joining
we were
us.
at Bible study last night. After dinner, a little quick Bible study right before an early bedtime.
Just a little fellowship.
Well,
Yeah, just a little fellowship.
You're dealing with JP, Darren, so we know you're lying.
I mean, it's clean living up here in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
There's nothing untoward going
it's
on
clean
here.
before y'all get there.
I don't know that that's true either.
They got a lot of steakhouses in this town. Let's talk about the Panthers.
Yeah,
dude,
let's do that.
because it started off bad, but they were able to turn it around. And Canales, when they made that hire, that was a guy I really liked. I thought he, I think he's a smart guy, and I think the best coaches are strategic minds and
Right.
schematic, but also people. When you can do both of those, you got something, and I think he's got that. And Carolina late in the year was really a problem for a lot of teams.
Offensively, yeah, they were. I mean, it's truly I think the biggest thing about Dave is he's very good at people, and I've been covering this team for a long time, basically the whole time. I remember when John Fox came in, and people used to say he's good at football, but he's great at people. And we'll find out how good at football Dave Canales is the next couple of years, but he's good at people in the same way John Fox was. So he was able to reach a bunch of guys. It was a bad situation because, and it's not an indictment of any of the individual people, but there had been so much change, so many coaches, so many GMs, so many quarterbacks coming in and out year after year that all the change led to an instability throughout the whole roster. And so they took that job, Dave Canales, Dan Morgan comes in as GM. They took those jobs knowing it was going to take a minute to get that team right. And for the first half of the year, that was the case. And it took Bryce getting benched. It took Andy Dalton coming in and playing for a minute until Andy got hit by a car on a Tuesday after picking up his kids at school. Thankfully,
That's crazy.
Thankfully, everybody's okay. That's the only reason Bryce got back on the field. And then Bryce began to play like a number 1 overall pick. I told somebody this morning, we've come full circle on Bryce Young. When he was drafted, they said this guy's so smart, such a good distributor. He doesn't need elite offensive talent around him, especially a wide receiver, because he's so smart and anticipates so well getting the ball out. Well, then after his first year, people thought, well, no, maybe he needs one of those guys. And they go out and trade for Deontay Johnson. But then Deontay Johnson,
right?
and ends up on 3 other teams before the end of the year. And Bryce is out there dealing second half of the season to an old Adam Thielen, an in and out of the lineup Xavier Leggett, and then undrafted rookies and spare part guys, and he's moving them up and down the field.
B has been correctly able to bust my balls for 2 years now.
And we respect him for it.
Because I was a big Bryce Young guy. I thought the way he anticipated on a college level is pretty unseen.
Yeah.
And be like Stroud. And obviously year 1, it was all Stroud in that department, and year 2 still goes to Stroud.
Right.
Do you think whatever Bryce unlocked those last 6-8 weeks is who he is and where that thing's going forward?
I think what Bryce was the last 6-8 weeks of the season is closer to what he is than what we saw the first 2 games of last year or all of last season. And part of it is situation. I mean, Bryce, again, was always surrounded by elite talent at Alabama.
Yep.
When he walked in as a rookie, he played behind 7 different left guards and 8 different right guards over the course of the season. Ain't no team in the league got the kind of depth to withstand that kind of turnover inside. And, I mean, Bryce took 62 of their 65 sacks that year. It was a mess. Then they go out and spend $150 million on guards in free agency last year, and suddenly everything looks a little better. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Bryce settled into a more stable situation and was allowed to look more stable. I mean, and I think having a guy like Adam Thielen around helps. Chuba Hubbard turned into a bell cow back last year, and they gave him a contract extension. So if you got a good offensive line, you got a good run game, that's what a quarterback wants.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's what they need.
Yeah,
especially a young guy.
Because like you look at him, I just felt in Alabama, he stood in that pocket, and they were manhandle everybody they played against, and I thought it was easier for him. In the pros, it doesn't happen every week. And I believe his size affected him some when he first got in. Now he's seeming to like slide into those gaps like Kyler Murray does. But in effect, like what I thought was like, okay, he's that small, but he's not really that runner, that elusive, that athletic guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's
still doesn't know how to slide.
Yeah, he's a pocket passer at that height.
Mm-hmm.
And hands gonna be up, and I think he's gonna have to figure out something else to move and get more viewpoint because he has strong enough arm.
Yeah. And B, you've been in that situation. It's hard for any rookie to walk in, and when you add the expectation that's on a guy when he's the number 1 overall pick, that can be crippling. I mean, you've seen how long it takes Sam Darnold to look like a top 5 pick. And Sam, people still doubt Sam based on him last couple games of the year, but Sam played good ball for the biggest part of this season, and it takes these guys so long because the situation has to be right for a rookie to have success because it's so hard making that transition. And the situation was not right. Nothing about it was right. He had 4 different play callers over the course of the year. Coaches change. There's an interim coach by the end of the year. All them guards like we talked about, and he didn't have a whole lot of help around him on offense. So it was difficult, and the Carolina Panthers still got a lot of work to do. I mean, Dan Morgan stood and said it yesterday. Everybody knows the priority has to be improving that defensive personnel because when you set an all-time league record for points allowed, 2nd all-time yards allowed, 3rd all-time rushing yards allowed, obviously that's going to be this offseason's emphasis. So Bryce is going to have to continue to develop within the structure that he's largely already within.
Talking with our friend Darren Gant here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Make sure you're checking out Rude products because if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Yep.
You can follow Darren at Darren Gant, DARINGANTT. I got to ask you about arguably the most electric voice in the NFL, and that's the rookie, the receiver, Leggett. Or is it Leggett? Leggett. You are of that region. You are a Carolina guy.
I grew up in suburban Hickory, North Carolina, out in the country, up in the mountains.
Dude, I lived in Wilkes County as a kid. I know that part of the world.
And listen, mountain North Carolina is different from lowland South Carolina, but XL walks in the door and people are like, what did he just say?
What's it like trying to
well, it ain't that big a deal for me because, like you said, I grew up around this. I know what country sounds like.
But that's a whole different level, dude. I mean, it seems like a great kid.
He is a great kid, and he's humble and he's self-aware and all those good things.
He's athletic too.
Yeah, he's good at ball. But this is a perfect story. I was walking through the airport in New Orleans on the way back from the Super Bowl, Saturday night before the Super Bowl, and my wife's moving on ahead of me. She's a former college athlete, so I can't keep up with her. And I'm kind of lagging behind, not paying attention, and I hear this voice beside me go, All right, man, what's going on? And I look, and there's XL, and I said, oh, hey, man, what's up? But, I mean, you got to be ready for it because it's like a low mumble, and if you're not, I feel bad for Adam Thielen, who grew up in suburban Minnetonka or somewhere.
Right.
He never been exposed to anything like that.
It
But
is.
yeah,
It
he
is.
did. He looked at me like, I don't want to go on. All right, then.
He is. That voice is electric. If he's not doing ad reads,
Yeah.
like he should be voicing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it's great. And people thought it was a bit when he came in the locker room tail end of the year with a carton of raccoon that he had killed.
What?
Yeah, they were eating raccoon in the locker room.
Like
Yes, that he had
I've eaten that
harvested.
before. It's good.
Yeah, he had harvested and prepared and smoked and brought it in for the fellas, and people were trying it. Somebody asked me, he said, "You eat it?" I said, "Man, I ate that stuff years ago. I grew up in the country. Squirrel ain't nothing new to me."
Yeah.
I'm good on the raccoon. I would try it if it was in
you
front
were
of me.
to try it, if somebody put it that you thought it was beef, you would eat it and you wouldn't complain at all.
Yeah.
Then they'll tell you what it is. You'll be like, "Nah, man, I don't eat that." You ate it.
I listen. Here's where I land on eating raccoon. I am not seeking it out, but should XL ever show up with a pallet full of raccoon for me, I'll give it a shot.
Like you said, you from Wilkes County. You ain't above eating game.
Sure. Bulk of the life in the DMV, but yeah, a little bit of Wilkes County in me. I'm fascinated by that offense. I had Adam Thielen on a fantasy football championship run.
Yeah, congratulations.
I don't want to put you in a weird spot. I watched in Washington a team that even when they had some good pieces, always fell apart because of the stress of a hands-on ownership, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what Dan is compared to Tepper is not fair to anyone.
Correct.
Because he was toxic in a way that was borderline illegal, right?
Mm-hmm.
But can they get that right? Do they have the right pieces now?
I think they are in the process of getting it right. I mean, and I think with anybody who comes into the league, there's a learning curve. And there's no instruction manual unless you're one of these rare few people who are born into one of these families and gets to keep the team for generations and generations. There's no on-the-job training for being an NFL owner. And I think
did he own any other sports teams when he bought the Panthers?
He was a minority owner of the Steelers.
Okay.
He had a stake of the Steelers. So he was around it, but he wasn't involved in the day-to-day in the same way. But the thing I have noticed about Dave over the last couple of years is, and when you make so much change, when you go from Matt Rule and your friend Marty Herney, a friend of ours too. Good luck to Marty in the horse racing game. He just had his first one and finished fifth. Good job, Marty. But when you go from Matt Rule and Marty to Matt Rule and Scott Fitterer to Scott Fitterer and Frank Reich gone in the middle of the season, and then this was the hard reset. This was the acknowledgement that it ain't going to get fixed overnight. Yeah. And, the Carolina Panthers are in a better spot because of that stability, because players believe that Dave and Dan are going to be here for a minute and that they are being allowed to develop over time. There's some renovations going on at the stadium that's going to be happening over the next couple of years to make that a more enduring kind of facility to hold up through 2050. I mean, there's stuff happening that indicates that Dave has learned that this is a long game. I mean, the Carolina Panthers were a 500 football team for 23 years, and Dave wanted to shake it up and said he didn't want to be mediocre, and they weren't for a while. But I believe, based on his actions, that he has kind of learned some of those lessons over the first 5 years of ownership and has taken tangible steps to improve it.
There you go.
Well, Darren, many people think you sound like a Marty as well. Marty Smith.
Oh, Marty Smith. I was going to say, if you think I'd do a good XL, you should hear my Marty Herney. JP, what? Come on.
That's pretty good, dude. I love Charlotte, rooting for you. Say hi to my boy Joe LeBou. Thank you for your time.
Will do. See y'all.
Appreciate you, man.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, Gary Williams, Hall of Famer, joins the program.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet hits. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. Listen, we got Maryland playing Michigan tonight. We're going to be talking to Gary Williams real shortly. Maryland can be a big player and upset a lot of people during these tournaments. Make sure you check them out. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, about 10 minutes, we're going to be joined by a Hall of Famer, Gary Williams. Maryland basketball head coach, national champion, Hall of Famer, joins us in advance of a huge game for the Turtles tonight, 6:30 in College Park. Sparty coming to town. We had Jimmy Patsos on the show yesterday. Patsos called it the biggest game of the Willard era. Kevin Willard's only in his third season, I believe, but this is a big, big opportunity, man.
It's going to be you're going to play against a tough team. One thing about them is to always have those guys ready to go.
For sure.
But when you want to make people know who you are, you kick down the door.
Yeah, man.
Queen and crew got to be at their best.
Opportunity doesn't knock. You got to kick MFing doors down.
Door down, baby.
Leadville had this on here, and I wanted to circle back to it. Adam Peters yesterday didn't provide any insight on which players, but he made very clear that the top priority for them right now, and from a logistical standpoint, this makes sense because it's the only thing they can do right now, but that the top priority is getting some of their pending free agents back in-house and getting them signed to deals. We've talked a lot about Wagner, Ertz, Chin. I think Chin's probably the top priority just because he's a little younger than the rest of those guys. Where do you put De'Ami Brown on the list?
I think he's someone they would like to have back, but I think it's at a certain price. I don't think that they're going to break the bank for him. Since he started to come on, I know everybody didn't care about him, didn't believe in him, but as the season went on, we saw him begin to get it. And I believe that this team, listen, they're like, look, we would love to have you. I know you're going to test the market, but they're not going to sit up here and have no battle for him.
Agree. I think, De'Ami played really well in the playoffs. He came on late when Noah Brown went down. I think De'Ami showed a lot about he was really good on screens. And I think that was kind of unexpected. I think he showed a lot. And what a
he
difference.
Showed some heart down the stretch, though.
Totally.
I give it to him. Dude caught the ball, ran hard. He did some stuff.
Totally. And I think there were legitimate questions about the physicality prior to this year. I like him as a person. I think he is well liked in the locker room. He's a little goofy, like he's funny.
Yeah.
He's got like 100 mouthpieces hanging from his locker all the time. I think Haley might have actually done a story on that a couple of years ago. I don't know. I think most of our Redskins coverage from the old website has kind of been wiped off, which is sad, but whatever. I think you nailed it. I think you try to bring him back, and what happens with a lot of these guys is there will be some level of preliminary conversation prior to the league year opening.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo, we're interested about here. And whether that's a year for 5 or whatever that number looks like, that they'll be like, yo, we're interested. We're about here. And sometimes they'll ask guys, if you get something else, will you let us know? Maybe we can match it.
Yeah.
Guys don't always do that.
Or at least talk to them and find out. Then you go out there, and when people start offering to you, you know where you stand already is a place that you're comfortable with.
Right. What is interesting is people have talked about how Washington might become a destination, right? And I think a lot of that is probably a little premature in that you don't know. 98-ish% of decisions are made based on money. Where the most money is what people are deciding on. So destination's great, but I do wonder a little if you're an in-house free agent, like if you're already playing there, and De'Ami has seen the difference a stud quarterback makes over his 4 seasons. Think about the quarterbacks he played with and then the quarterback he played with this year. Yeah. Like there's a dramatic difference.
Yeah.
That's it, dude.
You got to weigh your options.
Yeah. He had 308 yards receiving in 16 regular season games. It's just a remarkable lack of production. But then in the playoffs, 14 catches for 229 yards and a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that playoff run, the catch in Detroit where B-Rob scored like on the next play. I mean, De'Ami was really, really good in the playoffs. And I don't know that you want to extrapolate too much from that because it was, 3 games. But he was great. And I think
start somewhere.
Right. And I think you just have a real conversation with them. Hey, man, whether they are or aren't, you make it clear and keep us updated as your – because I don't think – correct me if you disagree, B. I don't think there's going to be a run on the De'Ami Brown market when the tampering period opens. Like
I don't think early on you're not going to hear that. You're going to hear some other names, but not right there. You have a chance to talk to him and see what's happening.
Yeah, I wonder if Zacchaeus has a more immediate market. I'm not.
He has a little bit more in his repertoire what he can do.
Yeah, and has been, he's got 2 500-yard seasons on the books with 2 different franchises. Like he's been relatively, like he can give you stable, probably ideally wide receiver 4, if not wide receiver 3 production. And De'Ami's has not been stable.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what we're going to do. Gary Williams, Hall of Fame coach from the University of Maryland, national champion, will join the program next, looking to Michigan State, Maryland, tonight, 6:30. Nobody go anywhere.
Despite a report circulating that star tight end Rob Gronkowski was eyeing an NFL comeback, Gronk debunked that rumor, telling Fox Sports that he is staying retired. The completely false report claimed that Gronkowski desired to return in part because of his infatuation with Broncos quarterback Bo Nix and his connection with Sean Payton, who he worked alongside with at Fox. Gronkowski said that he doesn't have it in him to play anymore. He wishes that he did, but now it's time for him just to relax and stay retired. Oklahoma has hired Senior Bowl Executive Director Jim Nagy to be their football general manager. Since 2018, Nagy had run the Senior Bowl, which is that annual postseason college all-star game down in Alabama. He's now going to lead the Sooners roster building, player evaluation, recruiting, and compensations. In December, the New York Jets interviewed Nagy for their vacant general manager job, although he did lose out on that one. The third annual iteration of the NFLPA report cards were released this morning. Now, the survey takes into account 11 different categories within the teams, from the treatment of families all the way to the owner. The Commanders, who finished in last place last year, moved all the way up to 11th. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. B-Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. And we're going to waste no time. We're going straight to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And joining us right now on the Rude Guest Line is our buddy and the great coach, Gary Williams. What's up, Gary? How you doing, man?
Hey, Mitch, how are you? Haven't seen you for a while.
I'm fantastic. Well, JP had to run off because Dan Quinn was speaking. And when you're at the Combine, on somebody else's dime, you got to run when the head coach is talking. So,
oh yeah, I figured JP wasn't paying his way out there. So.
Yeah, you know that.
Yeah.
Well, look, there's a big game coming up tonight. Maryland taking on Michigan State. But before we get into that, how have you been impressed with Maryland and what they've done so far this year?
I've really been impressed because they've gotten better as the season's going on. I think they were 2-4 starting out in the Big Ten, and now they're right there, in the mix for top 3 or whatever in the conference. So it's great to see teams when they get better. That means guys are working hard in practice. Coaches are finding out, what's necessary to keep the players interested and make sure they're working hard and, doing all the right things. And so, it's just been great to see. And, the style of play is something I think that a lot of the fans are really attracted to because Maryland puts points on the board. They play aggressively on both ends of the court.
One thing about Gary, when you coach, then you're starting to see like the players kind of taking ownership in this team and things like that. When you see that as a coach, where they get it, I don't have to force it on them every time. They now get it. How relaxing or relieving is that?
In coaching, that's a tremendous thing because it's much better if you have really quality leadership and those guys take care of business in the locker room, whatever's necessary. If the guy's out late, not doing what he's supposed to be doing, it's much better coming from a fellow player, to let that player know that that's not acceptable. And when you have everybody on that same page, then all of a sudden, with talent, you have a chance to be very good.
Gary, you got a cow in this team, McQueen, who basically Passos yesterday say he has a Derek Coleman style game. So when you watch him play, what do you think his possibilities are at the next level?
Well, Queen's really interesting because he's got that size, 6'10", that you don't see that much in college basketball anymore. Plus, his passing not just for a guy that big, but just for a basketball player. He's a tremendous passer. He has great vision. He sees the court. He's got a great Euro step, which I think I heard him say one time in an interview that, watching the players that come over from Europe, that's where he got that very early in his career. And, it's a tremendous move when you're that big and you can step away from the defender and, He's got a great touch on the glass. So he's got all those things. I think the one thing that a lot of people have seen, he's got to get a little more physical in terms of leaping ability, things like that, which you can do in the weight room. Nowadays, the methods are tremendous, and guys, get a better vertical leap. They get a quicker first step, and he's very quick with the ball, a great ball handler, and I think he'll definitely play at the next level. How good it'll be is the athleticism comes into play more, obviously, at the NBA level than it does in the college level. So it'll be interesting to watch.
Well, a game of basketball now is three-pointers, three-pointers, three-pointers. Do you think he has to add that part to his game for the next level?
Yeah, I think it's there. It's something that it's like free throw shooting. You can go in the gym and get better at that. In other words, you take a ball in the gym and you get better just by repetitions, things like that. So I think it'll be part of his game. I'm not sure. It's the way it rolls now. Teams come down, they run a screen and roll. If you set the screen, you roll to the basket, or you step out to the 3-point line. And the ability to do both, I think, is very important at the next level. So that would be an important development in Queen's game.
We're talking to Hall of Fame coach Gary Williams on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Well, Gary, there's a big game going on tonight, and could be one of the biggest in a long time at the University of Maryland. They're taking on Michigan State. Izzo comes in, and he's going to have his guys playing hard and play great defense. What does Maryland have to do to try to get a victory in this game?
Well, number one, when you play Michigan State, you have to get back on defense. You can't not see the ball getting back, because they're coming right at you, right up your back, and they're going to try to score in transition as much as possible. But you can hurt Michigan State. We're bigger than Michigan State is. Maryland goes to the offensive glass. That could be a battle, versus Michigan State's transition. And then they run they screen very well. You have to be able to play screens, and it's not just the ball screen that everybody does. There's a lot of screening going on. It's almost old school away from the basketball, getting guys free in the baseline, things like that. And, they really do it well. They have great basketball tradition, but if Maryland plays their game, in other words, they've been shooting the ball really well, especially from the three. 5 guys have the ability, the starters, to score 20 on a given night. So it's not like you shut one guy down on Maryland and that takes care of their offense. And they have to play their game. This is a big game. The players know it's a big game. You can't hide from it. But, this time of year, you have to want to be in these games. If this is a big game this time of the year, that means you're good. And I think players really like that challenge. And this Maryland team looks like they're not afraid of anyone. They just go out and put it out there, and you got to stop them, and they're going to try to play defense on you. So it should be a great game tonight.
I don't know if I said Larry Izzo. I mean Tom Izzo. I was thinking about the football coach, but he's still coaching after all these years. A lot of coaches have left the game because of how things are, NILs and all that type of stuff, people jumping from team to team. How is he still doing it at this later age in his life?
Well, he's to me, somebody that I coached at Lafayette, American, Boston College, Ohio State, Maryland, and he's been at Ohio State. He was in the 80s when I coached at Ohio State. He was an assistant coach to Judd Heathcote. So he's a Michigan State guy. He's been there his whole head coaching career. And, you get to that level, and he has everything going in place to make it a good program. He's been able to make the adjustment into their current NIL transfer portal stuff. And he seems pretty happy in what he does. And, he just turned 70 years old. He is a good friend of mine, full disclosure. And 2 of my toughest losses ever came to Tom Izzo, but we got them a couple times. And, we still talk quite a bit. So it's interesting to watch when the Boeheims, the Krzyzewskis, the Miami coach, Jim Larinaga, they've all kind of left. And Leonard Hamilton's another coach who just announced his retirement. And basically it's a whole new set of problems.
Yeah.
But if you can handle it, then if you're a good coach, you're a good coach. But you see some coaches that aren't as good as they used to be because to be honest, they were cheating and paying players, and now everybody can pay players.
Yeah.
So the guys that were cheating before don't have an advantage anymore. So it's just a different world, and you have to accept that if you still want to be in coaching.
So you think just like I did. I saw a lot of coaches leave from college basketball, college football, and I'm like, okay, well, you had an advantage before. Now the Rapids got the gun, and you want to get out of this thing. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
You know?
I know. It's kind of funny, watching, because if you're in the business, who's suspected of cheating, who's not, that type of thing, and it's interesting watching what's going on.
Yeah, if you tell me how good you are, I want to see. But you mentioned Larry Izzo just turning 70. Well, you got a big birthday coming up.
I'm sorry you mentioned that.
You're going to be 60 years old, huh?
I'm going to be 50 next Tuesday.
Yeah, you go in the other direction, huh, Coach?
No, I'm hitting 80.
Hey, man, that's a blessing, brother.
And yeah, it's like, I can't dunk anymore. So.
Hey, all you got to do now, you just bring the goal down. They got 7 foot, 8 foot goals. You don't have to worry about trying to dunk the other one. Just bring it down to you.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You think, and Mitch, you know how this goes. You're a very good golfer. I'm not, but my golf balls. I thought I bought good golf balls, but they don't go as far anymore. I don't know what happened there. It can't be me.
Yeah, because they got these balls out there that say distance ball and all that stuff, and I'm like, well, it's not going further than the other ball, so. Is it the ball or is it me? They can't make enough equipment to fix our golf games. They're like that.
I need help with the equipment. I've tried every hybrid there is, everything, and it's still a work in progress. Let's put it that way.
Hey, that's why they got different tees, Coach. If they start getting too low, move up a little bit.
And I tell you what, I move up, and I have no pride. I move right up to that tee.
But look, okay, so tonight. This game is at 6:30. I don't understand how people I know it's about TV, but a 6:30 game in the DC metropolitan area, traffic is going to be hell to get people to the game.
Yeah, I'm going. So I'm
what time you got to leave your house to get there
hours.
on time?
Yeah, and it's the Big Ten, all the TV revenue they get. I understand, but if there's a 6:30 and an 8:30 slot. Most Big Ten campuses, if you take away the Southern Cal and UCLA coming in, most Big Ten campuses are isolated campuses where traffic's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
They get the people there. Where we are here, obviously the Beltway, everything's a problem that time of night. And I think the Big Ten uses our demographics. In other words, the number of people between Baltimore and Northern Virginia. They sell that to sponsors. This is a big, University of Maryland on television. You have, 15 million people, just in that area. And I think the Big Ten should be cognizant of that and let the game start at 8:30. An 8:30 game is perfect for the University of Maryland. Yeah, a 6:30 game is really tough on a lot of people. And
half the people on the Beltway.
Yeah, and. Too many people, they get discouraged. So once you do that once and you get stuck and you're late for the game or whatever, you can turn on the television and watch, there's several good games on every night. And you want people in the stands. Home court, especially in the Big Ten, is really important that your home court is good. And I think tonight it'll be great. But, this is a special game, and we need that home court every time Maryland plays. They need that. Because you go to Michigan State and see how it is out there, but that's East Lansing. If they get a stoplight on the way to the game, that's a big problem for them. So it's different, and people work hard to get to our games. And when I was coaching, I really appreciated that because I'd get in there 10 o'clock in the morning for an 8 o'clock game, no problem.
It's a lot of time. You rather early, man.
Yeah, no, it's really a problem that people don't talk about it, but it's really true. When you play a game at 6 o'clock or 6:30, like it is tonight, even a 7 o'clock game is tough. So hopefully they can work something out. But I think it's really important that the league gives Maryland a chance to really have that great crowd there because people watch, and it's important. Your product is out there. Kids want to come play in that atmosphere, the whole thing. So hopefully we'll do a good job.
We had a fan call last week, and they were complaining about like some of the students not being there. And when you were coaching and you look in the crowd, you see a packed house, and you hear them. What did that do for you? Or were you a person like I hear a lot of people say, "Well, once I get into the game, I don't hear nothing anyway." Were you a person that you got ignited by?
I mean, that you played. You know how it is in basketball. The crowd definitely influences the game. I mean, where those people are with the courtside seats now, every place you play, referees hear everything, players hear everything, opposing players hear everything. It's a wild atmosphere, and if you don't have that on your home court, you're really putting yourself in a disadvantage when you go on the road and play in a major conference, because they're going to be packed. They're going to be all over the visiting team, and it's great. It's a great atmosphere, and that's why people enjoy going to the games. And we have to make sure at Maryland that stays, that we have it. There'll never be another place like Cole Fieldhouse. I mean, that place was just made for basketball, and it was incredible. But Xfinity's really good when everybody's there. It's a great home court.
Well, Coach, I mean, you are the guy where people listen to. When you speak, people listen, like E.F. Hutton. What do you tell the fans out there listening about that want to go to the game tonight? Get there and support your team, because you can, fans always think that they're a part of the game anyway. Yeah. This is a way that they can help the team. Give them a message, make them get there.
Yeah, the louder it is tonight, the better it is for Maryland. And, it has to be that way. And your point, it does start with the students. When the students are there, and they'll be there tonight. I think all the student tickets are gone already. And it'll be nuts. And that filters up into where the adults sit, the other people sit, things like that. And, we have a great fan base. A lot of people pay a lot of money to support Maryland basketball, and we appreciate all that. But we do need the people in the stands for these games.
All right, Coach. Well, man, we appreciate you giving us some time, man. Happy birthday early. We'll probably still say it on your birthday as well, because I'm sure we'll be on the airwaves. So take care of yourself, man, and let's go Terps.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Hey, does B. Mitch still get paid even though he wasn't participating?
You mean JP?
Show? Yeah,
JP.
Not B. Mitch. Yeah, no.
I'm trying to work it out to where when he has to step away and work for the other company he works for, I get the extra money here.
Well, it makes sense to me. I mean, that's pretty obvious. So good luck with that.
Hey, if that works, he'll never step away again. I promise you that. All right, Gary. Thank you, man.
B. Mitch, thank you.
All right, bro. That's Gary Williams joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You heard Gary. They have a game going on tonight, and you need to be there, because this team is going to need home court advantage. All the noise, students, bring it. Adults, bring it. Adults, since you all at a certain age, get you a little extra confidence. Go into the game, cheer it up, make sure that Maryland has a lot of people supporting them, and we need Queen to go out there and get it. We're going to take a quick break here. We get back. JP and I, hopefully JP will be back. We'll continue talking up. We'll get a little bit more about what's happening at the Combine. John Allen, any more information we have on him. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back.
Cincinnati Bengal fans got to be optimistic about a T. Higgins return for all of an entire evening. Bengals director of player personnel Duke Tobin indicated that there was little reason to not expect him back in a Bengals uniform next season and beyond. However, that optimism might have been diminished when T. Higgins himself posted a single emoji late last night. The emoji was a cap. In Gen Z terms, cap means that somebody's lying, so it's not too hard to connect the dots there. And it's being reported that Aaron Rodgers is making it known he prefers to play for the Rams next season, and he'd be bringing someone along with him. He wants to bring Devontae Adams with him to the Rams once the Jets wide receiver becomes a free agent. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Still like Beavership Philly, 1067 The Fan. Right now, caller number 10 to 1-800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to the Wizards on Wednesday, March 5th versus Utah. The first 10,000 fans in attendance get a special G-Wiz bobblehead courtesy of Capital One. Don't miss all the mascot fun, including appearances from Franklin the Dog, Benny the Bull, and the Blue Blob. You won't want to miss any of the action. Grab your tickets today. All right, get you ready for the Combine. JP is up there with the Combine now. So as we go through the week, we get ready for everybody to get out there and start moving around. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock on NFL Network, you get a chance to look at the defensive linemen, and the linebackers go through all their drills. On Friday, it's going to be the defensive backs and tight ends. It's going to be Saturday starting at 1 p.m. Quarterbacks, wide receivers, and running backs. And then the big guys on the offensive line who protect the quarterbacks. Offensive linemen, we're doing all their work at 1 o'clock. And we have heard a lot about this being a draft where we have a lot of damn good defensive linemen. It's going to be very strong in that situation. I believe that Washington would be definitely paying attention on that side because they are going to try their best to straighten up their defense, which they need. And then I think on Sunday, they'll be looking again with offensive linemen. I'm a little different than a lot of people that listen to us on a daily basis. I know a lot of fans, all you talk about and think about are skill positions, and that's nice. You know, they sell a lot of jerseys. But if you don't have the big boys to protect them, they can't do their job. We saw last year, we got to a point in the midway through the season, right around 7-8 games in, offensive linemen started to get banged up. Didn't have enough depth to keep the offense rolling how it was. We lost 3 games in a row. We watched the defensive side of the ball, where teams were able to run the ball at will a lot of times. And a lot of times it had nothing to do with the actual scheme. It's just that you don't have the right horses. For me, I don't sit here and try to act like I know every player coming out of college. No one does. There are a bunch of guys that are coming out that's going to go high, 1st through 10, 11, 12. We're not going to get them. But I have a lot of confidence in Adam Peters, and I believe that he's going to get someone who's going to be effective. We watched last year in the draft. The guys they drafted perform higher than their position. I know we want first-round picks, but there's not a football team in history that has all first-rounders. Okay? No team ever had all first-rounders, but they still find a way to win. Because that GM has to be on the right mindset with a coach. Maybe a guy you find the 2nd, the 3rd round. But they have a skill level that you believe you can get a lot out of. And you have to start working with that. I feel they need to go heavy O-line and D-line. You can fill other positions. But I'm not, and I know Adam has stated that we want to build through the draft. That doesn't mean that he's going to have only drafted players. Sometimes you got to circumvent that by bringing in a player of a caliber. And I'm going to say his name. I don't know what happened with that, whether they get him or not. Myles Garrett. You know, you look at a guy like him, Hendrickson, a guy like that guy. If you can get that guy for a proper price or a proper trade position, you do it. Because when the season starts, I don't think anyone's going to care were you drafted or were you brought here because of free agency or did they trade for you? All you're going to care about is the guy's producing at a high level on the field. So when I start looking around, when I look at football, I am comparing our team to the better teams around the league. And we don't have to look damn far because we look right up the road. Baltimore's right there, and you go up the road and live in Florida, Philadelphia. Those are the type of teams I look at. And what do they normally do well? They protect their quarterback, damn good offensive line, and they disrupt the other team's quarterback, damn good defensive line. We have to compete with Philly twice a year. And that's where your mind should be. How can you make it to where it's damn near an even battle when our O-line is against their D-line and when their O-line is against our D-line? We have to find out a way to get that going on because I don't care if you go get T. Higgins, whoever. If you don't improve the other stuff, Jay won't have enough time to throw the ball to him. You go jump in your car, you don't care about how pretty that damn car look. You care about how good your engines are going to run, how long it's going to run strong for you. And you want to make sure your transmission is working right too. That's the way I compare and describe football teams, offensive line, defensive line. Your motor and your transmission are the big dudes that show up on a consistent basis. And then as we begin to go through this draft and maybe later on they may find some other guys, I don't think offensively we had the biggest problem. We were able to score with the best of them. We were able to score on good defenses. But we had issues when we couldn't block them up completely. But then you flip it over, teams were able to move the ball on us. And it was like at will at sometimes. The way that the first play of the game in the NFC Championship game, that told me at that point, we need to get some better D linemen. We got to go for it. And I know when it starts up, everybody looks for the sexy position. Nothing sexier than an offensive lineman, I think, blocking for you. Or a defensive lineman collapsing a pocket and making the quarterback have to run for his life and worry about stuff. That's where we have to get. I love how our fans get excited about certain things. But let's just start realizing sometimes it's not about the sexy pick. Every time somebody becomes free, we don't have to get them. I mean, it amazes me that every time there's a free agent, we are the loudest and want everybody. When are we going to ever get to the point where, you know what, we're good enough? We just got to add certain pieces. And everybody on every team, the ones that cause a lot of damn problems, you don't want them on your football team? Now, if you're at a point where you are right there, you need one little piece, then you might be willing to deal with a headache. But Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, and crew are in a position right now where they're trying to build something that's long and sustainable. And if you try to get every knucklehead out there, you don't get to that point. You build culture, you build foundations by having the right people around that are going to carry on what you're trying to present. And I believe that every knucklehead out there will mess that up some. And yes, they may be the fastest. They may seem like they're the strongest. But if there's someone that constantly have your team battling, bumping heads, pulling apart from each other, that doesn't help the chemistry. That doesn't help you to flow in the right direction. So I'm just asking you all, try it once. Somebody become free. They become available. We don't have to try to go after them. Because in essence, we cannot get everybody. These people have a plan. They have a map of what they want to do. They have a mindset of the type of people they want to bring here. Let him do that. I know all of us, I'm going to put myself in it. We think we're smarter than the person that put the team together. We think we're smarter than the coaches, but we're not. We don't look at enough film. We don't follow enough people, don't have the proper information to ever think that we could do better than them people.
B, I am back. Did you miss me?
Nope. I was just on my soapbox.
I believe it.
Yeah.
DQ just talked at length, and it was very interesting. His last answer was to a question from Ben Standig that really, I feel like I heard a specific player being mentioned. Standig asked kind of what does he need from skill positions? Like, how do they look to get better there? And Dan spoke in very much generalities throughout his conversation, and he was very deflective of being named the top coach in the NFL by the NFLPA.
Be deflective all you want, man. Accept that.
Right.
Dan acting like you. Don't want people to give you compliments. What the hell is wrong with y'all?
Right. I think, but his last answer, he talked about violence. And he talked about wanting offensive players that can play with violence. And he talked about being aggressive in your cuts. He's talking about skill position players. And to me, hearing all that, I feel like I heard one specific dude, like Deebo Samuel. If you had to describe a violent offensive skill position player, does he not immediately come to mind?
Definitely. But that he has to stay healthy with that violence, though.
Totally. There's challenges to all of it, right? And I think with Quinn, it's pretty damn fascinating. He talked about Bobby Wagner repeatedly, and he kept joking that you got to ask Bobby Wagner's agent what Bobby wants to do, because Bobby Wagner's his own agent. He acts in his own interest.
Well, you get to Bobby's point in the career, and you're as smart as he is. Hell, you do right to represent yourself.
Sure. I think it sure seems, dude. Quinn was asked about Jaden, and he said, the thing with Jaden is that it's all about he's constantly trying to get better. And then unprompted, he brought up Wagner. He's like, I know Bobby Wagner somewhere getting better today. It stands out to me that Dan Quinn wants Bobby Wagner back. And then it also stood out. Somebody in the crowd yelled, are you worried Pete Carroll's going to try to steal him? And DQ said the same reply. You'd have to ask Bobby's agent. So I thought that was all pretty interesting.
See, Dan has that little, quick and dry sense of humor.
Totally, dude.
Yeah, I like that.
And he's generous with his time. And I think even beyond that, it's like, for DQ, he owns the brotherhood, like all of the stuff the intangible stuff that locker room had that is hard to put your finger on or properly describe. Like they had all that, right? And he gives all the credit to the players, but a big part of it is him and the culture he builds and how he approaches each day, right? But you got to acknowledge, listen, man, whatever you guys did last year, what do you always say about your gumbo? You got to start with a roux, and no roux is the same every time. Yep. It's a new batch, right?
That's the way I look at it.
Next year is going to be a new batch, period. And there's no guarantee that it'll go as well as it did this year. And he said, I thought it was a really good line. He's like, yeah, technically the new league year is next, 2 weeks from now. But to coaches' minds, this is the new league year. Like we're here. We know no two teams will ever be the same. And we know that this is the time of year where business and football intersect.
Totally.
And we're seeing it unfold with John Allen, right? Like these things are going to happen. There's going to be decisions they have to make. And it's that's just the reality of pro football.
Yeah, it is. But listen, everybody deals with this thing differently. We as fans and media people, we want all the news and we're looking for the excitement level. The coaches are like, how can I make this thing as easy as it was the previous year or as different as it was the previous year if you suck? You
Right.
know what I mean? And when you had a year like they did, you want to keep momentum going. And they are in a position now where, yes, they got to get great talent. But they also got to be people that they think can fit in with everybody else to where you have a smooth transition instead of people that's bumping heads with everybody. So it's a little tougher for them, but they got to go through the motions and get it done.
I mean, this is the mechanical part of the offseason. Like, this is the perfunctory functionality. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of what has to – this has to happen for DQ to then do everything. Well, a couple other interesting things. I asked him about keeping the coaching staff together. He said he was really excited. One thing that I have 100% noticed that he said was one of the things he loves is when he says something in the coaches meeting and then he hears it later in the day, later in the week from one of his players. And that means not only are the coaches receiving his message, but then they're disseminating his message. And I'll be very, very honest. Like, over the years in Washington, you have had absolute factions within coaching staffs.
Oh, hell yeah.
Guys that outright hated each other and guys that undercut each other. And there's none of that. Keeping Cliff around is obviously huge. Another one that I thought was interesting is they asked I think Nikki, I want to credit whoever said it. I think Nikki specifically asked him about keeping David Blau. Because if you remember, they didn't necessarily allow Blau to interview elsewhere.
Yeah.
And she said, is keeping David Blau about Blau or about continuity for Jaden? And DQ was like, I want to be crystal clear. This is about David Blau. This guy is a very special coach. I was blown away. That was his first year of coaching. We see great things for Blau. And in my big-eared brain, it's very easy for me to process. When Cliff leaves next year, Blau's the OC.
Yeah, but I think the whole thing about it is we talked about this for years where we were talking about every coach that was around the league doing well, and we let all of them get out of the building. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I guess he's saying in this sense, listen, I'm not going to go out here and bring coaches around and start, get them to blossom for everybody else to get the fruits of my labor. I'm going to keep them right in my building. And if someone wants to get them, you're going to have to come make them something higher. But I'm not going to let no just, a little even move happen. It's not going to happen. I'm going to need you to, if you want them, come get them.
Here is what you do need to know. All right. What is unequivocal is that if you need a new garage door, you need to call my boys over at Door Pro America. Door Pro America came out. It was both the guys, Vince and Shane. They took some pictures. They showed us these cool Photoshops of all the different garage door possibilities, and it really has changed the front of my house. The new garage door is so quiet. When I go out at night, where I used to have to go in the front door and wake everybody up, now I just go in and out through the garage. It is fantastic. I'm telling you, you need to hit them up at doorproamerica.com. It has really, really changed my house. If you have an old, loud garage door, hit up Door Pro America. 877-DOOR-PRO, 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Dan Quinn talked at length. I think tomorrow we'll play a lot of it and try to make up our own minds what DQ was saying. One other interesting part was Quinn was asked, Brandon Coleman played left tackle. Mikey Samerstill ended up playing outside as a corner for you. Is that kind of how you view their positions going forward? And he said, I think both those guys can do that, but we're going to approach everything with fresh eyes and see, where else we add, what else happens. And I think that's fair. I think in an ideal world, you put Mikey inside because he's so damn good there. But having the flexibility of those guys helps a lot too. I mean, maybe Coleman can bump inside the guard if you get a stud tackle,
Yeah.
I think those are good problems to have, honestly. To have rookies that were able to play that much, mostly that well, and that versatility helps you a lot.
Yeah.
What else helps you is making bets. And if you are looking for some action, we got Terps Spartans tonight. You got the home stretch now of the NBA regular season. I think the Pacers are playing tonight. Butler's hosting St. John's. I'd love to go to that game, but I got all ears tonight, which you can watch live from Indy if you'd like. But there is so much action going on between hockey, college hoops, and the NBA regular season. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. If you're looking around tonight, man, there's a lot of big games in college hoops and all over the place. ESPN Bet Sportsbook has all of that action for you. You can check out all the totals, the player props, whatever it is you're looking for. Like my Turtles being a 4.5-point favorite with Michigan State coming to town, or maybe you want to bet the Hoyas going up to Connecticut to take on the Huskies. A lot of good action. Mason's playing tonight. Mason is a pretty big favorite over Fordham. Whatever it is you're looking for, ESPN Bet will take care of you. And new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets. Plus, you'll unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Virginia odds and lines subject to change. You must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. You got to check out the app for details. Now, why don't we make some bets?
Gather around.
White Brian, take it away.
JP and Jeff got wins yesterday.
Damn right.
Everyone else lost.
How we lost?
You had the Lakers Mavs over.
And it wasn't, huh? Because the Mavs suck.
Yeah, they didn't even score 100.
All right, so what am I for the week? 1-1?
Yeah, you and Jeff are 1-1. Everyone else is over.
Okay. Well, let's go, boys. Who's got bets for tonight?
Auburn -13. War
Michigan
Eagle.
State +3.5.
You're a real hater, Landfill.
Yes, I am.
You are a bona fide hater.
100%. Emma.
Straight up. What do you got tonight, B?
Give me
Arsenal.
Can I bet on B. Mitch putting in a parlay?
No. Why would you want to bet on that?
Because you always put in a parlay.
Give me the Boston Celtics. -4.5.
B, you are an NBA loyalist. You don't go to college hoops very often.
No, I don't go to it till they bring me to March Madness.
Do I want to bet on Butler tonight?
I might fool you. I might pull up some college basketball. Let me see.
I like it. You think about Wake versus UVA? How about the ACC game of the night? Stanford against Boston College.
Yeah, basically all the games are 149.5 in the Big Ten.
Yeah. All right. I got my pick. You ready, White Brian? The Arizona State Sun Devils at home +4.5 with BYU coming to town. I can't bet this Maryland game. I'm on pins and needles, dude. And I'm going to be watching it on my phone in a
Man, give me the over.
Convention center.
Auburn and Ole Miss. That's my parlay.
Scarens Terrence just tweeted me, White Brian cannot bet on the local teams, especially the Caps. He mushed them last night, and it cost him big. White Brian, you might be banned from the locals, dude. I don't know how you feel about that.
Max took the Caps. I wasn't on the Caps.
Oh,
Who took the Cap?
Oh, Landfill, we forgot to talk about this. Do you know how much that dude Max sounds like you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it. Not at all.
Yeah, he sounds just like you, dog.
He does sound like you.
Yeah.
Not exactly, but it's damn close.
Of course you don't hear it.
You don't hear it,
don't
Jeff?
hear nothing.
I don't hear it at all.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Maybe if you were here, you would have heard it.
Besides JP, I have the best hearing on this program.
That's BS.
I see what you did there. I also, despite my gigantic ears, I actually have really bad hearing. Which
we know.
Doesn't surprise anybody.
Bad hearing, understanding, and remembrance.
Yeah. Besides that, I got it all. Besides that, how was the play, Mrs.
Besides
Lincoln?
that, you're perfect.
Right. Thank you, everybody, listening to the show today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Chris Harry for joining us. Thank you to the legend, the Hall of Famer, Gary Williams, for joining us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. My last day in Indy tomorrow. Nobody go anywhere. Grant and Danny next. If you made it this far, that dude Max owes Landfill a beer.
One way or another, it appears that two-time All-Pro cornerback Jair Alexander and the Packers are headed for a split. It's being reported the Packers are listening to trade offers for him. That 2018 first-round pick has 2 years still remaining on a 4-year contract, $84 million contract, that is. At the time, it made him the highest-paid cornerback in the NFL. However, that deal contains no more guaranteed money. And NFLPA report cards are here, so let's take a look. How did the Commanders do? The big improvement, they jumped from last place overall last season to 11th overall. Last season, the Commanders received an F grade in treatment of families, locker room, training staff, and team travel. This year, treatment of families up to a B+. Locker room is still the only F grade. Training room up to a C+. Training staff, huge improvement to a B+. And team travel earns an A grade. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Happy Wednesday. What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on The Fan, February 26th, 2025. You are listening live to G&D. We're coming your way from our Navy Yard Half Street Studios, and we will be here live and local until 6:30 this evening on The Fan. At 3 o'clock, Robert Flores of MLB Network, very popular show that he hosts with Mark DeRosa, Lauren Shahadi. He's going to be on the program at 3 in 1 hour to talk Nats baseball. He was at spring training with the club today. And Caps defenseman Jacob Chikrin joins us at 5 o'clock. A very rare regulation loss for Washington at Capital One Arena last night. Something that had only happened once since the new year. Ryan went to the game with me. I'm not going to blame Ryan, but I'm just going to say they were down 2-0 early, and Toby and Darius are blaming Ryan. That's all I'm saying.
That's all we can do.
Yeah.
I will say this. It's a compliment to this team. When Ovi scored to make it 2-1, and by the way, Ovi scored again. Just a quick FYI.
Another game.
Just a quick FYI.
Did Ovi score? And that goal, by the way.
Yeah.
The angle, outrageous. Yep. The release, egregious. Yep. What is going on?
Like a lacrosse guy doing a trick shot, except it's with hockey and a puck.
Huhey. He's 39, man. Yeah. 11 goals away. 11. It is happening. What is the Twitter GIF that everybody uses? Is it Ron Paul? There's another one, too, where Michael Scott like backing up in the office, and there's craziness all around him. It's happening.
It's happening.
11 goals from Gretzky, man.
So they didn't play great last night, which happens. It's long grind. It's 82. And, of course, they'd scored 15 goals their previous 2 games. So now they're playing this Calgary team that's middling. And, of course, they don't score much, but whatever.
Felt like that caught up with them a little bit.
Yeah.
They were pretty snake bit early on. Nothing. They couldn't have thrown a puck into the ocean.
Just the way it felt.
If they were on a boat.
But this is what's so great about this group is when Ovechkin scores, and again, Ovechkin scored, just a quick casual. You go, oh, they're winning. They're going to win. Now, they didn't. I understand that. But the point is they put enough deposits in the bank where they've had mediocre, lackluster, slow, we're in quicksand, we can't play great, we don't have our A game. And there's this calm, there's this relentlessness. It reminds me, honestly, of the 2019 Nats. Not the, 1931 start, but after that. We're down 5 runs, doesn't matter. We're down 6 runs in the 9th to the Mets, doesn't matter. Watch this. There is no panic. There's never a moment where they get out of their game. They just keep doing their thing like waves crashing on the shore, and eventually they take the beach away. They're incredible.
If you were one of the many Grant and Danny listeners who gave me a bunch of heat last night as I was wearing the hat that I didn't throw on the ice a game earlier, I deserve it, but you can still kick rocks. But I did deserve it,
okay.
And you're allowed to have done what you did. If you were nice to me and you didn't mention the hat, thank you. You're a sweetheart.
Okay.
This is the end of my TED Talk.
What was the ratio?
Oh, there were more people that mentioned the hat than didn't.
Over like 50 people said hi to Grant?
It was fewer than that.
25 people?
Yeah, it was a couple of dozen.
Like a 14-11 game?
There was a lot of hat talk.
15-10?
It didn't have to be that way.
You're right, it didn't, Grant.
A simple hello would have done.
It would have.
Simple, hey, listen to the program. I guess you said that in your own words.
Yeah, you could have taken that hat and that little right hand of yours, get that front shoulder closed as you point towards your target and lofted it right onto the ice. You could have done that.
I want to talk about a guy named Harold Landry, not LaRon Landry. Dirty 30. Remember him?
Yes, I do.
LaRon Landry from
LSU.
That's right.
I wanted him. This was as the draft was happening, by the way, like leading up to it. I was desperate for LaRon Landry.
What
and this
pick did they use on him?
Number 5? 6? Yeah, it's right in there.
6th overall pick out of LSU to pair him at safety with Sean Taylor.
Yeah. I wanted that, by the way.
So many of us did.
Yeah.
He ended up having some moments. He did some good things.
Yeah, the moments of tackling a guy 20 yards down the field and flexing on him.
The problem was he liked lifting weights so much more than he liked playing football.
Oh, did he love that?
He was so damned big, LaRon Landry. But there's another Landry I want to talk about. Harold Landry. Harold Landry of the Tennessee Titans has been granted permission to seek a trade. This is the John Allen treatment from Tennessee for Harold Landry, who's a Pro Bowl talent, who is only 28. He has 2 years remaining on his contract, not a single penny guaranteed. Again, does this sound familiar? This is, in a lot of ways, the Titans version of John Allen. He is still productive, though. The numbers are there. The skill set's probably declined a little bit. He's going into his age 29 season. He tore his ACL back in 2022 and missed the entire year. But in the 2 years since, 10.5 and 9 sacks. Now, the year before he tore his ACL, it was 12 sacks. But he's had more TFLs the last 2 years than he had before the injury. You look at quarterback hits, he's gone from, at the peak of his powers as a Pro Bowler 2 years ago, 22 hits on the quarterback to 21 and 15, respectively, the last 2 years. Last year, I would say, was the least impactful season that he has had. But he's been very durable. It's 17 games played every year that there's been 17 to play since they expanded the schedule. He only missed one game other than the ACL injury, that kind of freak thing.
Yep.
He's missed one game in his career. So I like that a lot. That's not a John Allen trait necessarily in terms of the durability. Allen plays through pain, but he's banged up often. But if you look at it with Landry, you're talking about a guy that's a pretty safe bet to get you 10 sacks. And this is not a Myles Garrett package that's necessary, right? I mean, you don't have to go out and trade first-round picks. He's got cap hits of $24 million each of the next 2 years. That's a big number. That's essentially what they didn't really want to pay Montez Sweat, as an example. And you'd get Sweat-like production. And there are plenty of people who have suggested it'd be nice if they still had Sweat as that 10-sack guy, 18, 20 hits on the quarterback, 15 TFLs. But this would be that kind of player with a cap that's expanded sizably since you made the Sweat decision. So the $24 million now is kind of like, what 21 or 20 million would have been a few years ago. I am very intrigued by Harold Landry.
Rightfully so. And you'll notice when names like this come up, you'll notice that we'll be spending time discussing them. The reason is, and this is now sort of I call it the blogosphere. It's not anymore. It's not blogs, but the way the 24/7, 365 NFL news cycle is everybody that covers the sport goes, hey, look, there's a glaring need right there. Look at the glaring need that this team has. It's the reason why they didn't win. They get to the Super Bowl. Hey, look at this glaring, obvious thing that's a shortcoming. Here's a player that does that. So when there's Myles Garrett speculation, when there's Harold Landry speculation, it's going to come up here and everywhere kind of around the league. So again, you should be intrigued. This is a good player. This is more of an edge than he is a pure 4-3 defensive end, hand in the dirt guy. So he's listed as a linebacker, but he's there to rush the passer, occasionally have to set the edge in the run game. But, think kind of a little bit bulkier Dante Fowler in terms of build and design. I mean, 6'2", 252, sort of built like that conventional linebacker, but he is a pass rusher. That's who he is. When he plays, as you said, he averages 10.5 sacks over the last 3 years played. Missed all of 22 because of that injury that you mentioned. He's good for that. Like, he is a solid, if not plus performer who's, cap hit $24 million over the next couple of years. It's not a bargain by any stretch of the imagination, but it's one of those things where you got a need, you got some space. Ta-da.
I'm glad you mentioned Fowler because I think he's more him than like an every down stud edge.
He's not that 270, 6'3", 270, hand in the dirt, Richard Dent style. I don't know why I picked him, but
Richard Dent. Good Lord.
Yeah, I was just going for what's a conventional defensive
you
end?
Mention a random guy from 30 years ago.
Yeah. Played in 85, and he's really good.
Or longer. I don't know about him as a run stuffer, an edge setter, which they've got to get if they're spending a lot of money. I think he'd be okay in that regard. I think he's probably an upgrade from Fowler, maybe, but he's a little bit lighter than Dante Fowler, actually. He's just a really good pass rusher. So that's where my ears perk up. That's where the antenna from the back of my neck's going to go up, and I'm going to go, somebody's talking about a pass rusher who's available. Where is said pass rusher? And then I'll start doing my due diligence. But they got to get to the quarterback. They have to affect the passer. See what the Eagles did in pummeling the Chiefs by just harassing Patrick Mahomes. It's the best thing you can do to improve this defense. It's about edge, interior, pass rush, and secondary play. The rest of it, you can kind of figure out. You've also got Luvu and perhaps Wagner if you bring him back on the second level anyway. But Harold Landry's availability was how I kind of started my day. The other big development NFL news-wise today, Danny, the NFLPA survey dropped. So this is year 3 of this NFLPA survey. And this is normally a dreaded day around these parts.
Mm-hmm.
The last 2 years, Washington has graded 32nd of 32 teams in the NFLPA team report cards. So the way this works, for those of you that don't remember, there are right around 10 categories that players are polled on, secret ballot style, where they get to grade their employer. You might do this in your own workplace, by the way. I know
Absolutely, yeah.
we get a little email like this where it's like, what's good? What isn't about working where you work? And so the NFLPA, the union for the players, then compiles all of the grading from every single player. It's like a 1 to 10 scale. They grade based on the numbers, letter grades for every team in every category. And then they assign 1 to 32 the overall report card. And for lack of a better phrase, I just say the best to the worst team to work for. These are things like, how do you treat the family of the players? Food and dining area. Does it taste good? Is it fresh? And do I have a nice cafeteria to eat in? Nutritionist, dietitian. Do I have someone coaching me up well? The locker room, which a lot of the teams with the dated and antiquated facilities like Washington get a really bad grade in that. Training room, training staff, the weight room, strength coaches, team travel. What kind of plane are we flying on? Do we have enough space? Is our schedule when we travel efficient? Am I having to sleep in the same room as someone in a hotel like the Dallas Cowboys make their players do the night before a game, which is comical? And then head coach and ownership. And that's my favorite categories, if I'm being honest, because it's just like secret. How much do you like your boss? Which coaches are popular? Which are not? Which owners are popular? Which are hated? Well, Danny, after 2 years of being dead last, 32 out of 32, based on players not liking working for the Commanders, and before that, the football team. This year, they ranked 11th, just outside of the top 10. What a turnaround.
Yeah, pretty clear. The turnaround is there, and it's obvious. They're limited mainly by the facilities, right? Outdated. You can do as much lipstick as you want on Nubbs Field to Dashburn. It's not a good setup. So I don't think you can get much higher than that, to be honest with you. What you can do is everything else. You can be first class in everything from training staff, strength and conditioning, treatment of families, whether it's travel, just doing everything possible to be kind and to be thoughtful and be generous and not worry about how much something costs. You just do the right thing and know that it'll come back to you in the end, know that it'll come out in the wash. I mean, we heard these stories. I don't know if this is unique to the NFL or to this team rather than other places. I have no idea. I've never experienced it though. A guy gets hurt and Adam Peters immediately, goes down to the locker room where a family member or somebody else can't go, and he's texting the spouse. He's texting the dad who he knew happened to be in the stadium at that point, or he's texting, somebody's younger brother who was there. Hey, this is what's going on. We're taking him to the emergency room, or not a big deal. It's a sprained ankle. He'll be back in a couple of weeks. Whatever that is, that's first class. Man, it just is. That is the understanding that somebody's going through it, understanding that there's anxiety from loved ones, and you're doing everything you possibly can. That's above and beyond. Now, it may not seem like that big a deal, but you do that in all walks all the time. Yeah, it's better. Because some skeptic's going to tell you it's because they won a bunch of games. Yeah, that helps. It's not worth 21 spots, though. A lot of teams that won a bunch of games didn't necessarily do that.
Well, they're just controlling the controllables. The things that they can actually positively change and affect and influence without having a new stadium and a new facility, all were on a rocket ship toward not just better grades, but A's and A pluses. They have the highest rated head coach in Dan Quinn, according to player polling this year. 1 out of 32 in terms of the score that was given to Dan Quinn by his players. They have a top 10 owner now in terms of popularity among players. They got an A grade there. Josh Harris, 8th out of 32 owners. They got an A for team travel. They got an A for their strength coaches. Again, this is just player graded, right? A lot of these guys, and especially this year, 24 of their players came from outside the building. They've been in other buildings. They've been at other stops. They came here and were so impressed this year by how Washington was doing it. It's not like you're a career commander who's been here 4 years and just the improvement year over year was so big. No, these are guys like Wagner, who's been with the Rams and the Seahawks, or Austin Eckler, who's been with the Chargers, who came here and said, I really, really like this. B+ for the training staff, B+ for the food and dining after they got F grades in that category over the last couple of years, B+ for how they treated families, a B- for their weight room. Now, you said it. A lot of the issue that they have is just going to be facilities. C+ in the training room for basically where they get their work done, and then an F in the locker room because the guys said they don't have enough space, it's not nice enough, whatever. Until you get your new stadium, and that also means you're going to get your new training facility, wherever that is, there's only so much you can do there. Maybe you could put some blush on that pick, but for the most part, Danny, you're basically looking at, what, a D, hopefully a C- grade, but to go from 32 to 11, I still remember the quote at the end of last season, I think it was, when Josh Harris did a press conference and he was asked about the NFLPA scores that came out. And he said, I'm not an F- guy. We're not going to do F- work. We won't stand for that. Well, he put his money where his mouth is.
Yep.
We saw it literally with the stadium, $70 million. And you're seeing it in this polling with the stuff that we don't get to see, that the players get to see. But I think a big part of this is Adam Peters, who's just a human being with human skills and high EQ and treats people really well, who sets the front office culture. I think a huge part of this is Dan Quinn, same thing.
Yep.
Good human being with good people-to-people skills. They had some of that. Like Ron Rivera was a beloved guy and a liked coach. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't suggest that some of this was the fact that they won a bunch of games and it was a lot more fun to come to work.
Sure.
When you're winning 14 games instead of 4 the previous season. But there is a chicken or the egg we'll debate later in the show. You know, conversation to be had here where the 14 wins were made possible by guys wanting to be in the building for longer than they wanted to be there last year. But look at some of the big differences. Treatment of families. Last year, F-. This year, F+. Food and dining. Last year was up from an F to a D+. This year, B+. Let's see. Where are some of the other biggest? Training staff went from an F to a B+, an area where they invested a lot of time and money. Team travel went from an F to an A. How the heck do you go from an F to an A in a year? You try. You work at it. You spend. You ask a lot of questions. You know, Harris and Rails and these owners sit down with players and ask them, what do you need? Head coach Rivera went C to Quinn, A+. Ownership, year one of the ownership group of B. They listened. They made changes. Now they're an A. Almost unilaterally across the board, everything went up.
And there's no guarantee. Like if you finish 1 or 2 in this, doesn't mean that you're going to win in 15 games. And there are gripes with every organization. I like the Bills, for example, who've been a buzzsaw, have been as good as anybody in the sport. I think had like an F when it came to travel, an F-. Or you look at some of the different things. Some of it isn't necessarily a guarantee one way or the other. You can have strengths and weaknesses. I mean, Atlanta finished really high, and they've been the definition of mediocre. So it's not always 1-to-1. But the point is, you've gone from this old way of doing it previously, where for everybody that used to defend Snyder or say, well, he wants to win or whatever, you had a funny way of showing it. You can do the prize that everybody gets to see. The unsexy thing, the winning thing, the good behavior thing, which is you treat people well. Every once in a while, you may stumble into that. They never could find a way to do so, whether it was training table, whether it was food, whether it was the facility. I mean, again, can you imagine how embarrassed you would be? I'm talking to you, Grant, and then everyone else out there listening. If part of your NFL facility, guys had to walk around an unusable turf field that had basically been condemned. Basically, like it's not safe to have people on this field as part of an NFL practice facility. You can't go on it because it'll it's like going on the concrete at Veterans Stadium after 1 million years of wear and tear. You just dealt with that, not for a minute, not for 6 months when we're saving some money. For decades, you couldn't use that thing. It took Harris an hour. Going, what? We can't use that? Bullcrap. We're fixing that right now. That's just what you do. The whole business is supposed to be about winning football games and treating people well. It comes back to you. And I'm proud of him. Honestly, that's awesome.
So this was polling of the players. I want to reiterate, NFLPA did this. And these are the things that they saw that mattered to them, that made their experience better with the Commanders. But we're the fan, and really in so many ways it's about you guys. The station is here for the education of and entertainment of fans of these teams, right? So we thought it would be fun to kind of do our own polling here and ask you, where did you see the biggest improvement this year other than the results, which is obvious, right? But in terms of tangible things for you, if you're someone who goes to the games, maybe it was the experience there, maybe it was traffic or parking or food. If you're someone who doesn't go to the games and you just watch and follow from afar, maybe it was, how the team operated in the media or something else that you perceived. We know what the players think because we see the PA survey. We just went through it. But what have you seen as the biggest changes organizationally year over year? We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you guys right now at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders improved from last to 11th in this year's NFLPA report card. Dan Quinn, one of 6 coaches with an A-plus grade. The Titans are allowing edge rusher Harold Landry to seek a trade. The 28-year-old started all 17 games last season and had 9 sacks. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers tonight at home, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Denny Avdia making his return against the Wizards. Alex Sarr out for tonight's matchup. The Nationals on the diamond right now trailing 2-0 in the 6th inning. DJ Hurst giving up a 2-run home run in the 1st inning. College hoops tonight, number 16 Maryland taking on number 8 Michigan at home. 6:30 tip-off. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. Georgetown on the road taking on UConn at 6:30 on Bloomberg 99.1. In hockey, the Capitals fell to the Flames last night 3-1. Alex Ovechkin with goal, though, his 30th of the season, now just 12 away from Wayne Gretzky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. We're taking a good look at the Commanders players getting polled on the team's operation this year. 10 categories, how they feel about being employed in Washington, comparing that to the last couple of years. They were dead last. They were 32nd. Now they're up to 11th. Really big improvements by Josh Harris in the ownership, Adam Peters in the front office, Dan Quinn on the sideline. Everybody should be thrilled. Frankly, it's one of those like take a bow moments when you go from 32 back-to-back years to 11. And we've seen it. We saw it on the field where they went from 4 wins to 14 wins. We've seen it in just the perception around the country and how they're talked about. And now you're seeing internally that it's a place you want to be. They treat your family well. They are going to give you a chance to get the food that you need 3 meals a day. They're going to travel you to and from games, events, practices in an elegant, classy way. Like all the stuff that they weren't doing before. This is all really, really good. This is all from the player perspective. So we're asking you guys here on the Fan what you have seen tangibly, what is noticeable to you that were some of the biggest differences last year. For the players, the big differences were travel, coaching, ownership, and it seemed like food. They went from just not liking the freshness, the taste, and where they eat to a lot of those things being fixed this year with a new philosophy internally. So let's talk fans then. 800-636-1067.
So just by way of kind of further information, it's a weighted grading system. So the NFLPA explains their methodology. And each thing gets a certain percentage points of the whole grade. So if you get 100% on an insignificant thing, it helps, but not as much as getting 100% on something that's more weighted, more important. So here's the reason I'm explaining this. Basically, 10% of your grade, it's like the midterm, 10% of your grade is the locker room. That locker room in both facilities probably is not something that you can destroy, rebuild, fix without, major renovation over the course of months and years. And they fixed a lot of things and changed a lot of stuff. They're kind of stuck with that until a new facility comes along. So it's a way of saying everything else they could fix, they fixed or improved dramatically. And they're held back from being in the top 3 or 4, maybe 5, by this 10% of their grade being as low as it can be. Only a handful of Fs there among them in that stuff. So anything that this ownership group touched became better. That's my takeaway. That's it. When they applied themselves and said, we're going to try to fix it, they fixed it. When they said they were going to do something, they did it. This shouldn't be a novel concept. It should be the normal course of events that we're part of this public trust here as fans and people that are diehards and care so much about every play and every signing and every outcome, that we hear from the ownership group. We hear from those in charge, and they say, here are the expectations. Here's what we're trying to do. And then we can judge them according to that. Well, every time they said we're going to try to do something, they did the something. They are working on, like, it's not just something, we'd like to get to that, or maybe one day, or we're making this big promise. Kevin Sheen has this line, and I've stolen it over the years, but the hallmark of Dan Snyder, among many other things, in addition to alleged crimes and all the other crap that we know of, his regime was overpromise and underdeliver. That was their staple. The offseason hype, the let's get on board with this thing. Here's the new reason to be excited. And the fans got the rug pulled time after time after time after time. It became exhausting. This was, we're going to do this thing, and then we did it. So we got credibility now. That's the biggest thing to me above all the rest of it from this ownership group. That's the difference is there's no over-promising. We're going to try to do this, and then they did it.
Yeah, so I'm lucky enough with the access that we get media-wise or that I have to have, I guess, experienced some of this like through players in the sense that I've had guys tell me that the story that you referenced in the first segment was something I was told by a player where, his father got a phone call during the game after an injury. And so you see some of that and you see how guys are treated. I'm in the bowels of the stadium in Tampa after the playoff game, and I see Adam Peters come out and he's giving Christian McCaffrey's family a big hug. And I'm walking by and he's got his hand on Christian McCaffrey, talking about how proud he is of their son. There was almost this like youth football feel to that. Ed McCaffrey, and I forget his wife's name, but they're standing there, and he's like, "Man, your kid, he's just such a good guy, and he's been so important to us in the building." Like, how cool is that? Just that you see that everywhere you look in the organization, which I love. But I guess to answer the question directly for me, the thing that I noticed the most is how they treat people. I think fans could probably relate to this. And if you guys want to give us any anecdotes, you have 800-636-1067. But I'll speak for myself specifically. It's just so different. I mean, the number of years covering this team where you're walking around, it used to be in the building. You're not really allowed to go anywhere near the building at this point anymore. You're kind of on site, but outside of the facility for the most part until you go into the locker room. But it used to be when you walk by Dan Snyder, there's no eye contact. He's not going to look at you. He's not going to acknowledge your existence. When Bruce Allen would walk by, this guy who's been there for years, you've known, you've interacted with, you've interviewed over the years, you could be there a decade. He's not going to say hello. You say hi to him, he may or may not respond. I mean, this is how the top people there treated people they knew, like people that were there every day, people that are like fixtures at the facility. Now, Adam Peters is walking around and he's kind of bro hugging everyone and saying hello. And he's not a guy, by the way, that's going to be overly helpful to the media. He's not answering a lot of questions. He's not leaking things. He's not answering text messages and telling you why they like this player or who they're going to go get. It's not a politics game for him. He's going to be really, really nice, but he's going to let you know, can't help you, man. You know what I'm saying? And just the way they treat everyone. And I mean everybody. Watch a Dan Quinn press conference. Did you see Dan Quinn get upset one time this year?
No.
I kind of, it's almost eye-rolling a little bit with some of the shtick that's elementary level that they do with the Tell the Truth Monday and Back to Work Tuesday and Wonderful Wednesday and Thorough Thursday and Freaky Friday and Every Day's a Theme and whatever. But like, if you watch one of his pressers, he's, in his way, like he's extremely thorough. He answers everything. He's really nice to all the reporters. Like it's not an act with him. These are just dudes that I think all understand, whether it's because they had to win people back over or because it's just how they operate as decent human beings. They treat everybody well. It's a antithesis of what it used to be.
I think that's well said. I mean, you get the sense from the outside looking in, and you're there more often than most are, and I think that sentiment's been reflected by those that cover this team on a daily basis, right? That are at the facility dealing with folks and otherwise. It's not to say there weren't nice people there before. It's not to say that there haven't been any decent human beings that have come through that place, but it's different when it's universal. It's different when it's a matter of policy.
I like this one here. Let's go to Dave in Woodbridge. I think this one's been very noticeable from the outside. What's up, Dave? How are you? Dave, you're on Grant and Danny. Go ahead, buddy.
So my son and I went to a few games this year, and this experience seemed a little better. But I love how they have embraced all the former players. They're around practices now. They're at all these events. It seems like for over 20 years, we never got to see Darryl Green or B. Mitch on the sidelines. I love that we have.
Your phone's
breaking up
really bad.
But the point was, I think if I could steal it, it's basically the welcoming back of the legends and not demanding stuff from them. So what happens so often is, Snyder and company, when they needed some good PR or needed a boost, they're going, "Hey, come on back and do us a favor." You need to do nice things for these guys to make them feel part of the fold, right?
Well, remember when we had Charles Mann on the show? Charles Mann was with us, would have been before they got eliminated, but after maybe the end of the regular season or close to it. So it was playoff time. And Charles Mann essentially said that they've won me back over because he was on our show months and months earlier. And in fact, it's probably been a couple of years earlier, if I'm being honest. And he basically said, they call me when they need to trot me out. They call me, and occasionally they'll put me in a sweep, but there's always you're going to do this for us. A quid pro quo kind of deal where it's like, you get to watch the game in the sweep, but we need you to do this for us, Charles. And he said, it's not like that anymore. They just treat you better. You look at Brian Mitchell on our station. Now, B. Mitch obviously is working for them in the sense that he is doing post-game shows and, pre-game shows or whatever it is that he does, on the team site and streaming apparatuses. But B. Mitch and the team, I don't want to say we're at odds or put words in his mouth, but I mean, for years and years, there was no olive branch extended to him. That there was no relationship, really. It didn't seem like. He's just here. He's in the local media. He's one of the greats of all time at what he did. He's the greatest in your organization's history at what he did. What have they done? They have him around every day. He's in the facility. He's basically greeting players now in the tunnel as they come off the field, giving everybody a hug after the game with Santana Moss. He is in the mix. He's in the fold. It's how they're treating all the former players. London Fletcher's the same way. They're having guys come in and meet with people. Charles Mann in that same conversation told us he got a phone call one day from somebody saying, Dan Quinn wants you to come over. He wants to meet the badasses. And so him and Dexter Manley just showed up at the park and came in and shot the breeze in Dan Quinn's office for a little while. This is a guy that a couple years ago told us basically he wanted nothing to do with the team. I'm paraphrasing, but that they treated him like crap. And now they're saying, hey, come on over. And they gave him a tour of a facility he once worked in. Let's go to Drew in Naples listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. I have a great story with Josh Harris. It was a short interaction, but it really kind of says what you said. I got to see him on the sideline before game, and I went over to him, and I just said, thank you for buying the team. And his immediate reaction was, you're welcome. And then he kind of walked away, and he was doing, his own thing. And then a couple minutes later, he came back, and he said, our goal is to make this good for everyone. If we win, the fans win, that's what we're doing. And he didn't have to come back. And certainly the previous guy would have never come back. And I was just blown away that he actually took the time to interact on that.
I love the previous guy. Don't even say his name. We don't need to. You know what I mean?
Right.
The man who is not named.
That
one. 800-636-1067. So you've heard what the players thought was a lot better this year. Again, 32 teams got polled the last 3 years. 2 straight years, the Commanders were the least reputable club. This is the place you want to work less than any other in the NFL. And now they're just outside of the top 10 at 11. And they got 4 A's or A pluses. Number 1 in head coach, number 8 in ownership, top 10 in strength coaches and in team travel, where they got an F last year in team travel.
Yeah.
They went from an F to an A. What's the biggest difference you've seen? I do love that one call, though, on how they treat the former players. I hadn't thought of that, but that's a really good one. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
They had to win back the players that felt abandoned, kind of. I don't expect, that's not their job to make us feel good. But no, these guys have, even though they're doing all these things, there has been an inclusive nature about them. They have invited me a bunch of times to games, and not just me, but my friends. We were at Daryl Green's jersey retirement. We were all there, a bunch of us. A lot of guys I hadn't seen in a long, long time had felt comfortable with coming back out. And so it's a process. It's going to take them a minute, but I tell you what, I feel a lot better about this team and about coming around.
That's Charles Mann on the ownership group. What's the biggest difference you've noticed? Asking you this on the day that Washington's players named the team with their voting the 11th best team to work for in the NFL after back-to-back years where they were 32nd out of 32 teams. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Robert Flores of MLB Network joins us in 12 minutes. He's at Nat Spring Training today at 4 o'clock. We're going to be giving away Caps tickets, and you'll have a Beltway Blitz. And at 5 o'clock today, Jacob Chikrin stops by for the first of his weekly segments with us for the remainder of this season.
Oh, hello there.
Thrilled about this to have Chikrin on, a superstar defenseman in the NHL, and maybe the most important Capital so far this season. He will be with us for the remainder of the year on Grant and Danny. We're fired up about that. That's presented by IT Cadre. So shout out to our friends at IT Cadre who sponsored our Austin Eckler segment for making Chikrin possible the rest of this season. You'll hear from him at 5 o'clock. He's a good interview. He's been in the NHL, by the way, since he was 18 years old. He's 26. He's in his 9th year.
You imagine that, by the way?
No.
You're a 9th-year veteran as a 26-year-old?
Yeah.
Like, you're just a kid playing with grown men.
Oh, and it's a Wizards Wednesday, as if we're not busy enough. So we'll give away Wiz tickets tonight at 6 o'clock, taking you up to 6:30. So if you want Caps tickets, listen at 4. You want Wiz tickets, listen at 6 right here on the Fan. Let's go to Luke in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What has been the most noticeable difference for your fandom this year?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's nice to take my call.
Hey,
I had a visit to go out this weekend to see if I wanted to get some season tickets, and I'm telling you, I'm born and raised in this area, but I've always spent my money with the Wizards because of the indoor situation, and I will follow the Redskins / Commanders from afar. But for some reason, I went out to this park this weekend at Northwest. And the sales rep, I mean, he had me wrapped around his finger, and I was still a little hesitant, right? And then he FaceTimed Brian Mitchell, and he was like, "Luke, I hope you make a decision, man. We love to see you." And I just swiped my credit card. It was the greatest feeling I had.
The closer,
and I can see the vision of the team, and there's an excitement like I've never had in this area. So. That's the difference, man. And I know it's trickling down from the top. So thanks for taking my call. I'm excited, man. Now I'm a season ticket holder. Can you believe that? All right.
How about it?
Way to go, buddy. That's Brian Hoffman's music. That's Brian Rivera.
I was going to say.
I didn't know they had B-Mitch making the sales calls.
Get him loose. I hope he gets a commission on that.
Let's go to Ben in Alexandria on Grant and Danny. Hello, Ben. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. In 2020, I was at a physical fitness event, and the guest of honor was Daryl Green. And I got to talking to him, and the tone of his voice changed radically when I said, "What was it like working for the previous owner?" He said, he said, every time he needed me for a St. Jude's or any kind of a benefit involving needy children, he would ask me to come and dedicate a whole day for that. Meanwhile, he said, he's raising thousands of dollars, covering his own costs. And he said, he never offered me a dime. He said, and I dedicated my time at least on 3 occasions. He said, I finally had to say, no, not doing it. So that's the difference.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, you basically, when things are bad, the only thing that everybody loves are the legends. Daryl Green made me so happy. So did, Riggins and Monk and all the rest. And so
brought him out.
It's like, look over here. Don't look at the giant fire of tires that it's burning. Look here at the legends.
I've never asked Daryl Green about this directly, so I probably shouldn't go hard and say he was one of the guys that was really upset. But I would imagine he was in the group that was. When Sean Taylor's jersey got retired, a lot of the legendary former Redskins were upset by that. And that ruffled a lot of feathers in a very negative way. essentially because they felt as though Taylor cut to the front of the line posthumously. Now, this is not a story where anybody was upset at Taylor or his family or anything like that. I think the honor for the fallen legend and his family was just that, and players were happy for the Taylors, I'm quite sure. But if you are Darryl Green or John Riggins or at that time still Sonny Jurgensen at his age, or any of these other unbelievable players that helped win championships and played in different varying degrees, 8, 10, 12, 15, 17, 20 years with the team. And then you see someone have their jersey retired who played, 4 or 5 seasons tragically. It should have been more at a time where they weren't winning anything. Like there was this, wait, really? And remember how it happened. It was never supposed to be that his jersey was getting retired. That was a mea culpa makeup for this. I don't even remember what it was that week that was going on in the news that they were trying to distract from. But they had kind of thrown together poorly this idea that Taylor was going to be honored because that was, to use your word, like the distraction. At that time was anytime something's going wrong, let's honor Sean Taylor and everyone will get excited. That's kind of what they did, and it's awful they hit behind that, but that was a real thing.
Right. I mean, it was already, we're honoring the alums of previous decades. We're getting people to show up, and only a handful from some of the different years, the 50s, 60s, 80s, whatever, they would post, and they said, we're also doing the Sean Taylor thing. We had his cousin on who was like, yeah, they told us on Wednesday. Said, can you guys make it?
Was his brother that we had
Was
on.
it was his brother?
Yeah, it was his brother,
wow.
Gabe.
Well, it's even more
But to that point, it's not a coincidence that Darryl Green's jersey got retired this year, by the way. I think that was a way, not only that they're getting him back in the fold, but I think that was, they wanted everyone else to see that those other players that, like, you skipped Darryl Green? Like, this dude was here for 20 years. He's Mr. Redskin. What are you doing? I think that sent an important message to some of the old timers in terms of bridging that gap. Good conversation. We can get back into this a little bit later in the show. Next, though, Robert Flores of MLB Network, one of the top hosts on that network, has been at Nats camp today. We'll get some of his thoughts on the Nationals. And we are going to go around the NFL today at 3:30. A lot of football news coming out of the Combine in Indianapolis. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Titans are allowing edge rusher Harold Landry to seek a trade. The 28-year-old started all 17 games last season for Tennessee and had 9 sacks on the season. The Commanders improved from last to 11th in the NFLPA report card this year. Dan Quinn, one of 6 coaches with an A-plus grade. In baseball, the Nationals on the diamond right now. They trail 2-0. Would be their first loss of the spring. They're trailing the Astros 2-0 in the bottom of the 8th. DJ Herr is giving up a 2-run home run in the first inning. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off right here on The Fan. Denny Avdia making his return to D.C. Alex Sarr out for the Wizards. College hoops, number 16 Maryland hosting number 8 Michigan State tonight, 6:30 tip-off on the Team 980. Georgetown on the road taking on UConn at 6:30. You can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D taking you up to 6:30 live on The Fan. Jacob Chikrin of the Capitals today at 5. We're giving away Caps tickets at 4 and Wiz tickets at 6.
Just like most of you have a primary doctor that you lean on, it's good to also have a trusted attorney in your corner. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can guide you when you need help the most. Whether you're seeking guardianship of an elderly family member, navigating through the probate process of a loved one who recently passed, or you're trying to set up estate planning documents for your child's future, the attorneys at Condor and Morad are always there for you. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Love me some MLB Network, and I love Robert Flores' work on said network. He is on the Rude Guest Hotline right now as we get ready to discuss National Spring Training Baseball. He was on site today to get the lowdown on the Nats. Robert, it's Grant and Danny back here in D.C. How are you?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Very well.
What'd you make of your stop at Nats camp? I mean, I always am interested when you get to go camp to camp and get the vibe and feel from a lot of teams, like how it stacks up to some of the other places you've been.
Well, if there was ever a Major League Baseball like 3-on-3 basketball event, I think the Washington Nationals would do rather well. There are some impressive-looking athletes, starting with James Wood at the top. The other thing that I came away with is the message that Davey Martinez gave his group at the beginning and has preached throughout spring. 2 things. One, rebuild, transition, whatever you want to call it. It's done. We're done with it. It's time to win. And 2, we need to be better fundamentally in all phases. Catching the ball, throwing the ball, defense in particular, base running, hitting, throwing strikes. So, look, are the Nationals a playoff team in 2025? I don't think so. But could they have an impact on the periphery of that race? Maybe even be on the outskirts, if you will, of a wild card berth. Maybe if things go right, if they stay healthy and reach their potential. But make no mistake about it. I think everyone across the industry realizes just how good this team and this franchise is going to be very soon.
Robert, you mentioned James Wood, so might as well start there. We got a nice little taste last year, a little less than half a season, 300 plate appearances or so, give or take. You saw the flashes. What's realistic for him maybe this year, and then, close your eyes and dream a couple years down the line this year, and then maybe prognosticating out a little further? What do you think?
I think down the road, like the ceiling for James Wood is a franchise cornerstone superstar. That's the ceiling. What we see now or in 2025, I think it's going to be a lot of what you saw last season, but better. I think the more he gets used to major league pitching and the strikeout rate, I think is going to continue to fall. I think it was around 29% last season. So, look, the fundamentals and the power are there, and those are 2 big factors. I was with Cliff Floyd today, a former Expo, who was a big man in his own right, but when he was interviewing James Wood, he was looking up at James. So, but what Cliff talks about with James Wood is his opposite field power, his power from left center on. That is something that is so difficult for young players and young sluggers to acquire and to perfect. And for James Wood, that's his natural swing. So I think that the sky is the limit. And like I said, potentially this is a franchise cornerstone superstar type player.
MLB Network's Robert Flores was in West Palm Beach with the Nats for MLB Network's 30 Clubs in 15 Days series, which will showcase Washington tonight at 6 on MLB Network. You should check that out. I'm looking forward to seeing all the interviews and content and access that you guys got. Let's talk Dylan Cruz for a moment. The 23-year-old who's still rookie eligible. About 120 at-bats last year. He hit 218 or so. I like Dylan Cruz a ton. I followed him all the way back to LSU. But I don't necessarily see like that James Wood superstardom stuff that maybe a lot of people do as a top 5 or so prospect in the game. I just think he's going to be a really good player. Where are you at on him, and what are they saying about Dylan Cruz early in camp?
Well, I haven't, full disclosure, I have not seen Dylan Cruz play in person. I've only seen him a bunch on TV when he was at LSU and then when he came up last season. I can tell you that from talking with Mike Rizzo today and Davey Martinez, they cannot say enough good things about him. They talk about first of all, they talk about his talent. They talk about his baseball instincts, his work ethic. And the other thing that I found interesting in that what both Mike and Davey told Cliff and I about him today is that he loves the game. And what I mean by that is he watches the game. So many guys, the example that Davey told us and told the media today was in a recent spring training game, Dylan Cruz played about 4 innings. 3 or 4 innings, somewhere around there. After that, he watched the rest of the game at the end of the dugout, just watching. So many and they relayed the fact that so many of the young players, they're just watching their ABs on the iPad or the tablet, the device. Shout out to Apple. But for what Dylan Cruz did for that spring training game and others, he watches the game. And Davey said, look, I mean, there's things that you watch and pick up that you cannot see when you look at the tablet after your at bat. So I think he's going to be a nice, I mean, if James Wood is that cornerstone, the Batman, if you will, then Dylan Cruz could very well be Robin. And that's going to be good enough to win a lot of games and make a lot of multiple all-star appearances.
So speaking of all-star appearances, C.J. Abrams was an all-star last year, but still a lot of disappointment surrounding his season. There's some ups and downs, lacking consistency. A couple of these months are just valleys. Then, of course, the maturity concerns, end of the season dismissed from the club. Seems everybody's turned the page on that, and they've had their Danny Tanner style heart-to-hearts, and seems everybody's ready to rock and roll, ready to go. But this is a tremendous talent, still only 24 years old. Again, you sort of forget because the new shiny toys are so new and shiny, but this is somebody that could be really, really special as well.
Oh, absolutely. I had someone today mention that we have all the talent. We have so many young, talented players, but I believe C.J. Abrams is our engine. And look, you mentioned what happened last year and being sent down to the minors in the final days of the regular season. I have 2 sons. I have one that is in his early 20s, and they sometimes do silly things. They sometimes do dumb stuff. And that is part of being a young man, a young 20-something-year-old. And now you heap on the fact that many of these, that you have wealth and you have notoriety. And so these things happen. But it sounds like, first of all, CJ has taken responsibility. He has worked hard. He mentioned that he got in better shape this offseason, really stayed in the weight room to try to build up his body. He tried to eat better, focus on his diet. And Mike and Davey just could not say enough great things about CJ Abrams. They both love the kid. They both mentioned how just he's a really good kid. and he's extremely talented. But it was a hard lesson to learn. But they feel confident that he's learned it, and everyone's ready to move past it and now see what he can do next.
Robert Flores is with us on Grant and Danny, co-host of MLB Network's MLB Central during the season. Robert, what are your concerns about the 2025 Nats, and where are they going to be a bit of a question mark going into the season?
That's a great question. I know last year they were last in the National League in home runs. So, where's the power going to come from? We obviously know that James Wood, prodigious power, but still a young player. I think getting Nathaniel Lowe should help, although Nathaniel Lowe would tell you he's coming off a down season as far as his power numbers go. Paul DeJong is interesting to me, 20-plus homers last year in a limited time playing third base, and I know that they kind of slotted him in there. I think the power, trying to find a way to get more of that. That's something I'm looking at. And also what is going on with the back end of the rotation. I know the three lefties are vying for that fifth spot. I'm also interested, this doesn't answer your question, but one thing that I was interested in today and talking with him and talking with people at Nats camp, Mike Soroka. He is a kid that is extremely talented, has had some tough luck with injuries, but it sounds like they like what they see so far. So hopefully that can continue, and that'd be a nice boost for the rotation for sure.
So, Robert, for us here in DC, full disclosure, a lot of us have been pretty, I don't want to say irritated, but disappointed. And here's where I'm going. Big picture, you look at some of the kids that we've kind of gone through, right? Some below the radar guys, whether it's Luis Garcia or some of the young members of the pitching staff. And this group, as is assembled, could be frisky, could bother some teams, maybe not be a playoff team, but be on the fringes. This would have been a great opportunity to kind of push through that and be a mid-80s win team with a little bit of spending and a little bit of go get it in the offseason. And it seems like this organization wasn't interested in doing that. Kind of what's the national perspective on the learners, the organization, and a group that won as many games, saved the Dodgers over a 10-year period, doesn't seem to be willing to pony up to get back to that spot.
Yeah, I know that. Let me ask you this: Are you hinting that maybe they should have been in the market for Alex Bregman or something like that?
So whether you win the bidding for someone or not, I totally understand. You can't pay Pete Alonso because someone else overpaid. Fine, but Robert, it feels like they weren't linked to anybody.
Tag me in.
Go
I'm
ahead,
hinting
Grant.
that it would be nice if they spent money ever.
Fair. Yeah, I definitely get that. I definitely get that. But admittedly, this is from someone that is not boots on the ground, day in on day out basis. When I look at the Nationals, I just see so much young potential. I think that, look, if they had signed let's say they signed Alex Bregman, is that enough to put them in the postseason? I don't know.
Probably not.
I would say no.
Okay, so then why are you doing it?
Well, I mean, it makes
that would be my reply.
Yeah,
So,
isn't it better to win 83 games than 73, or whatever it might be? And it doesn't have to just be Bregman, right? I mean, they basically have the exact same payroll they had last year and just took the money that came off the books from Corbin and spread it out to like 7 guys that, didn't have huge markets. And so it would just be nice if
I tell you one name I would have liked, Quintana. I think that would have been maybe, put him you put him in the mix of that rotation. I love Gore. I love Irvin. If you put Quintana there, I think that would have been interesting. And I get it. I mean, as fans, we all want our teams to spend a lot of money or be more aggressive than sometimes they are. I just think with the Nationals, I think that they got 71 wins last year. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they can't approach 78, 80, and then, maybe you even surpass that a little bit. And maybe, like I said, you're on the periphery of the postseason, or maybe you're right in it. Maybe you're right in it come July and you get real aggressive at the deadline.
That'd be awesome.
So I don't have too much of a problem with this kind of plan that they went in going into 2025, especially when you consider that they're just, I think they're right on the brink of being a real dangerous team in 2026 and beyond.
All right, Roflo, before we let you go, I want to ask you just more broadly, because we don't always get the national baseball guests on, about the division. They're penciled in as the fourth team because you got three pretty sizable juggernauts here, the triumvirate that is the Braves, Mets, and Phillies. How do you see that pecking order? Because all three look like they're loaded.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, look, you're dealing with maybe the best division in baseball. I mean, the Marlins, they're kind of in a bit of they're definitely in a rebuild and transition. And I mean, they might be trading Sandy Alcantara at some point this year. But yeah, I think the Braves are going to bounce back in a big way. It's like they almost get a de facto free agent class coming in with all their guys that were injured. I'm going to be real interested to see what Ronald Acuna Jr. looks like after another knee injury. The Phillies with that rotation, that they're always going to be in it. So I would, golly, that's tough, man. It really is tough. I think I would lean Braves, but I mean, it's just a toss up between right now. I think the Braves and the Phillies, with the Nats kind of causing them problems and causing them fits throughout the season.
Robert, this is a treat, man. Really appreciate the time, and good luck to that slog going through all those really nice cities in Florida, hanging out in nice weather. Seems miserable.
Well, there is there's a really nice Arby's right around the corner here that I'm staying at West Palm, so I'm eager to try that.
Check it out.
Awesome.
We've been to that Arby's a few times covering the Nats.
Yeah, we passed through.
It's actually that's store number 93, I think. Really good spot.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
See you, Robert.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. There's Robert Flores of MLB Network with us on Grant and Danny. Hey, we could get into this in more detail, maybe next segment, but this is hilarious to me. So Jordan Schultz, who's one of the lead NFL reporters with Fox Sports, he reported that, according to his sources, Raiders minority owner Tom Brady recently hosted Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford at his home in Montana, which I didn't know Brady had a home in Montana, but I guess that makes sense. Why wouldn't you? If you just have Brady money?
Sure.
Have a home in every state.
Yeah, I would do that. I'd have so many states with homes.
Schultz goes on to say they spent time together and went skiing. Brady has been actively trying to convince Stafford to join the Raiders. Discussions are ongoing. Okay, so hosting him at his home, basically courting him, a la what the Bucs did for Brady at the end of his career. Brady, if you guys don't know, is heavily involved, ran the search that led to Pete Carroll with the Raiders as their new head coach, brought in their new GM, and is the minority owner, but he's basically just calling all the shots with the Raiders right now. What's so funny about this, though, is that Ian Rappaport of NFL Network came out right after that and said Raiders minority owner Tom Brady and Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford ran into each other at a ski resort in Montana.
Can you believe it?
Sources say the meeting was unplanned, was not extensive or in-depth, and did not include Brady hosting or recruiting Stafford, despite reports saying otherwise.
Number one, I don't believe you. Number two, that's probably the quickest text that Brady or his agent has ever sent in human history, because otherwise it's tampering, right?
I imagine it's probably not Brady going straight to rap sheet, but it's somebody for sure. And yeah, I mean, Stafford has permission, remember, to seek a trade.
I guess that's right, yeah.
But unless that happened since then, which is the last week, if they're saying this happened like 2-3 weeks ago or whatever, then it probably would have been tampering. So it almost seems like Rap Sheet's doing a little cleaning up for somebody. But I tweeted, if I had $1 for every time I bumped into a pal at a Montana ski resort. Like, who hasn't done that?
You know?
Just going to Montana, doing my skiing. Wait, is that Danny Ruiz over there?
It's me, Matt.
Hey, bud, let's talk about the show.
Hi, the guy you've long tried to get to come play for the team that you like. How about that?
The chances that they just bumped into each other accidentally at a ski resort in Montana, and then that the meeting just stayed on the slopes and didn't carry over some wine for Brady, who's courting and already kind of has said he likes and wants Matt Stafford.
Hey, you want to hop in the hot tub with me? By the way, the hot tub is my nickname for Las Vegas.
They were dining on a steak in the Freda Felcher hot tub. That heart-shaped hot tub from Dumb and Dumber.
Of course,
They were sitting in one of those, I think, at the ski resort, perhaps.
Reminiscent about old Freda Felcher from Cranston.
Guy, What a hilarious tweet.
It's so good.
I mean, like it's almost like written like an SNL sketch. Raiders minority owner Tom Brady and Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford ran into each other at a ski resort in Montana, sources say. The meeting, unplanned, don't get any ideas.
No, it's
it was
not planned.
unplanned,
Yeah.
was not extensive. This was a very brief chat. It was not in depth. I want to clarify. It was unplanned, it was not extensive, and it was not in depth. And it did not include Brady hosting or recruiting Stafford, despite reports saying otherwise.
I don't believe you.
I hate doing this, like the reporter on reporter crime thing. Not that I'm a reporter, the media on media crime, because I think Rap Sheet, he gets a lot of stories. He does really well. How do you send that one? I mean, that one's tough, right? Like that one stings a little bit when you send it.
You got to like, where's my what am I looking for? Where's my healthy skepticism? You know what I mean? Like, don't you have to have like a qualifier in there somewhere?
By the way, wasn't it Stafford who accidentally ran into Sean McVay in Cabo when that whole Lions-Rams trade went down? Remember how that started?
Vaguely.
Sean McVay.
That sounds
Google
right.
it. Remember Sean McVay and Matt Stafford bumped into each other in Cabo and started talking about, oh, wouldn't it be nice? But it wasn't thorough or extensive.
It turns out we had adjoining rooms.
And next thing you know, the trade got worked out all after the accidental meeting between McVay.
Such an accident.
Stafford's got a way of just being at the right place at the right
He's
time.
out here manifesting, right? That's what he's doing.
Where do I want to go this offseason? McVay likes to vacation in Cabo. I'll go there and hope I see him. Next year, he's going to be, he's got to figure out, like, if he wants to go play for the Giants. Where does Brian Daboll like to vacation? Let's go to the Poconos, babe.
You'll be able to see Dable on vacation before too long. But yeah, I mean, it really is
That's gonna be
unreal.
a lengthy
I was
vacation.
going to say, he'll feed will be up.
You'll
Come
have
on
a
by.
whole year to find him,
You'll have some
probably.
time.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We'll go around the NFL with all the latest from the NFL Combine next here on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The Nationals are undefeated in spring training no more. They lost to the Astros today 3-0. DJ Hers gave up a 2-run homer in the first inning. He's the losing pitcher. In the NFL, the Commanders improved from last in the NFLPA report card last season to 11th. Dan Quinn, one of 6 coaches with an A-plus grade. The Titans are allowing edge rusher Harold Landry to seek a trade. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. College hoops tonight, number 16 Maryland hosting number 8 Michigan State at 6:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Georgetown on the road taking on UConn at also at 6:30. You can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thank you, Toby. Go check out our Grant and Danny poll of the day if you want to participate on 106.7 The Fan's Twitter account. The Grant and Danny poll of the day is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Today, the position group will break down as wide receiver. We're doing one a day all week long at 4:30. We're asking you guys, after the Commanders had a lot of success, got to the NFC title game last year without huge name talent around Terry McLaurin at wide receiver, how should they proceed at the position this offseason? Add top-tier free agent talent, add a mid-tier free agent, use draft capital to fix the position, or run it back by re-signing some of their 2024 players that are now free agents. So go vote. It's the Grant and Danny poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. We'll get to that at 4:30 when we talk wide receiver. But right now, let's go around the NFL. There's so much going on at the NFL Combine right now. A lot of different topics to hit on. So we'll start with the Tennessee Titans and their general manager, Mike Borgonzi. He was the assistant in Kansas City for years, has interviewed for jobs, finally got his first crack at being a GM this offseason with Tennessee. They are picking at number 1 overall. He was asked about Travis Hunter, who's one of the great two-way players in the history of college football. And what that guy did at corner and at wide receiver for Deion Sanders was amazing. Borgonzi on Hunter saying he thinks he could actually play both at the NFL level, which is a rarity.
I would say we've had some phone calls. Yeah, I'll keep those phone calls to the vest, but we've had some phone calls. Yeah. Listen, there's a handful of players. Anytime you're at the top of the draft that you would deem generational talents, and we certainly feel that way this year as well. Well, it's a real skill set of talent. An impact player that can take the team to another level, whatever position it is. And then they also have to have the character makeup as well to go with it. Yeah.
Borgonzi talking about the number 1 pick. They have garnered phone calls.
I mean, the numbers are stupid. You know what I mean? Like the idea that this guy could have 15 touchdowns as a receiver, I think almost 1,300 yards, 96 catches to go with 4 interceptions. I mean, it is other level how good he is. Now, he's being basically listed as a cornerback. I think that does him a disservice, and I think any team that gets their hands on him, who knows if you just make him one or the other, or if you have him, be a tourist on the other side. I think you'd have to, if he was going to play cornerback, I think you'd have to major in being a cornerback, and then you put him in some packages as a wideout. But I don't know why there's not more idea to go. Maybe he's just an awesome wideout with his lanky frame. I don't know.
It doesn't work that way. You just said it. I mean, you're not going to play wide receiver every down and then play a little of corner, like go on and off the field situationally on key passing downs. But you could do it the other way. You could play as a shutdown corner potentially, which, by the way, he was a better corner, even though he was an explosive, dynamic wide receiver. But you could play at a really high level, be a star corner. And we saw it with Champ Bailey a little bit. Hunter's going to do it more. We saw it with Deion Sanders. You can play some offense. You can build packages. You can put together a selection of plays that you're going to get to because you dictate. You call the formations, the packages, the plays. You don't get to do that on defense. So it's just more intuitive that, yeah, he's going to be a corner. He's going to play defense. And then he'll also play some offense. I just think the question is how much, and that depends maybe on who drafts him. There might be teams that treat him like a second quarterback with wheels, where you bring him in and give him a couple of red zone looks. I would actually tend to give him 10 to 15 snaps a game at wide receiver if he could physically hold up and do it, without fatigue and risk of injury. I think he's so explosive and so talented. I'd want him to touch the football 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
You can't just give him the ball every time he's on the field. It becomes a tell. So it probably needs to be like 10, 15 snaps to get him his few touches. Staying in the AFC for the moment, the general manager of the Chiefs, who's very underrated, Brett Veach, spoke at the Combine, and he said Travis Kelce is expected to be with Kansas City to start the season and is expected to play next year.
How we left at the end of the season is that he was fired up. He has one more year under contract, and still think he has that fire and desire to play. And as far as I'm concerned, there is no deadline. I think we left it as he'd be back, and we're excited to get him back and get him going.
Sounds like an exit interview conversation.
Yeah.
Kelce could definitely change his mind. I do think sometimes players just don't mind the guessing and them being in the news and everybody talking about them and the juice of like, what's Kelce going to do? He made it pretty clear there. Veach did. Kelce essentially told us he thinks he's going to play. He's not saying that publicly. Sometimes guys don't mind the rest of us talking about them a lot.
Yeah, and you've seen this so many times. Usually it's with quarterbacks. I mean, this was the Brett Favre dance every year where
Brady every year would post some weird Instagram picture.
Like if this is it, and then people have to fly down during training camp and beg him to come play and this whole deal. So there's a courting there. When you're at the top of your game, you're already a Hall of Famer. You hang it up today, you're getting a gold jacket, and you've done everything you'd probably want to do in your career. There's probably not that many times where people are going to suck up to you. Then you're not going to do the whole free agent recruiting process again. So this is sort of a form of that, where everyone tells you how great you are and how bad they need you.
New Bears head coach Ben Johnson, speaking of how bad you need somebody, is going to have to fix Chicago's offense around Caleb Williams. But he's excited about working with last year's #1 pick, says that Williams' athleticism is a trait that he hadn't been around very much.
The out of structure, the off schedule, the creation, that's what stands out the most, because that's really the way that this league's going right now. It seems like as much as you want to make it pure progression, 1 to 2 to 3, there's just too much variety. The pass rush is coming down, and to have an athlete like Caleb extend the play and potentially find an explosive down the field, that's what gets me going a little bit. I get excited thinking about that. Because I haven't really been around that since I've been in the league, but I've been on the other side and I've experienced it, and it's demoralizing when you're on the other side and you're watching that happen to your defense.
Audio credit Marquee Bears. As far as Ben Johnson goes, work's cut out for him in that division. Minnesota, Green Bay, Detroit.
Yeah. 3
of the best teams in the conference last year that Chicago's chasing.
Well, his point, by the way, is exactly right. And it's funny to say I haven't had that, because he had Jared Goff. I got to design things for him to throw from the pocket. And when it's 72 and sunny, it was really good. Goff delivered for him. But having that, hey, this play call didn't work, and then turn it into something special, that's that rarefied air. That's why people fell in love with Caleb Williams in the first place. It's not 3-step drop, pat the football, throw a 7-yard hitch. There's 75 guys that can do that. It's the thing that Johnson's talking about, the back-breaking deals, how demoralizing that is. He's now got that to work with.
We played some clips from the podium of GM Andrew Berry of the Browns yesterday talking about Myles Garrett. He subsequently was on NFL Network and was asked about the possibility of a Garrett trade. And here he was saying he's not really a fan of thinking about the Browns without Garrett.
We have a lot of appreciation for Myles. I've known Myles since he was 21 years old, coming out of Texas A&M. He's been a big part of our organization. We think he's the best defensive player in football. And, he's an individual that, we have no interest in moving. I think we were all frustrated after coming out of last year with just 3 wins. And, that's something that we have to work to improve. But, imagining Myles is not a member of the Browns is not a world that we want to live in.
10 or more sacks for Myles Garrett in now 7 straight seasons. Yeah. His sack totals in that time, 13.5, 10, 12, 16, 16, 14, and 14. A 4-time first-team All-Pro who has also won a Defensive Player of the Year award.
Yeah, he's a superstar. He is, the true definition of a game wrecker. If you don't 100% account for him on a play, he ruins your play. I don't just mean, oh, you got to block him with somebody. I mean that double team, that extra attention, or you run the opposite direction, or the play's designed to go quickly away from him. You simply can't be near him. The play is broken now.
We got a good old-fashioned standoff, though, brewing, because Myles Garrett said, and hasn't spoken since, he wants out, doesn't want to be a Brown. When you put pen to paper and you put out a statement written like he did, that's not like saying it in an interview. Right. You know what I'm saying? You're that's out there forever now. You wrote that, you printed that, you took out an ad in the newspaper in 2025. It's just social media is the way you do that. And you said, I don't want to be here. The Browns are doing the opposite, where they're saying, we're not trading you. Someone's going to have to cave. I mean, I guess theoretically, the team has the leverage because Myles Garrett's under contract, but the Browns could also just be going through the exercise of trying to drum up as much value as they can by saying they're not willing to part with him. You know my take. If they get an offer of a couple first-round picks, they'd be ridiculous not to take that offer in their current situation. A team that took a huge step back last year with one of the worst quarterback situations in the NFL. Now let's go to Jacksonville, where they still got to figure out what is their quarterback situation. They've paid Trevor Lawrence, but he's got to play better football. They're going to try to get him to elevate his game because of some coaching, right? They brought in Liam Cohen, the OC with Baker Mayfield in Tampa, throwing for 40 touchdowns last year. Cohen, the new head coach in Duval. Who put a question mark on the teleprompter? I love this answer from him, though. Credit Jacksonville Jaguars. He is all in on Brian Thomas Jr. This guy's an unbelievable player. Completely got snubbed last year. Should have been a Pro Bowler. Was a sensational rookie. And Cohen wants to make sure that his offense goes through Thomas.
He's so dynamic, being able to move him around, where you saw him at LSU maybe not do some of those things, right? Where he was mostly outside, running more linear routes, vertical post, some overs, and then the stop. So the ability for him to snap down, get in the slot, be able to run some of the choice routes, looky routes, and then, oh, by the way, you can throw him a screen and he can go do something with it. Our pass game will run through him, and super excited to get to work with him.
God, I love hearing that.
In a year with garbage quarterback play. Garbage. 87 catches, 1,282 yards, and 10 tutties.
As a rookie, by the way.
As a rookie. I mean, this quarterback play, I can't stress enough how bad it was. They combined to be a bad quarterback between Mac Jones and Trevor Lawrence.
I said before the year I thought Neighbors would be a top fiver. I liked him more than Marvin Harrison Jr. Neighbors is going to be great. I still think he could be top 5. Thomas might be better than both of them when it's all said and done. He is that good.
It's not crazy.
Duval.
Aaron Glenn of the Jets is the head coach in New York. Glenn is tired of talking about Aaron Rodgers. There was an interview he did with Bleacher Report.
We're confident we're trying to win games. So that may be, it is what it is. So, and that's it. And the thing is, I don't want to disrespect any of the players we have on our team. And it kind of pisses me off and some of the other players that's what we all talk about. You have Quentin Williams, you have Quincy Williams, you have AVT. Now you have Joe Tippmann. All those guys need to be respected as far as winning games also.
Stop asking him about Aaron Rodgers. Get used to it, buddy.
Yeah.
It's going to be a few more of those questions coming until he finds a home.
And by the way, I actually appreciate that. Like, you got to wear that, right? In other words, you're trying to turn the page. You're trying to do we've got a chip on our shoulder. We got something to prove. We're going to compete, and we're going to gnaw kneecaps and the whole 9 yards. So you got to cut your promos right there. But if I'm a reporter, I got to ask. And if you're the head coach that's trying to turn the page, you got to do that. I think everyone's doing what they're supposed to do there.
Is Aaron Rodgers currently on your roster?
Yeah.
You're going to be asked about Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
Sorry about that. Caps tickets available for you. We've got a pair we're giving away at 4. It's a Wizards Wednesday, so we've got a pair of Wiz tickets to give you at 6 today. Speaking of the Caps, star defenseman Jacob Chikrin will be with us today, presented by IT Cadre. That's at 5 o'clock, all coming up on The Fan. If you want a pair of Caps tickets and the good seats to an upcoming game, you better be listening. Coming up in 13 minutes, we got tickets to see the Caps March 7th against Detroit, a hard-charging team trying to get into the playoffs as well. It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Danny Rouillet, Netflix, in this case Amazon Prime, show review time, GP. Mentioned this in briefing or in passing the other day, briefly. But Jack Reacher, season 3, is out, only a couple episodes in. Yes to this show. So you know the grant formula for the not marquee time for a movie to come out? It's like Liam Neeson or Jason Statham. One of these dudes.
January action flicks.
Yeah, where it's like, I'm on a train. It might go somewhere, but I've got to throat chop everyone. Starring Liam Neeson. That's the thing. So that's the movie version of this. This is the TV version. I get 8 episodes. There's who's double crossing whom. There's this hulking genius, which is Jack Reacher. So they did a Jack Reacher movie.
Tom Cruise was in it.
Where they combined a bunch of things. And Tom Cruise is the greatest movie star of all time. Okay. I'm not talking about the greatest actor, but he's the number one movie star ever. He's 5 decades of just major gross, blockbusting, outstanding performances. Great, the best catalog ever. But it didn't do justice to the character. The whole point of the character is that he's this monster. Like he's a defensive end sized dude who is also so observant, is a Terminator in terms of like his ability to just kind of get shot and just sort of keep going, get knocked out, up 5 seconds later, throat chopping people. Character's this big hulking guy, and that's actually like a huge part of the character. And Tom Cruise is 5'7" Tom Cruise. Nothing wrong with that, but that's who he is. So it didn't really fit, but you get some of the same stuff. This show is really well done. It's not just beating the crap out of people. He's like he's always nearby when something terrible is happening. Like he can spot and figure out that some car looks out of place and that guy's going to probably go in and rob the bank. Or this dude is going to pickpocket the lady on the bus and he steps in to stop it and gives the guy $50 instead of beating his ass.
He's got ESPN or something.
He can always tell when it's raining. Good bit. It is such a good show. It is so good. We're not here to do the like student art house thing where you look out the window and it's raining and there's like a somber soundtrack. No. Throat chopping, ass whooping, a little bit of whodunit, but this hulking genius, I'm in love with this actor.
My
Alan
kind of
Ritchson.
show.
It is so good. You would love it.
But we're a few seasons in now.
Sure. Yeah. I know it's past your sweet spot.
How many episodes are we in?
8 per season.
But how many seasons?
3. This is the start of season 3.
It's 24.
If you're going to have to do the whole thing, sure.
It's a lot of episodes.
I mean, yeah, if you have to do it all at once.
How many minutes per episode?
45, 50, right in there.
That is on the border of the horses left the barn.
Right.
If I could get it started in the next month, we got a shot. But set the clock for 30 days.
Yeah. No, I know you're not going to do it.
No. I might do it because I know I would love it. Like I loved, it's different, but Jack Ryan, which is like a similar kind of show.
In that same vein.
Absolutely. So I like these shows. I know I will enjoy it, but I would have preferred if this was the first season and I only had 8 to catch up on.
I mean, I've been praising the gospel here or preaching the gospel rather for a couple of years on Jack Ryan, on Jack Reacher. I'm confusing my Jacks. I apologize.
There's a lot of Jacks.
Several Jacks.
On Amazon Prime.
My Jack Flaherty show.
It is time for my double play. I think this was in Bro Bible, but somebody ranked all 10 items on the Costco menu, like 1 to 10. So if you're not a Costco member, you just don't understand what you're missing out on. But basically, when your wife goes to Costco like a couple times a week and shops, you can go to the concessions or what would they like the window basically where they have their food, and you can go up to the cafe at Costco and they've got basically a 10 item list of things that are available to you, and they have not changed the prices on some of these things in literally decades. So the all beef hot dog and a 20-ounce soda is $1.50. I repeat, to get the hot dog and the soda is $1.50. And legend has it that the founder of Costco once told a CEO, according to the breakdown here, that he would kill him if he changed the price. That's their whole bit, is you get a large pizza with a bunch of slices, It's like $9.99 or something per slice. It's like $1. Basically, it's like going to a swim meet or something and going up to the window
Right.
and getting
Snack
food
bar,
at a
yeah.
high school football game. But the food's better. So anyway, they put the hot dog and soda combo for $150 as number 1 on the list. I think that's reasonable because of the value. I've never had the chicken bake. Are you familiar with the chicken bake?
Grant, it's fantastic.
This is
It's
something that everybody
fantastic.
puts over. It's just called something that I've never heard of. It looks a little bit unique. And for that reason, as you know, Danny, I have not really been into it. But we've got a calzone-like concoction
That's
here.
what it is. It's fried dough with chicken and bacon and 3 kinds of cheese mixed in.
I mean, it sounds pretty amazing.
Like this should be a thigh-high, middle-of-the-plate cookie that you yank out of the yard.
I'm glad you mentioned cookie because the new double chocolate chunk cookie is listed 3rd on this list, ahead of the slice of pizza. Very surprised by that. I think
How do you
Costco does
score
a
that?
pretty good pizza.
How do you score that? I mean, God, like so objectively on each scale, what's better? I think the cookie is better in terms of its own scale in the chocolate chip cookie realm than the pizza is. Does that make sense? So maybe
course.
that's how you do the scoring. That's hard though.
Costco does soft serve ice cream by the cup full, basically.
Mhm.
So it's like $1.49 for a large cup full of ice cream. That was slept on this top 10. I got to tell you, came in at number 8 of their 10 items. 8 is a little bit too low. They've got the turkey Swiss sandwich and the rotisserie chicken Caesar salad, correctly ranked 9th and 10th.
So the Caesar salad is nubs.
Yeah, put that at 10 and start the list.
And it's not even nubs for Costco, just in general. Like the best Caesar salad's still a waste of time.
Hey, put it 10th. It's a salad.
That turkey Swiss situation, I think is better than you're giving it credit for. That's a good sandwich.
It looks decent.
It's a good little sandwich there.
Have not had it. I'll take your word for it. I'd put it above the fruit smoothie. Not a smoothie guy. That would be 9. I'll put it above the ice cream sundae. I don't do Sundays. That would be number 8. And so probably go turkey sandwich 7.
Why don't you do Sundays, by the way? Just ice cream with like chocolate sauce on it?
They got a mocha brew freeze. That's 7 because I don't do whatever that
Yeah,
is.
you wouldn't do that.
So now the turkey sandwich is 6, which means ice cream's probably 5. And we're moving pizza up the board. I think the double chocolate chunk cookie might be 3, chicken bakes 4, pizza's 2, hot dogs 1.
Why can't we get you involved in an ice cream sundae? What's wrong with the ice cream sundae? How does that violate anything?
Caramel and nuts.
You can get it with chocolate sauce.
I would do chocolate sauce. That's fine. What about the nuts? No nuts?
Probably get it without nuts.
Okay. Then it's just ice cream with chocolate sauce.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm happy. I'll do that.
Okay. You don't want the nuts in there for
Also,
flavor?
no whipped cream. I hate whipped cream.
Hate whipped cream?
Makes me gag. The idea of it, I'm just repulsive.
What about Cool Whip?
Isn't it the same?
No, the whipped cream is like a little fluffier. The Cool
Okay.
Whip, you can
They
kind of pile
both
on.
stink on
Okay.
ice. Yeah. Out on both. Both of them would make me want to regurgitate.
Would you actually gag if you had whipped cream?
1,000%. Yes. It's happened to me no fewer than 5 times. When I get a little whipped cream, like on something I order, if I tell them not to bring it and then they bring it, I'll wipe it as best I can.
Yeah.
But if I get a little bit on me,
If there's even a hint of it.
then the smell, the whole thing, it's bad. It's really, really
The
bad.
smell?
Yeah. I think it's because we used to have these Nickelodeon days when my mom did daycare back in the day, where like I remember like Mark Summers and those shows where
Double Dare you're talking about?
Double Dare where you would dive in pools and
Yeah.
stuff.
Go reach up the nose, find the flag,
Right.
pass it to your partner. Yeah.
So in like our backyards in King George, when my mom did daycare, we'd have these amazing days that were so fun.
Mhm.
We would do like Double Dare, but you'd have to dive into like spaghetti pools and stuff like that. And like I just remember the foamy, gross whipped cream smell, and it's still traumatic. Like I can't do it.
I've never heard anyone address the smell of whipped cream as anything other than incredible.
It's awful.
Mm.
Next, we're giving away
tough.
Caps tickets.
Yes,
those
yeah,
are good.
we'll do that.
We got a Beltway Blitz for you as well, and then we'll talk our position group of the day at 4:30. Wide receivers for the Commanders on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In baseball, the Nationals had their first loss of the spring today. They lost to the Astros 3-0. DJ Hers gave up a 2-run home run in the first inning. Tonight in the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers at Capital One Arena. Denny Avdia makes his return to D.C. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Alex Sarr going to be out tonight for the Wizards. In the NFL, the Titans are allowing edge rusher Harold Landry to seek a trade. The 28-year-old started all 17 games last season and finished with 9 sacks. The Packers have had trade conversations around cornerback Jair Alexander, and the Commanders improved from 32nd last year in the NFLPA report card to 11th this year. College hoops tonight. Number 16 Maryland hosting number 8 Michigan State. 6:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Georgetown on the road taking on UConn. That's also going to tip off at 6:30. You can hear that game over on Bloomberg 99.1. In hockey last night, the Capitals fell to the Flames 3-1. Alex Ovechkin scoring his 30th goal of the season. He's now just 12 away from passing Wayne Gretzky. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If you are caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067, congrats, you're going to win 2 tickets to see the Capitals Friday, March 7th, a week from Friday night, when they host the Detroit Red Wings. For tickets and more event information, go to thefanddc.com. If you are a Caps fan, you should know that defenseman Jacob Chychrun's going to be on the show in 1 hour at 5 o'clock. And by the way, it's a Wizards Wednesday, so we'll give away 2 tickets to see the Wizards on March 5th on a Wednesday at home. It's actually a bobblehead day as well, so pretty hot commodity for you on this Wizards Wednesday. We'll give those tickets away at 6 o'clock right here on the Fan.
We're busy little bees. The Scranton Nanny program, exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We got ourselves a Beltway Blitz to tend to. It's going to be a juicy one, too. Wizards, Capitals, Commanders, although when we talk Commanders with Kevin Sheehan, I want to talk Maryland Hoops because they got their biggest game of the season tonight as well. So we'll get to that coming up on this Blitz. Let's get it started. 7 o'clock tip, Portland Trailblazers and your Wizards tonight at Capital One Arena. Welcome home, Denny Avdia. Chase Hughes joins us now from Monumental Sports. Chase, let's start with this game this evening. What do we need to know about the Blazers who are 8 under 500?
Yeah, first of all, happy to be part of a juicy Beltway Blitz, as you described it. But the Portland Trailblazers are a team that has been rebuilding, kind of like the Wizards, but they're probably a year or two ahead in terms of when they started collecting their top draft picks. So they've got a nice collection of young talent. They're not a great team on either end of the floor, but I think defensively they have a lot of pieces. I wouldn't be surprised if next year they were an above average defensive team with Donovan Clingan, who of course people remember from UConn. He's probably one of the best rim protectors college basketball has seen in a long time. But Chimani Kamara is a great wing defender. He's emerging. And Denny Avdia, as Wizards fans know well, is a good defensive player. And this is, I think, a big game for him. Coming back to D.C. for the first time, I had an Israeli reporter message me saying that they think it might be the biggest game of his NBA career so far. So that's definitely something to watch.
Alex Sarr, status?
It sounds like he won't play tonight. He's been dealing with an ankle injury, so he's been questionable going into this game. We'll find out when Brian Keefe speaks at 5:15, but it remains a pretty minor thing. He was dealing with it before the All-Star break. He got right in time to play in the Rising Stars game and do the skills challenge, and then was able to play out of the gate, but kind of re-aggravated it. I still don't think it's a serious thing, but it does sound like he won't play tonight.
Wizards last time out beat the Brooklyn Nets at home 107-99. They got some big stops late, and right in the middle of everything was Marcus Smart, who's been a defensive stalwart for many, many years. Just got that dog mentality on that end of the floor. What'd you make of his early performance with the Wizards?
I mean, that was a really impressive close for the Wizards. I said at the time on the radio broadcast, I thought it was one of their best defensive finishes in a while. And then I ran the numbers and realized that they hadn't done something like that in years. It was the fewest points they've allowed in a fourth quarter, 12 points in 3 years, and the fewest field goals they've allowed, just 3 made shots in 8 years. And I think Marcus Smart was a big reason for that. We all know he can defend. He brought a lot of physicality to the perimeter in that game, got the crowd going. And I thought it was a glimpse of what he could provide this team if he could stay healthy, because they've added a lot of defensive pieces through the draft in recent years. Alex Sarr is a rim protector. Bilal Coulibaly, Keyshawn George, they're really good wing defenders, but they hadn't really found their ball-stopping, physical guard defender. So I think he gives them a nice balance and maybe could help the rest of the pieces fall into place.
I don't think we're giving enough credit here to the kind of year that Jordan Poole is having offensively. Really efficient, I think, is as good as he was a couple of years ago, coming off the bench with fewer opportunities. Now he's got the ball in his hands, career high in shot attempts and everything else. Having a really nice season. This is kind of what they envisioned, it seemed like, Chase, when they said, you know what, let's put the ball in his hands and see what happens.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we all saw what happened last year when the ball wasn't in his hands, when he played more off the ball, and his efficiency dropped significantly. So this year, he's been shooting the best percentages of his career. And I think what it does is it kind of proves the front office right in a way, because they've held on to him and invested him and said really good things about what they see in his future, because he's a young guy at 25 years old, and they know that a lot of NBA players, they don't peak till their late 20s, so they see more potential for him to tap into. And I think so far he's shown that on the court. And also they like how he fit into the locker room. He's kind of a experienced veteran, even though he's only 25 years old, because they have the youngest roster in the league. But he relates really well to the young guys, and they feel that he sets a great example for them because he's an extremely hard worker. I mean, he puts up more extra shots, I would imagine, than most players in the NBA. And that's the type of example that they want to set for their young players.
Chase, correct me if I'm wrong, but the NBA draft lottery, the bottom 3 teams, whether they have the same record or they're 15 games apart, all will have an identical 14% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick. That's the tiering. And then it kind of staggers after that. The 4th worst team has a 12%, the 5th worst around 10%, and then it gets a little worse for every team, right? But whether the Wizards at 10-47 finish with the worst record, which right now they're 4 games up in that chase, or whether they get hot, they still will not have the best percentage chance to get the number 1 pick, yeah?
That's correct, yeah. So they changed the odds 6 years ago, and they flattened them at the top. So the 3 worst teams have the same percentage odds to get the number 1 pick. And since they made that change, the team with the worst record has yet to get the number 1 pick. And it's actually been kind of cruel for the Detroit Pistons, because twice they've had the worst record in the league, including the year that Victor Wembanyama came out, and both times they fell to 5th. So even if you have the worst record in the league, you're guaranteed a top 5 pick, but your most likely pick is 5th. But the big difference is if you finish with the worst record, you can't fall further than 5th. And if you finish with the 2nd worst record, then you can technically fall to 6th. So that's kind of the one thing that can change in terms of where they finish in the standings. But as far as the number 1 pick goes, as long as you're in that bottom 3, nothing changes.
Chase, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
Talk soon, my friend. Hit that national sounder, please. Bobby Blanco, Messenger, talk about the Nationals. Well, Bobby, it's not going to happen. My dream of an undefeated spring training where this team sets every offensive record in the history of the sport is over now. They lost today. Womp womp.
Yep, lost for nothing to the Astros. Blow it up, sell everyone off.
That's right, yeah.
Team's no good.
Cancel.
Nope, no, I'm totally kidding. There were some good positives to take away. DJ Hers made his first start of the spring this afternoon. He almost got out of a really clean, efficient first inning, but gave up a 2-out walk and then gave up a 2-run home run right after that. So that was something that, of course, 2-out walks are never good, but something he definitely wanted to focus on coming out of last year, his rookie year. So that he was really bummed about that, talking to him after his outing. But other than that, he was really happy with his stuff. Again, it was just his first start of the spring. So really just working on fastball, landing fastballs for strikes, working some of his other stuff into these counts. Like I said, the first two batters, he looked really, really good. And just that one, he was one pitch away from it and just kind of got away from him. But other than that, a strong start for DJ Hurst in his first outing. And the offense didn't show up for the first time this spring, but that's okay. Move on to the next day.
I'm frustrated that I'm worried DJ Hurst isn't going to be in the rotation. He should be their fifth starter, but he's competing with Mitchell Parker and obviously Gasawara as well. How do you see that going?
Yeah, I see it's these three for the last spot in this rotation. I'm not too worried about who's going to come out. I think you could be happy with any one of those three, but I would lean towards if all things are even come the end of his camp, I think you should give the nod to DJ because he has probably the most upside of the three of them. He has got electric stuff. I mean, people who remember that outing he had against the Marlins last summer was just incredible. I know it's the Marlins, but still his rookie year coming out. I mean, that's the kind of upside you have with DJ. I don't think Mitchell has stuff like that in his bag. Still, have not seen a lot of Ogasawara just yet, so want to see him pitch more. But DJ, I mean, this is why they went out and traded Jeimer Candelario to the Cubs to get DJ and bring him in for this kind of stuff. So I think if all things are even come the end of camp, I would give the edge to DJ Hurst because I agree with you. I would like to see him in the major leagues probably more than the Mitchell and Ogasawara. Both of those guys can be sent down to AAA and work on stuff. I mean, we know that Mitchell had some stuff, had some issues fielding his position last year. He needs to show that he's improved there. And then, it's a big difference coming from Japan to the major league. So how is he going to adjust for the other lefty? It is kind of interesting that all three of them are lefties. But yeah, I'm with you. I would give the nod to DJ over the other two if all things are even.
Bobby, I'm just a pudgy, washed-up zilch that likes baseball and wants the Nats to win games. Okay, so there's my preface. So me not understanding something is not novel. I don't get anything. I'm just doing my best here. What's the plan with Cade Cavalli? I don't quite get it.
Yeah, that's a lot of. We had that question a lot as part of spring training. The plan, I can tell you this: their plan. If you were to ask that to the Nationals, their plan is to have him finish the season. Whenever he pitches, whether that's in May, June, whenever he starts his quote-unquote season, they want him to finish the season healthy. He's been out for 2 full years, and if he has any chance of becoming something for this team, he needs to stay healthy, and he needs to ramp up his innings. He needs to pitch, and whether that's at AAA or the major leagues this year, I think the Nationals just want to see him get innings and finish the season healthy. If he can do that, that's a positive 2025 for Cade Cavalli, a former first-round pick. And then we can look to maybe next year being, okay, can he compete for the roster, for the rotation out of opening day and be a guy for them? But, the plan for him right now is to take it slow, build it up, have his season start whenever that may be, whenever he's fully ready. He is throwing off the mound. I've seen him throw a bullpen, so that's good. But whenever he starts his season, wherever that may be, he has to finish healthy and not stop.
Bobby, thanks, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Go Terps.
You got it.
See you, buddy.
Let's keep it moving on the Blitz. We will start with the Terps. We'll talk some football with our guy Kevin Sheehan as well. But Maryland's got its biggest basketball game of the season, and its biggest basketball game, I would say, of the Willard era at this point. Yeah. Kevin, what's at stake tonight? What's on the table for Maryland?
Well, I mean, for starters, they're still in the hunt for the Big Ten regular season title. A win tonight, if they were to win out, they'd likely at least have a share of it. But at this point, they're going to be, an NCAA tournament team. They're going to probably be somewhere seated between 3 and 5, and winning 3 of their last 4 or even all 4 and having a good Big Ten tournament showing, they could end up being a 3 seed, when March Madness begins, and playing as well as anybody in the country. This is the best team they've had, guys, since their 2020 team, and it's probably more explosive offensively. Their starting 5 is the most productive scoring starting 5 in the country.
Yeah, I mean, to me, we've seen like a good player or somebody that's physical or something that's got something here, Kevin, like Julian Reese now. Obviously, Derek Queen is special, but to me, it's those 3 guards. The other night, I'm blanking on which game it was, but they had a 15, 20-point lead All of a sudden, everybody goes cold. Other team starts to come back. And
USC,
it was the USC game. Thank you. Yeah. And here's Jacoby Gillespie. Not all buckets are created equal. Some of those, not much is going on. Drills a couple of big shots. They pull away. It becomes academic. That, to me, is the difference, is that it can be any one of those 5 guys, it feels like. And if your star has an off night, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, Danny, that's a great point. I mean, they got 5 guys that can go for 20-plus on any night. You look at this season, all 5 of their starters have led the team in scoring multiple times with 20 or more. I mean, that's really rare. You usually have 2 guys that can go, maybe 1 guy, sometimes 2 guys on a good team. They've got 5 guys that can go for 20-plus. And, yeah, their guards can stretch the floor. They shoot the 3 incredibly well, and then if they get run off the 3-point line, they're playmakers. And then, if somehow they got stymied, they've got an inside game with Reese and with Queen, and Queen can face as well. They just got a lot of ways to go offensively, and they're also a good defensive team.
Yeah, 2 players that basically average a double-double, right? Because Queen's averaging over 9 rebounds, and so is Julian Reese. And they're among their 5 guys that average in double figures in scoring. How good is Derek Queen?
Lottery good. But, he's such a unique player in terms of a player that's going to get drafted very high after his freshman year, because you see already a developed player in many ways. He's so skilled. He's so old school in the way he plays. He got kind of compared coming out when he got signed by Maryland. People referred to him as Baby Jokic because he plays like Jokic. He's not this overpowering, explosive 6'10" athlete. He's not unathletic, but he just has a lot of his game already refined. Now, the one thing that he has not done, which I think he can do, is I think he can stretch the floor. He's got a great stroke. They don't need him to shoot threes. They've got 3 guys that can bomb it. But I think that's the next thing in his game when he gets to the next levels, to become a true stretch 4.
So, Kevin, bigger picture question here for you. I know you follow this so closely. I've kind of asked the question rhetorically of Maryland fans in general. I want to get your opinion, as you're kind of my go-to on this. What should the expectation be? Not just this year where they got a good group, but at Maryland, where, half the fan base, it seems, the numbers are approximate. A group of the fan base is going, hey, we made the tournament. That's neat. And other fans going, we should be a national title contender every year with all the talent in this area. And it feels like there's no in between. What is this program, and what should it be?
I mean, look, I've defined it as follows. It's a great question. And I'm a lifelong Terp, as you guys, I think, know. I think every 5 years, Maryland should be in the tournament no less than 4 of those 5 years. And I think in no less than 3 of those years, they should be contending for the second weekend. And 1 out of every 5, they should have a legitimate shot to make a Final Four and make a big run.
Wow.
That's not what they've been. I understand that
For
over
decades,
a long period of time. They've been ranked very high. They've been in the tournament a lot. They've had some bad luck in March. They just have not gotten out of that second round, the nature of a one-and-done tournament. They've got to perform in March. But you're right. The fan base is very passionate. It's very demanding. And that's because for a long period of time, Maryland was, a clear-cut top 10, top 15 program, and it's not really that anymore. But I think that's what it should be, based on tradition, building, recruiting area, etc.
Our Maryland insider, Kevin Sheehan. No Commanders today. We'll do that next time.
We can always do that.
Yeah, exactly. Be good, brother.
Thanks, buddy.
Good
Enjoy
catching
tonight.
up.
Are you going to watch, Grant? Are you going to watch tonight?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'll lock
All right.
in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that time of year, baby. I mean, you would ask me 6 weeks ago, I probably would have found something on, Netflix.
Kev,
But tonight,
I got
I'll give it to you.
I got a DVR. My son's green team has a huge playoff game against the white team tonight. That's at the local gym.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's big. Just make sure they can handle the press.
They cannot. I'll tell you that right now.
By the way, -4 in the line tonight for the white team against the green.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So they got
I thought they'd be favored, not by that much.
Well, they got all 7 guys. They haven't had all 7 all
What's your smell
season.
test on white versus green, Kev?
We're the
Oh,
sharp
you're
money.
talking about white versus green.
Yeah.
So wait, who's the favored?
So the green team's the higher seed, but white is the slight favorite here.
Wow.
I just love the way the green team can shoot from distance. I mean, they got 3 or 4 shooters on that team.
Adrian, yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Adrian
So
can knock it down.
I kind of like
Hudson
Green
made
tonight.
2 threes last week. 2.
I think Green should be able to go deep in the tourney once every 4 years.
Well,
Yeah,
good
let's
luck
just
with
hope
that.
Green doesn't play well tonight in College Park.
That's true. There you go.
Facts. All right, Kevin, be good, bud.
All right, boys.
See ya. I would think Sheehan's going to the game. I should have asked him, but it's at College Park. He's got to be there. It's the biggest game in the
He's probably
year.
there now.
Biggest game in a couple of years. All right, we did not talk to Kevin about the Commanders, but we'll do that next. Every day this week, a different position group we're breaking down. Let's get to wide receivers on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Let me tell you about Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt guy. I've had multiple cars over the years from Ted Britt Ford. My wife, we've had a couple different Edges. This is our second Mustang Mach-E at the moment, and I love that ride. Best car I've ever had. It is incredible. It's like sitting in a couch. Sitting in a couch? You probably wouldn't want to sit in the couch. You sit on the couch in a very comfortable way. It's unbelievable display. It's got like a big movie screen up there for whatever you want. All the touchscreen stuff, all the latest trimmings, and it is electric. It's awesome. Speaking of that, you can get a great deal on one right now. 0% APR for 72 months and the Ford Power Promise. That means a new home charger with installation covered by my guys over at Ted Britt Ford. Get involved in the electric revolution, people. How about a new 25 Explorer? $6,500 off the MSRP, plus no payments for 90 days. Your Stone Cold Steve Austin bottom line is this. Ted Britt Ford is fantastic. They won my business. They've been doing it for more than 60 years. Let them win yours as well. Go see them at Fairfax and Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, just tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In baseball, the Nationals are undefeated in spring training no longer as they fell to the Astros 3-0. DJ Hers gave up a 2-run homer in the first inning in his first action of the spring. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers tonight at Capital One Arena. Denny Avdia making his return to Cap One. 7 p.m. tip-off near the game right here on the Fan. Alex Sarr out for tonight. College hoops. Big one in College Park. Number 16, Maryland, taking on number 8, Michigan State. 6:30 tip-off on the Team 980. Georgetown on the road taking on UConn at 6:30. You can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. Several players have been given permission to seek trades, including Rams offensive guard Jonah Jackson, Titans edge rusher Harold Landry, and the Packers dealing with trade conversations around corner Jair Alexander. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In 30 minutes, right here on Grant and Danny, Capitals defenseman Jacob Chikrin, who's got 17 goals. He's one of the most skilled and offensively dynamite defenders in the National Hockey League. First year in D.C. They need to re-sign him. He will be on this program. We're actually going to have Chikrin on every single week for the rest of the season as long as it goes for the Capitals.
How about that?
Presented by our friends at IT Cadre, which we're fired up about. So our first weekly installment with Chikrin coming up in 30 minutes, right at 5 o'clock on the Fan. But each day this week at 4:30, we have been looking at another position group for Washington. We're working our way through the offense this week, and it is time today to get to the wide receiver spot. This is going to be really, really fascinating to see how they go about the coming months at wide receiver. The only two guys under contract who played wide out for this team last season are Terry McLaurin, who needs an extension at this point.
We're here already, by the way.
And Luke McCaffrey, who they chose in the third round, right around pick 100, who, based on where he was chosen, you could say, was a little bit of a disappointment from a production standpoint, but he did help them on special teams as a kick returner, and he did some decent things when they threw him the football. He just didn't get involved very often, which maybe speaks to what they thought of his readiness as the year went on. But he was a quarterback just a few years ago in college football, so overall, still plenty of upside there. But that's the list, Danny. There are two wide receivers right now, McLaurin and McCaffrey, who are in pen going to be on this team in 2025. The rest of the group, De'Ami Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, Noah Brown, Jamison Crowder, KJ Osborne, all free agents.
Pretty wild, right? We're going to learn a lot about what they think philosophically this offseason at multiple positions, but receiver especially. So are they going to say, Cliff's going to scheme them open and Jaden Daniels is special. He's an elevator. We need to focus on other areas, right? That's a school of thought. It's not mine, but it could be theirs. Or they could say, last year it wasn't a great year to upgrade at the wide receiver spot, which it wasn't, by the way. Look at the free agency haul or guys that were out and about. It was, you could trade for troubled receiver A. You could trade for a disgruntled guy. You could go get Calvin Ridley in free agency, the top of the market money. It wasn't a lot available there in left tackle. So I understand trying to find it via a different avenue. We're going to see if they spend premium resources or not. We'll learn very quickly. If it's, nope, McLaurin's our number one, and we're not really that concerned about having a defined number two or a number three or a slot guy, we'll find some readily available pieces who can fit our scheme well enough. And each week, rather, it'll be a different guy that does it. Zaccheaus against Philadelphia. It'll be Noah Brown against somebody. We'll have somebody different each week, but that's not what I would do, but I think it may be what they do.
Well, we kind of came to the realization last offseason that they didn't really necessarily feel like the offense was going to go through the wide receiver position. They felt like in the passing game, which maybe you need less of overall as a run-first team, which they were. They struggled to run the ball with running backs down the stretch, but Jaden Daniels made up for that. But when you have a running quarterback who, outside of Lamar Jackson, runs as much and as effectively as any QB in the league, and then when you have a design to your offense where you run it at a really high rate compared to the mean in the league, which is essentially what they did in game situations where the game was still pretty tight last year, then maybe you can turn down the fader on just how much you need out of your passing game anyway in terms of completions, yards, what have you. So I think they baked that into the equation. And then they said, well, where are the catches coming from? Zach Ertz was going to be their number 2 targeted, number 2 receiver in terms of catches, and he was 91 targets, 66 catches. I think they thought what we saw in the first half of the year before the injuries from Austin Eckler was the plan. Like, he might be their number 3 guy in targets. He was on pace to be that guy, and easily probably would have been, if not for the concussions. He would have been maybe number 3 in catches on the team as well. So when you've got a tight end and when you've got a running back that do a lot of the heavy lifting in your passing game, you don't need as deep a receiver room, especially then when your offense doesn't go outside in the passing game and when you're not a pass-first team. And I think all of that was part of the consideration. To your point, now we're going to figure out, after they watched Daniels for a year, they saw what he can do well, what he doesn't do, maybe at the same level, that elite level that he did everything else. We're going to see, now that they go back to the drawing board, how they see to put this thing together. They could go get a high-end wide receiver. They could spend a little bit of money. They could just draft some speed and maybe go with cheap, young, fast guys that can make explosive plays. I think there's a lot of options here. This, by the way, is our G&D poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. So you can go vote on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, at 1067 The Fan. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com. We're asking you guys, how do you think they'll address the receiver position? Spend big, spend a little bit, go through the draft or try to bring as many of these guys from last year back as possible.
So just a couple statistical points by way of example here. Washington threw it the 25th most times in the NFL. So you go, oh, they're a run-first team. That's why. Yeah, but look at who else was in their company. Ravens, Eagles, Packers, Bills. These are teams with great records with leads. So, yeah, a lot of times Washington
running quarterbacks
and
too.
running quarterbacks. And so a lot of times, yeah, Washington is, in some of the close games they were in, but they're also dominating the Carolina Panthers and the Cleveland Browns and the Arizona Cardinals. We're not dropping back and slinging a bunch of times. That affects you over the course of a year.
Yeah, they had what, 3 or 4 of those probably. Those went away as the year went on.
Well, and you're winning so many games, and in double digits and so on. I think next year they're going to throw the ball more. Not because it's a design thing, but because their schedule is tougher, because they're on the road more. They've got quality opponents. So just to sort of say, this is what we did, this is good enough. Philosophically, if I could be in the room with Adam Peters, I'd love for him to explain to me why I'm wrong. But this would be my 2 cents going, just because it worked this past year, I don't know that you can just say, we'll run that back in that sort of style. My number 2 receiver can't be someone that was cut by a good team in August.
Yeah.
Like, let's see what else we can do here.
I think what you're saying is completely accurate. I also think it needs to be acknowledged that, it's hard to say how many plays you're going to run in a game, because there's games where you're going to run 54 plays and there's games where you're going to run 77 plays.
Mm-hmm.
But if we say 60 to 65 plays a game, there were 2 different games this season where Jaden Daniels ran 16 times.
Yep.
When you have a quarterback that runs to the extent that this quarterback does, there will be fewer footballs to go around, so to speak. So if the plan is still that Austin Eckler is going to be heavily involved as a pass catcher out of the backfield, which I believe will be the plan, should be the plan, yeah?
Yeah.
If the plan is still that Zach Ertz or the tight end position, whether that's him or Sinnott or somebody else, is still heavily involved, then going and spending $30 million on T. Higgins to play opposite Terry McLaurin doesn't make a lot of sense. It's why the Baltimore Ravens, everyone's always going, man, they got to go get a wide receiver. We've always been talking about this. They need a number 1. They need to do this. They haven't had a Pro Bowl receiver since ... And finally, they had one this year in Zay Flowers, by the way. I thought it should have been Brian Thomas Jr., but congratulations to Flowers. He had a good year. Point of the dude's story is, part of the problem for their lack of productivity isn't just that they're always wrong, or part of it is the way they operate. It's that the number of chances goes down when you have this dynamic dual threat quarterback. So I'm not really for spending big as a number 2 wide receiver. I think if you're going to spend at that position, you want an elite superstar number 1, and you want to spend 35, 37 million, Justin Jefferson kind of money ultimately, no problem. Now, you don't need to do that for Terry McLaurin, but he is coming off 13 touchdowns, Guy just got married, had the most explosive season we've seen from him. He's going to want some more money and probably an extension in to get paid. But I'm not going to have like 2 star wide receivers in this offense. Wasteful is probably too strong of a term, but it's not necessary. I want a really good fit opposite Terry McLaurin. I want a really good number 2 wide receiver. Someone who, if you want Terry to kind of run some of the tough stuff, short and intermediate, can take the lid off down the field. If your idea is that Terry's going to be the X and be vertical and explosive down the field, who could do some of the T. Higgins stuff, running those square in routes and some of those things, in the middle of the field. Not that that's going to be the strength of their passing game, but I'm looking for like a legitimate, formidable 2, probably in that, $15-18 million range as a high end. You could probably do it closer to $12-13 million. And then supplementing with the types of guys they had previously. I'd rather spend big at tight end to get a weapon. I'd rather add another running back if I've got to spend money who's a really good pass catcher with Eckler. And I'd rather spend money on that offensive line the way that they're going to operate.
So I understand and would probably agree with a large part of that. I mean, to me, this is where the draft picks come in. This is a premium spot. The premium spots, we know, quarterback, that's solved. Thank goodness it is. That's the biggest piece of the puzzle. The rest of them are wide receiver, left tackle, defensive end, and then others to a degree, given the salary fluctuation. When I say premium position, it's what the league is paying up for. So that's where you need to be thinking, how can I acquire one of these stalwarts, one of these stars, one of these excellent players, these difference makers at a premium position? It's typically not in free agency. It's typically not via trade. And that's why I don't want to speak for you. So I've been beating the drum about Myles Garrett, where this is a premium position, a premium player. That's why I sort of am breaking my rules, because they're not available ever, unless you spend a really high draft pick. And even then, you may or may not get it. See Chase Young. So to me, I'm going, this is where I would target in the draft, that like late first, early second, wide receiver, tackle. You want to tell me it's one of those spots? I'm all in on that. If you find someone in free agency that sort of fits, like you're talking about, that's a true number 2 that can be a threat, I'm with that.
How would you guys attack wide receiver this offseason? Would you just throw some mid-round draft picks at it and go get some speed and say you're good? Bring back Zacchaeus-type players? Or would you really want to make it more of a priority with money, bring in a veteran with a resume who's played in a Pro Bowl? Are you willing to just stick with the less is more approach? It worked for them offensively last year. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who is going to cut down the net. So go to FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. If you've been waiting for FanDuel, this is the time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly, which is my favorite thing about the app. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Please take that seriously and call 1-800-GAMBLER. Each and every day this week between 4:30 and 5, we've been going elbow deep into another position on this Commanders depth chart. Today it's wide receivers. How are you addressing a spot where only 2 incumbents are under contract for next year? That's Terry McLaurin and Luke McCaffrey, who was sparingly used. Let's go to Vaughn and Alexandria on G&D. Vaughn, you going big at wide receiver, or are you okay with less is more?
All right, so let me ask you this first, Grant. You said that the offense initially was scheduled this year to run through the tight ends and running back, right?
Kind of. I mean, I'll play along, but yeah, I don't know if it's exactly that
All
way,
right,
but yeah.
just going by, this is the answer to your question. All the running that Daniels did this year, right? How much of the running came from the fact that either the line broke down or somebody couldn't get open? I think the issue here is, if the answer is we didn't have a lot of guys open downfield, then you need to address the wide receiver position, right? I think a lot of Daniels' run were unscheduled. So the answer to that will lead me to what we need next year. If your answer is it was due more so to the line, then okay, let's address the line and we can run it back with, guys like we had last year. But if the answer is nobody's getting open, then you probably need to target a big-time number 2 receiver.
Yeah, I mean, we could look at this, like how often did he scramble well after the snap? I'm sure that stat is out there 2.5, 3 seconds later or something. I don't remember that many times where he was just holding the ball, waiting. Like, he dropped back. If it's there, he's making it happen. Occasionally, as the year went on, he got better at like scrambling to reset the throw. But I think most of his scrambles were because he's going to run. That is the secret sauce. He ran for 1,000 yards in college, man. This is what the guy is. He's a dual threat, unbelievable player who's accurate and has touch and can throw the deep ball. And he's one of the great athletes of all time on the field, as evidenced by the best SEC season by a quarterback maybe ever. And he's also going to run a lot. I think that's why he ran a lot. Not to mention the O-line is a big part of it. I don't think they were bad per se, but in the NFL, there will be breakdowns. And when there are breakdowns and you can move like Daniels, you leave the pocket.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, so to me, I think about the times, and it's not a lot, but it happened, Philadelphia most specifically, where they don't have anybody that can get open on that 3rd and 8, and they're doing a good job keeping them in the pocket. Now, all of a sudden, the offense doesn't look real good. And that's where that to me is where the caller has his point. 15 weeks out of the year, you didn't really need that, right? Because either the scheme's getting them open or Daniels will make you right or whatever. But you play against someone that's high level enough, and that's the conversation you're in now. That's where I might need to pay a premium to go get that dude that on 3rd and 8 can win.
I mean, it's always better to have better weapons.
Of course.
So
sure.
at the end of the day, that's kind of what you're saying is you'd rather have a great wide receiver than just an okay one. Me too. But you are making the choice of where do you need to spend a lot of money? Where do you need to have star power? And I would rather have it on the offensive line than at wide receiver 2, opposite Terry McLaurin, I guess, is my point, right? And right now, the wide receiver position, I think you said this, is pretty loaded in terms of availability and who's out there compared to maybe the last couple of years. So while I'm not shopping in the T. Higgins basket, I might tell you that going and getting somebody like Hollywood Brown at 27 years old, or Demarcus Robinson, who just played for the Rams and caught a bunch of balls in the red zone. Maybe like a big guy like a Mac Hollins, who coming off the year he had with Buffalo. Who else? Let's see. Maybe like a how about DeAndre Hopkins? He's too old. I don't know. He'd be like the 3rd guy on my depth chart. Chris Godwin's not going to be available. Amari Cooper, who's 30. I would pay him, 15, 16 million if I could do that. He probably will get a richer deal than that. Maybe Keenan Allen, somebody like that. He'll play in the slot and outside. Again, he's older, 32, so maybe get him a little cheaper. But that's what this front office did last year.
That's what they did.
They went and got older guys to 1 or 2 year deals that they thought would be a good leader. Let's go to Tyler in Fredericksburg. What's up?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny.
Hey, man.
I just want to make a quick comment about us requiring a left tackle, either free agency or the draft. As far as I know from AP, I mean, it sounds like they like and love Brandon Coleman at left tackle. So I think left guard and right tackle will probably be heavily addressed either this free agency or the draft. But I I guess when it comes to receiver, I think Amari Cooper is really the only one that really jumps out at me. I mean, we can go ahead and assume that T. Higgins is going to be locked up tight with Cincinnati. And then Chris Godwin, I mean, Lord have mercy. I mean, he's been through a lot of injuries in Tampa.
Well, you could also trade, remember, Deebo Samuel available for a trade. I'd wait and see if he got cut. You could sign him.
Yeah.
That would interest me. Cooper Kupp, same thing. If he got cut, that would interest me on a new deal.
Cooper, I'm nervous about. I thought, like a lot of people did.
Amari or Cooper Kupp?
It's a great bit. Amari Cooper. When he got traded to Buffalo, I'm going, oh my God, that puts him over the top. What a signing. How brilliant. He was a non-factor, basically. I don't know if it's a scheme thing or a problem with him, but it didn't work the way I thought it would. Otherwise, I've been an Amari Cooper drum beater for a while. I've now got some reservations. I'm not sure.
Let's go to Doyle in Richmond, listening down in the capital of Virginia. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
Yeah, enjoyed y'all at the show.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I have a thing for you, wide receiver. It's Westbrook Akini out of Tennessee.
Yeah, he's a decent little player. I mean, he's more of a third guy probably, but he caught 9 touchdowns last year.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
On 32 catches. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, honestly. Probably a slight upgrade over the types of guys they had last year. I wouldn't hate that. I'm going to make wide receiver a priority, but it's going to be behind running back. It's going to be behind the O-line. And depending on what happens with Ertz, if he's not coming back, I would say awesome tight end over number 2. Now, if Terry wasn't here, it's a whole different conversation for me. But weapons matter so much. And I don't really care what position you play. I'm announcing you as a weapon. Can you help me score points?
Right.
Can you get first downs? Can you make people miss? Like, that's what matters. Hey, how cool is this? Jacob Chikrin's going to be with us all season long. The rest of the way for the Capitals. He has been amazing for this show. I think he'll be awesome. We'll have him every single Wednesday moving forward, thanks to our friends at IT Cadre. He joins us next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, today the league announced that they're going to plan to implement an electronic system to measure first downs this upcoming season. The chain gang will remain on the sideline as a backup. Also in the NFL, the Rams have given permission to offensive guard Jonah Jackson, permission to seek a trade. The Titans are allowing edge rusher Harold Landry to seek a trade, and the Packers are having trade discussions around cornerback Jair Alexander. In baseball, the Nationals had their first loss of spring training today as they lost the Astros 3-0. DJ Hurts gave up a 2-run homer in the first inning in his first action of the spring. In the NBA tonight, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers as Denny Avdia makes his return to Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off near the game right here on the Fan. Alex Sarr out once again for the Wizards. College hoops tonight, a top 16 matchup in College Park. Number 16 Maryland hosting number 8 Michigan State. 6:30 tip-off on the Team 980. Georgetown on the road taking on UConn tonight. That's also a 6:30 tip. You can hear that game over on Bloomberg 99.1. Last night, the Capitals fell to the Flames 3-1, although Alex Ovechkin scored the lone goal for the Capitals. 30th goal of the year, just 12 away from passing Wayne Gretzky. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As Washington is preparing this offseason to protect star quarterback Jaden Daniels, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of this show, the law firm of Condori and Murad, will help you draft your last will and testament. They'll set up a living trust or put together a medical power of attorney for you and your family. Go schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Remember, it's a Wizards Wednesday, so we're giving away tickets to see the Wizards at Capital One Arena. We'll do that in 1 hour, right at 6 o'clock, as we take you up to 6:30 this evening on the Fan. But the roommates of the Wizards are the excellent team at Capital One Arena, and that is your Washington Capitals, who lost in regulation for just the second time since the new year started back on January 1. That was last night against Calgary. Jacob Chikrin, who's got 17 goals, has been one of the best offensive defensemen in the National Hockey League. He's going to be joining us for the remainder of the season each and every Wednesday, thanks to our friends at IT Cadre. And he's on the Rude Guest Hotline right now. IT Cadre brings you trusted insight from trusted insiders. Presented by IT Cadre, where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Jacob, thanks for a few minutes. We appreciate you. Let's start with last night. Slow start. You guys were in a 2-goal hole and just couldn't catch up. What went wrong against the Flames?
That's just a team that is, I feel like they're an easy team to lose to when you aren't playing, your best hockey. They work really hard. They defend really well. I just think, we did have a, tough first period and we didn't play very good, but I think a credit to, their group. I mean, they just played a really defensively sound game. They made it really hard on us to execute on plays and get pucks through. And, it was just one of those nights where it wasn't going our way.
Last night notwithstanding, Jacob, I've been a Caps fan for a long, long time, for decades. And there have been years where if the other team scores first or the Caps are down a couple of goals, you may as well find something else to do just because, that was all she wrote. That doesn't seem to be the case with you guys. You get down, and it just sort of seems to be this calm, and you're going to work your process, and next thing you know, you're tied, you're getting points where you shouldn't. It's been remarkable watching the resiliency and kind of stick-to-itiveness. A, just love your thoughts on that, and B, where does that come from? I mean, and have you noticed it?
Yeah, big time. Yeah, it's been a blast. I mean, this group just, we always feel we're in it, and when we don't have our best stuff, we seem to
turn things around, in the moment, take it kind of period by period. And, third period's been really good for our group this year. And, we know that, we're in every game. So I think, when O scored the first one last night to make it 2-1, I thought for sure we were going to find a way to at least get that game to overtime. But that's kind of the first game in a while where we weren't able to kind of claw back into it, although we had our looks and made it, put some pressure on them and, made them sweat a little bit. But, we weren't able to find the back of the net a second time. So that's the way she goes some nights. But this group is, like you touched on, very resilient and very capable of, coming back into games after giving up a couple goals.
17 goals on the season for Jacob Chikrin, who's going to be tying a career high with his next one, joining us here on Grant and Danny. Was there any collective disappointment or any kind of chip on your guys' shoulder out of the Four Nations tourney that none of you guys made it? Obviously, O would have played for Russia if they were in the thing, but Thompson and net, Carlson on the back end, Willie for Team Canada. There were some legitimate snubs. You guys came out of that thing rested. In the long run, I'm going to be happy that none of you played in it. But we could have had 2, 3, 4 reps pretty easily. Some teams did. Was that something you guys talked about at all or cared about at all?
Yeah, we touched on it for sure. We definitely feel like we had guys that, could have and should have been there. But, it's stuff that's out of our control. So, we just look to move forward and take advantage of the rest. I think it's such a long year, and any opportunity you can to rest the body. It's tough to get through a season without any bumps and bruises. So I know the guys are, we're always happy to have some rest and some time off. And, we took advantage of it. I think we came out, really good, obviously, in Pittsburgh and had our first game at home. And hopefully we can get back to that form, our next game coming up.
Only 15 goals in the first 2 games after the rest of the tournament. So you guys were a little bit rusty. Maybe sluggish. Could have been 16 or 17, I guess. Did you watch any of the tourney? 9 million Americans tuned in, 16 million North Americans tuned in. It ended up being a way bigger deal than anyone thought.
Yeah, no, it seemed like it was a hit for hockey. You want to see the game grow and continue to, generate viewers. And I think it was great. It ended up being an awesome event. Me personally, I was a little bit busy over the break, so I didn't watch too much. I think the only game I watched start to finish was the final. But other than that, I kind of tuned in for bits and pieces here and there. But it was definitely entertaining hockey.
You mentioned growing the game. It's been a slow and steady growth, I feel like, at times. I mean, no progress is linear with anything, but for the NHL, what do you think, just as a guy that's in this, a Florida kid who's, making waves in the NHL now, what can they do in your mind to grow the game that maybe they aren't doing?
Oh, man, that's a good question. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I do think that we could be doing, you could always be doing better. I mean, you look at these other sports, I think, you look at the TV deals and the money that the players are making in other sports. I think, back in the day, like when my pops was playing, it used to be pretty neck and neck hockey to the other sports. And now, I mean, all these other leagues have just blown up. So, there's always room for improvement with that. I just think, hockey, I just think it somehow needs more exposure. Unfortunately, I think the tough thing with hockey is it's so expensive. I mean, we really price people out of the game, which is sad. It's tough to get, less fortunate families into the mix with their kids. And, so that definitely hurts, I think. But, the more people I think that are exposed to it and are able to go watch hockey in person, they fall in love with it and see how fun and entertaining and, passionate we play the game. I think that was a big talk over the Four Nations as well, was sort of the NBA All-Star, week, how, kind of, it's almost like a joke, and it's just the guys don't even want to be there. And, we were able to have some meaningful tournament games and guys, putting it all on the line. So, it was good exposure for the game, and more of that stuff would be great down the line.
Jacob, I want to go back in time because I don't know how many Caps fans know really about your early days in the NHL. You're one of those guys because you've been around for 9 seasons or so now, where when I think of you, I'm thinking, well, he's got to be 28, 29, and you're 26 years old. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you played your first games in the NHL as a 18-year-old, right?
Yep. Yeah, I made Arizona out of the draft and played there as an 18-year-old.
So first of all, that's wild. If you could just go into what that's like in that experience, you're in a dressing room with probably 34-year-olds, 32-year-olds on that team. And then maybe even compare that to there's a chance Ryan Leonard's going to be joining you guys in the not too distant future, and ultimately a member of the team in the playoffs who's at BC is maybe the top prospect in the world, not in the NHL right now. Just what's that like when you go from not being in the league to in the league, so much younger than everybody else around you?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I remember we had, 40-year-old Shane Doan with us. I was very fortunate. My first year was Doner's last year. So I was just, blessed to have a year with Doner. And, he was just amazing to the young guys. And, I think looking back, you're obviously every single night you're going into a new building and, you don't really have your bearings. You don't know any of the rooms. So it's a lot of, it's just a lot of new, stuff you got to go through coming in the league. And I think at times it can be a lot, but that's what you dream about as a kid. And I think it's easy to handle that as a young kid. You're just excited and you got all the energy in the world. And I just think, you're playing against a lot of your idols and guys you looked up to as a kid. And, each night is sort of it's just a blast. It's just, there's all these, welcome to the NHL moments that you have, and it's just what you dream about. So, it would be great to get, Ryan up with us at some point here. And like you guys touched on, he's obviously a heck of a prospect. So we're looking forward to seeing what he can, bring to the table for a group.
What advice would gray-bearded, grizzled veteran Jacob Chychrun, that just ancient at 26 years old, what advice would you give 18-year-old Jacob Chychrun?
Oh, man. I mean, I was fortunate to have my pops who played in the game. So, for me, I didn't really change my approach from, even just juniors into the NHL. I think, I always have looked after myself really well. And, I think, my pops always told me, the most important thing is how hard you work and also having fun and loving what you do. So I think, a good combination of, enjoying your time with the guys and also, looking after yourself, making sure you're giving yourself every opportunity to play your best hockey each night. Consistency is such a big part of the game today. And that's kind of the big thing that, guys need to work on, I think, these days, is being as consistent as you can. It's hard to have your best stuff for 82 games. So it's just a matter of when you're not feeling it, not playing your best, don't have your hands don't feel as good one night or your legs are tired. It's finding a way to play a sound game and can help contribute for the team.
Jacob Chychrun of the Caps on Grant and Danny with us. A couple of more moments here on the Fan. Jacob, what do you take the most pride in? Thinking of, the last couple of nights, would it be like a snipe where you just get off one of your brilliant shots and you beat a goaltender? There was a play against Edmonton. It didn't go for a goal, but you carried the puck into the offensive zone with hands and dekes and kind of went through traffic like a coop, and you got a backhanded shot on the cage. Most defensemen can't do that. Like, or maybe it's a big hit. I mean, what's the thing when you do it that you're like, damn, that's fun?
There's so many of those little moments that I love in this game. I mean, it can be anything as little as, having a really good gap, surfing up on a guy and having a good stick. Obviously I think, one that most guys would say is obviously scoring. I think everybody loves scoring in this league. It's a great feeling. But I get that, satisfaction from just a ton of different, smaller plays that even go unnoticed at times. And that's kind of the beauty of the game. It's just,
well, last night, how about empty net? You made a couple of saves in a row. You're going full goalie, basically, like laying out. That must have been kind of, I don't know if that's fun or not, but that's satisfying, I would think.
Yeah, I'd rather not be in that situation. I don't know. My thumb, actually, the first one I blocked, my thumb's a little banged up today, so I wouldn't say that was too satisfying, but yeah, for sure. Like there's, I guess the second one was fun. Felt like a bit of a shortstop there on that one. So
you kind of took that one. You're like diving, taking that one off a hop in the infield.
Yeah. I used to play first base as a kid, so it brought me back to the good old days on the diamond. So there's a lot of those moments, throughout a game where you feel just feel good about a play that you make. So
opposite end of the spectrum, what's work? In other words, like this again. Like what's the thing where you like, I got to do it, it's part of the gig, but damn it, this is not the fun part.
I think, man, I just think honestly, like there's some practice days where you're just exhausted coming in, after a tough game. And I think getting warm and activated for a practice, like back in the day when I was a kid before, surgeries and everything, you're able to just kind of get dressed and go without doing anything, maybe sit in the hot tub for a couple minutes and then just get dressed and go. But these days, as you get older and, you got injuries over the years, I think now it's tough to get away with that. So, you really got to be diligent with your routine and making sure, all your muscles are firing properly. And you're just, making sure there's less opportunity for you to tweak something on any given day. So I think, there's days where you just don't feel like doing much and you're tired and sore, but you got to just grind and get yourself prepared to go on the ice and practice. And obviously I don't love even getting dressed every day. It'd be nice if we could just have a zip up and go, but it's a lot of equipment we got to take on and off. So, but those are, that's just part of it.
Jacob, we saved this one for last, but we got to ask you one about Ovi as he closes in on the record here. 11 goals now from Gretzky after 4 in the last 2 games. You watched him from afar for a long time and maybe had a different opinion of him than you do here now. What's your thought on this chase? It seems like it's going to happen now, which at the beginning of the year, I think there was like a 10% chance mathematically that at his age he was going to pull it off, and here we are.
It's unreal. I think it's just incredible to see him, continue to score at the pace and level that he's doing it. I think, he's just been a blast to be around. It's just a very special, funny, unique guy. I've really, really enjoyed my time with him and just a blast to be around. And, contributing for us at such a high level still. And we're all obviously pulling for him. And, I just think back to the days where I'm watching him, as a young kid in Florida and if I could have told, myself back in the day I'd be playing with him one day, I'd be just ecstatic. So, I'm really trying to soak it all in and enjoy, the time with him and this group. We really have a special group this year. And top to bottom, we've just been, playing really well, and I haven't been a part of anything like it. So I'm just thrilled to be here and just so excited for this group and for the opportunity we have in front of us.
Yeah, that's been awesome, man. Really appreciate the time and keep crushing it, buddy.
8 more years. 8 more years. 8 more years. 8 more years. See you, Jacob. Thanks for the time, man. Go get him.
Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for having me. We'll chat soon.
Jacob Chikrin, brought to you by IT Cadre's Trusted Insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. Danny, I was joking about the 8 more years. They got to get him signed.
Yeah, and that's a little funny because it's true, because that's exactly what should happen. Now, he knows that he'll be in demand, and he knows that if he's on the open market, he could command that much, maybe more, maybe somebody wins the bidding. I mean, he is splendid. The instincts that he has to, now's the time to join the rush, or now's the time to stick handle, dangle, and create offense versus now let me go back and be a solid defenseman, the shot, the playmaking. He is fantastic. what a find, what a player, and he's fitting really, really well. I'm hoping that he's enjoying his time here and realizes that this is probably the place where you can get the maximum just in terms of your play. But who knows? I mean, maybe someone comes in with a Godfather offer.
You can see why they've wanted him for years.
Yep.
Why they tried to get him multiple times over. And by the way, it's not like this season he's having is some crazy, irreplicable campaign. I mean, he had 18 goals as a defenseman a handful of years ago, early in his career. So this is something that I think a lot of people thought was possible, as he's going to potentially score 20 plus goals for the Caps from the blue line this season. And by the way, they were number 2 in terms of the bottom of the NHL, second to last year in offense from the defense, which has completely changed this year. Chychrun is a big reason why. Speaking of changing this year, the Commanders went from 32nd to 11th in the NFLPA polling of teams you'd want to work for and play for. How much of that was because of their on-field success? How much of it was because of the changes they made before all that success? We'll have a little chicken or the egg debate next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the league is planning to implement an electronic system to measure first downs this upcoming season. Also, some players that were given permission to seek a trade. The Rams offensive guard Jonah Jackson, the Titans are allowing edge rusher Harold Landry to seek a trade, and the Packers have had trade discussions around cornerback Jair Alexander. In baseball, first loss of the spring for the Nationals. They fell to the Astros 3-0. DJ Hurst with giving up a 2-run home run in the first inning in his first action of the spring. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off right here on the Fan. Denny Avdia making his return to Capital One. Alex Sarr out tonight for the Wizards. College hoops, number 16 Maryland hosting number 8 Michigan State. 6:30 tip-off on the Team 980. Georgetown on the road taking on UConn. That also at 6:30. Near that game on Bloomberg 99.1. Last night in hockey, the Flames beat the Capitals 3-1. Ovi with the lone goal for the Caps, his 30th of the season, now just 12 away from Wayne Gretzky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Jacob Chikrin for joining us. Going to be fun to have him on every Wednesday for the rest of the season. We are fired up about that. It's Grant and Danny. 1 hour of program left for you today as we take you all the way to 6:30. We will have Wizards tickets to give away on a Wizards Wednesday, 1/2 hour from right now. A couple of updates out of the NFL, Danny. The league announced today that it did some research and its internal data shows that the tush push play in 2024 resulted in 0 injuries.
Chris Jones will be so thrilled to find that out.
0 injuries. Now, how do they calculate that? Because we all saw Chris Jones grabbing his neck, but we did not see the one-to-one of that play, and then he grabbed his neck, and then he ran off. So, yeah, I guess he could have absolutely gotten hurt on a previous play.
Right. It's brought to you by the same people that told you Thursday night football is just as safe as having a week of rest. I sort of say that tongue-in-cheek, but if the metric is because of that play, how many man games missed? 0.
But
no injuries.
Man games, but because of that play, how many injuries were sustained on that play where someone went to the blue tent or missed time? They're claiming it's 0. I think that's a pretty easy thing to figure out by way of either going back and watching the all 22 in the tape in stadium, or talking to each team. A lot of these teams, by the way, want to get rid of the play, so they're going to be willing to tell you if somebody got hurt. If there were no injuries on the play's not going away.
No, I think this is their answer, by the way, to if there's any momentum for it. It's interesting that it came out today, right? This data could be released at any point in time. There's a proposal on the table for moving on from it. A couple teams have voiced things, and now there's debate. This was going to be the way potentially it could be removed. They don't want it removed. So I think that's what your data says.
But we talked about this. I think you agreed with me, but I guess I'll double check on this now. My point was this play cannot be gotten rid of because it's a successful play.
Totally.
This play cannot be gotten rid of because people are annoyed that it's become kind of ubiquitous with Philadelphia in short yardage, right? The only way you can get rid of the play, this was my point 2 days ago when we talked about this for an extended period of time, is if you can prove, and this has to be quantifiable, this has to be researched, which I guess they have started to do and have some results on now, that it is less healthy than other plays, including the quarterback sneak. And they are claiming, Danny, now you don't have to believe them, they're saying we did the research and there aren't injuries on this play.
Right.
Then it's over.
Yeah, that's the end of it. But the point is, now that that's been released, this play is staying. So I find that really annoying. There's a number of things I find super irritating about it. I understand that Philadelphia's good at it, but everybody's doing it.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think the alignment is wrong. Like the center, for example, is a half yard further forward on that play than he is for all the other ones. Just kind of the way they do the snap, the linemen aren't in their kind of normal alignment on both the directions. It looks like everybody's offsides, where like neutral zone infractions go out the window and everything is strange and odd, and then now you're aiding a runner.
That they should just be able to officiate.
You should, but no one seems interested in doing it when they ran it 50 times this year, whatever the number was. So, but I don't want to get away from the point. The point is, the instant I saw that, the data, you guys, we looked, there's no injury. I know the gavel's been slammed. They're not interested in getting that play out of the league, so it's staying.
Raheem Morris came out at the Combine, said he wants to get rid of it. Sean McDermott came out at the Combine, said he doesn't think it's a play that should be in the NFL. And I found that hilarious because they're the team that runs it second most. Other than the Eagles, who ran it over 80 times last season. Think about that. Over 80 times.
God.
The Bills were the team that ran it second most, and even their head coach was like, yeah, I don't know about this play, guys. I don't know how long the list of coaches is that don't want it. All 32 haven't been polled. But we know that the Packers are out on it because they proposed to change the rules. So presumably LaFleur, Raheem, and McDermott are the beginning of some growing list of coaches that don't like the play. Let's go to Andre and Manassas on Grant and Danny. Andre, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? So,
Buddy.
Like everybody else, I used to think, the tush push is perfectly legal. Do what you need to do. Stop complaining defense, stop them. And then I started thinking about it more, and I started looking at it more. And to me, it feels like a rugby-style play, the way how these guys are pushing the guy from the back. And I'm not saying not to do away with it, but for me, from a defensive perspective, it's almost as if the offense has to say, okay, we're doing the tush push. And once they commit, they tell everybody in the stage, the offense, now the defense can adjust their defense, and you don't have to worry about a situation where the defense or the offense is going to, we got you, and we're going to pass out
Andre,
of it.
what would the defense do differently if they had to, like an onside kick, if they had to announce it? Because you can already tell anytime it's less than a yard, they're going to run the tush push.
I think, again, to me, it's a rugby style play. And when I see these rugby scrums, these guys are lined up differently. They got arms around each other, and they just line up, and they're like hitting the guy in the thigh, in the back of the thigh to kind of push the, whatever you call that scrum. It looks like a rugby type play.
I'm not disagreeing with you because it is a rugby play. It's not an NFL play.
When you do a rugby in terms of defense, you see how the defensive lineman, if you will, when it comes to the scrum, how they attack the scrum. Everybody has their arms, or it's like the mighty V from your favorite movie, but everyone has their arms around together. They're hugging each other. It's a different type of way they play defense in terms of to stop that. So I think if you're going to have a rugby style play in football, which we all agree it is, then you should be able to do a rugby style defense. The problem is once you put your arms around your defensive mate, you can't just say, okay, we got you. We're going to pass the ball now. Then it messes everything up.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, so it's almost like you're announcing if you intend to do it, then we can't trick you.
But he's saying the tricking part that part you do away with because, again, you already know they're running it. What he's saying, though, is you should be able to break rules defensively.
Right.
Where, okay, now we can all get into a formation like the Spartans phalanx or whatever, where we're all, all of our shields are together or whatever, and we can be over the ball and what have you. That's the only reason it makes sense to suggest that you've got to announce what you're doing, because otherwise there's no difference. I already know in short yardage against the Eagles, they're running the tush push. They line up in a very obvious tush push alignment. I'm already guarding over the ball and playing goal line. He's just saying you announce it, and then maybe because the rules are being stretched on offense, that you can stretch some rules, I guess, on defense. But yeah, just knowing because they announced it that the play's coming does no difference, no good. You already know it's coming. You still can't stop it. I just think that if you cannot prove, as I said 2 days ago, that injuries go up on that play, it will not go away. That's the only reason you get rid of a play. And I'm in agreement with that, for the record. If this was not the Eagles, it has been a huge deal the 2 years they've gotten to the Super Bowl. 2 years ago, everyone wanted to get rid of it after they made the Super Bowl. This year now, everyone wants to get rid of it. In the middle year, where they weren't a Super Bowl team, it was not nearly as big of a problem. That is not lost on me. But do I like the play? No. I agree with you, and I agree with all the people who say in the NFL, you should not be able to just get behind and push the ball carrier. I don't care if it's the quarterback, the running back, or receiver.
I don't care who it is. Yeah.
I think we should get rid of that in the NFL, and that would get rid of this play. But because that's not something that they are doing, you can't just single this play out unless injuries are happening. And my perception is, as I said a couple days ago, I don't know why there would be more injuries with this than the quarterback sneak. The injury risk is to the linemen. We're doing the same thing in this, essentially, that they are in the quarterback sneak. You don't really see Jalen Hurts taking shots. Now, if people start doing the Frankie Louvu thing, where they fly over top of the formation,
you got to try to stop it.
Now you're risking helmet to helmet. Although that same thing happens in quarterback sneaks, by the way. You've seen the
Oh,
LeVar
of
leap
course, yeah.
against QB sneaks for years and years and years. You're not going to get rid of that play.
I mean, so to me, like, everyone knows how I feel about it. I mean, the pushing the runner from behind and that eliminates this play by transitivity. But if I'm the NFL, and maybe I reacted to this differently because I care about Washington, but I would look at that spectacle where it's an NFC Championship game and everyone's watching this unbelievable buzzsaw, this great team kick Washington's ass, and the story becomes, if Washington keeps it up, we're going to give Philadelphia a touchdown because their behavior is so bad. I would be so embarrassed that this is what it's come to, because you've got this thing that doesn't look like anything else that you guys do on a given Sunday or Monday or Thursday, whenever you're playing, and you got to try to come up with some sort of gimmick to guess right as they're hard counting and taking their time and doing this, that, and the other to try to run it effectively. And yeah, teams in the NFC title game are probably going to pull out all the stops to stop it. You're going to have Chris Jones turn sideways and hurt his neck. People are going to bend over backwards to try to prevent this thing. I would go, I'm so embarrassed we can't do that anymore. Even if I can't prove that the data for the injury rate is slightly higher on this one or higher on the kickoff or higher on onside kicks or whatever, I'm going, this is a gong show. No more of that. I'd be embarrassed. It seems like they're not, and they're doubling down with, yeah, man, no injuries. What do you want to do?
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, Dan Quinn named the number one coach in the NFL by way of player votes. Players voted on their coach, scored them 1 to 10 as part of this NFLPA polling that came out today. And the Commanders like Dan Quinn more than any team likes their head coach. Josh We'll get back into the polling done by the NFLPA of every player in the league that resulted in Washington scoring the 11th best grade this year, 32nd the last 2 years, dead last as far as best places to work. Pretty amazing. But a couple of you guys want to hop in on the Tush Push. The breaking news today, the NFL has informed teams that its initial research shows that there was not a single injury on that play this season, which again seems comical just because we saw in the Super Bowl Chris Jones getting his neck worked on right after the Tush Push. We all assumed it was from that play, but obviously there's no evidence that that was the play that he hurt his neck on. Let's go to Ryan and Sterling on Grant and Danny. Thanks for the call.
Hey, Grant. Hey, Dave. Virginia's doing great.
Virginia's doing great.
Virginia's doing great.
Virginia's doing great.
So the only thing I'd say to the Tush Push is, like, if you're going to allow them to do that, then let's just allow the nose tackle to line up right in front of the center, and let's allow people to chop block, and let's allow people to engage blockers that are blocking. Because clearly they're just pushing people forward. And if we're going to allow that, then let's just allow the rules to change slightly, and let's move on.
I think that's kind of what Dre was getting at. Is like, okay, if we're playing rugby on this play, let's just do what we want to do. Defense, everything's on the line. Everything's on the table, rather, which I wouldn't condone, and I don't want to do. But I understand the frustration people have of saying, you're letting them do this thing that's unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is it's not. It's just that the Eagles are so damn good at it.
Yeah, they're great at it.
When you see other teams do it, it's closer to a 55, 60% play. They just make it a 95% play by doing it better than everyone else. And they got a little worse at it when they didn't have Jason Kelsey at center, when they went to Cam Jurgens. But they're still awesome at it. The Bills, as an example, second best team at this, they do it at a 70+% clip. So you got the Eagles at 90+% success rate, the Bills at upwards of close to 80% success rate, and then everybody else after that. If you have the right quarterback and you can kind of get your line all on the same page on how to do it, you can have success. But that's what changed my opinion. If you go back and pull the audio when we started talking about this 2 years ago, I'm pretty sure I wanted this play gone. For the same reason that you do, I just thought, number one, that it was dangerous. I've changed my mind on that because I just haven't seen enough data at all that it is. It just seems like it would be, but there's been no evidence of that. And today corroborates that a little bit. Number two, I hate seeing the rugby look of just, I'm standing here, you're going to push me against the grain, not the NFL.
Yeah.
So that's annoying. And then number three, if I'm being honest, it was just, it can't be stopped and it's the Eagles. That was like my number 3 point, which isn't a good point. And here's what changed my mind. When I started to see other teams get stopped, when I started to see, oh my God, that team's 0 for 3 today on the Tush Push. Wow, this team literally can't do the Tush Push at all. It's just that the Eagles are great. It's not a perfect play. It's not a 100% batting average. It's just that they're the best hitter ever. And that changed my opinion on it.
Well, I hear you. I mean, the thing that is a good point about when it comes up in the court of public opinion, when the Eagles are good, there are those of us that have hated it throughout. There are those of us that have gone, I know they're on a losing streak in the second half of whatever year it was, 2023. This play still stinks, and we shouldn't be pushing runners from behind. We shouldn't have this big pile up and this thing we're trying to avoid. So I don't take the NFL data on this seriously at all. To be, I don't have a better way to say it than that. The same people that told me concussions weren't a problem, they weren't a real thing, CTE was bogus, there aren't more injuries on Thursdays.
Why would they care? What are they, like, why lie about the Tush Push?
I'm not quite sure.
There's no benefit to keeping a play that's unpopular.
See, it seems to me that they either want, they think about this stuff. I don't know what their angle is. Maybe they want the debate. Maybe they want people to be pissed off. Maybe they want a villain. Who knows what they're looking for? I mean, they put on TV programming and it's really good. So they've now got your entire offseason debate for the Shouty shows set. Or NFL Network's going to do 10 specials on the Tush Push or something. Who knows what their motivation is? But when they give me data that tells me Thursday night football on short rest, there's nothing different. And every player's going, it's so much harder. My body's so sore. Everything hurts. I could barely get out of bed. And they're going, yeah, look, there's no data. Come on. I roll my eyes when they tell me our internal investigation concluded. Everything's great. I don't buy it from them.
But to me, there's value in Thursday night football for them. That's massive. There's value in them lying about the concussion thing that was going to help damage their game, their product. There's no value in the tush push, which is actually a part of the NFL that's not liked by the majority of people. In fact, they should want it done away with. I guess you could claim the value is the conversation, to your point.
And maybe. I have no idea what the value is.
I remember talking to someone about the BCS and how I wanted it done away with years and years ago. And they're like, you're going to miss it when it's gone. Like some Anna Kendrick song, right? I'm like, why? And they said, because the beauty of it is the argument. It's that it's all people talk about. Everyone hates it and complains. You're going to miss that complaint and that hatred. I don't, by the way.
I'm so good.
But I think the argument actually makes some sense. Billy, Chevy Chase, you're on G&D. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, welcome.
Thank you for making the ring. We appreciate you.
So nice.
There you go. So, listen, I feel like there's no way to stop it, so police it. Once a quarter, something along those lines. Everybody's, able to practice it. Whether or not they want to use it, different story. But at least this way, they can protect integrity of the game. I was born 79. I mean, I hate the play. And like Grant said earlier, it's even worse if you're a Redskins fan, having the Eagles be the ones that perfect it.
Well, we talked about this a couple days ago. Thanks for the call, Billy. If it's the Bengals or the Lions or the Cardinals or something, I don't even know that we're talking about it right now or that it's a major story in the league. I think that it's the Eagles, that they're excellent. They're on national TV a lot. They've been the best team in the conference, essentially, for the last 3 years. They've been in 2 Super Bowls. I think that's a major factor. I will tell you, I appreciate the call, and I think it's an interesting point. I will disagree outright with the limiting the number of times. Either you can run the play or you can't. But I certainly don't want to allow teams to run the play, but only once per quarter. Only, you've used your one tush push for this half. I'm not playing that game. Either you can do it, and you could do it on every play, or you can't do it, which if we want to do that, again, I'm not arguing for the tush push.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, I'm not picking up the sign and going to pick it with you guys that we got to get rid of it until someone can prove to me that it gets people hurt at a higher rate. That's when I'll join you picketing out front of the league headquarters. Right now, I just think it's it's unpopular because it works. I really believe. I know that that's not what you're claiming.
Right.
You're in the minority. I think most people hate it because it's a rugby play that can't be stopped. And they go, this is BS. I don't want to watch this.
I think that's a huge factor. Now, again, it hurts credibility when the Packers lose to the Eagles and they're the ones complaining, right? It hurts credibility when they're in the Super Bowl 2 of those 3 years, and those are the years people complain the most. You know what I mean? Like, I fully understand that. I know that I'm the people that are my allies are the ones that look like we're just grousing with sour grapes. And I'm going to get lumped into that. I'm telling you, yes, I hate it because it's the Eagles. I hate the Eagles. I want all their fans to be miserable.
There you go.
The play sucks. Like,
it does.
Pick a team. If the Chargers run it with Justin Herbert, it's a stupid play. It sucks. There are rule violations everywhere. They were just like, it's the tush push, brotherly shove. If you get an alignment that makes more sense where the center is not a half yard forward and everybody looks more
I
normal.
Think most of the time, the alignment is correct.
I think it never is. I think the neutral zone, they just don't have one anymore. I think everybody's way closer than they normally are. Everything about it is BS. So if you make it look more normal, like a regular quarterback sneak, I can get down with that.
The Commanders, after 2 years of being dead last in the NFL, ranked 11th among all the teams in terms of workplace and where you'd want to be. The 10 categories the Players Association pulls players on. We're going to get into that next. Before we say goodbye, we'll take you up to 6:30 tonight on Grant and Danny. It is a Wizards Wednesday, which means we'll give away Wiz tickets as soon as we return right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In the NFL, the league plans to implement an electronic system to measure first downs this upcoming season. The chain gang will remain on the sideline as a backup. The Commanders improved from dead last year in the NFLPA report card to 11th this season. Dan Quinn, one of 6 coaches with an A-plus grade. Other news in the NFL, some players that are being given permission to seek trades include Rams offensive guard Jonah Jackson, Titans edge rusher Harold Landry. Also, the Packers are having trade conversations around cornerback Jair Alexander. Baseball, the Nationals fell to the Astros today, their first loss of the spring, 3-0. DJ Hurz in his first start of the spring gave up a 2-run homer in the first inning. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers tonight. Denny Avdia making his return to Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off right here on the Fan. Alex Sarr out tonight for the Wizards. Big matchup on in college hoops tonight. Number 16, Maryland, welcoming number 8, Michigan State to College Park. 6:30 tip-off over on the Team 980. Georgetown on the road taking on UConn at 6:30. You can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It's a Wizards Wednesday, which is fitting because the Wizards play the Blazers on the Fan tonight at 7 o'clock. So keep it right here for the radio party in 1 hour, 6:45 pregame to get you going, which is just about 43 minutes away. Because it's Wizards Wednesday, let's give away tickets. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're going to win 2 tickets to the Wiz a week from today. They're playing the Utah Jazz. First 10,000 fans in attendance are going to get a special G-Wiz bobblehead. Oh, my kids would go nuts for that.
He's a mask guy.
He is a mask guy. Courtesy of Capital One. Don't miss all the mascot fun, including appearances. Wait a second. This is next week? Oh, I know a family of 5 that might have to be in attendance. Mascot fun includes appearances from Franklin the dog, Benny the bull, and the Blue Blob. You won't want to miss any of the action. Grab your tickets today. I am making a note right now.
Do your kids sleep on Benny the Bull? He's kind of silly.
No. You know who loves Benny the Bull? Not a bit. Reagan. Because we've watched so many of these like top 30 mascots in America videos. And anytime there's anything new on YouTube where it ranks mascots or shows like all-time bloopers. So she's huge on the Philly Fanatic. She loves Blooper. And she's a big fan of Orbit, the Astros mascot. And Benny the Bull is one of her top guys.
So these mascots from other teams that are coming?
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, Benny the Bull is the Bulls mascot. That's who he is.
Oh.
The Blue Blob, I don't know who that is.
I'm not wearing a blue shirt, so.
It's a good one.
Thank you.
The first 10,000 fans in attendance get a special G-Wiz bobblehead. I get that. Capital One. Don't miss all the mascot fun. Appearances from Franklin the dog. Isn't Franklin the dog? Well, no, that's Clifford.
I know Clifford, the big red dog.
So who's Franklin the dog?
I don't know. I don't know any of these guys. I didn't know that the Bulls guy was Benny.
Well, you sleep on mask guys a little bit.
I 100% do.
Oh, Franklin the dog is the Philadelphia 76ers mascot.
Why is that
I don't know. That must be that the Blue Blob is an NBA mascot as well. Why are these guys there? I don't understand.
It's a mascot little convention.
The Blue Blob looks like maybe Xavier University's mascot. That is random. So they're
the Musketeers.
They've got the Sixers. They've got Xavier. They've got the Wizards. And they've got the Bulls. That's a little bit random.
Not even a little bit.
Is that like they sent out emails to 40 teams and were like, who can send a mask guy? And 4 of them got back?
One of my buddies at closing time, back in the day when we were in our early 20s, used to ask every girl that came out if they wanted to come home. Maybe that's what they did.
And then 4 of them said possibly.
Yeah, you put the bait on the hook.
The show is brought to you today by our friends at Kandori and Murad.
We love those guys. As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star quarterback, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
How much of the Commanders going from 32 to 11 in the NFLPA polling of player happiness in their workplace had to do with the fact that they just won 14 games? It would be clear and obvious to say that it's a factor.
Of course it is.
Because
Yes.
when you're thriving, it's more fun to be at work.
Mm-hmm.
When everyone's hitting their quota, when you're crushing it, when you're making great money, whatever your way of kind of feeling success in your job is, that's a reality. For us, if we're getting unbelievable ratings, it's a little more fun to be around the office.
Totally.
Boss is buying you lunch and everyone's high-fiving, right? We're all getting rich together.
Those congratulatory emails to the whole office are going out, and you're like, it's about me. That's great.
That's fun.
Yeah.
But when you win 4 games, it's not. So that's definitely part of it. But I guess it's really a chicken or the egg debate, because part of why they won the 14 games are some of the things that they changed. Your players might not be in the building studying as much tape if you don't have meals all day long. There are teams that don't have 3 meals per day like the Commanders do. If they don't like the food in the building, which Washington's players went from grading the food a D to an A, then maybe you've got to leave and go get food elsewhere. Maybe when you do that, you don't come back to work. The camaraderie is lesser. You're not around your teammates and your buddies as much because you scoop something on your way home rather than sitting in the cafeteria and having a meaningful bonding conversation with your line mate or something. I think a lot of these things feed into each other. You went from a C in terms of what they graded their coach, Rivera, last year, to an A+, number 1 out of 32 highest grade with Dan Quinn. Your love for Dan Quinn as a person probably is a factor in why you play as hard as you do for him, why he's made right by his players as often as he is. So there is a chicken or the egg feel here, in my opinion.
So I think actually the individual ratings matter a little bit more to me. And here's where I'm going. I remember last year when these came out, some fans were like, good, you don't coddle these guys. I mean, look at Kansas City. It's about winning or some kind of like tough guy rhetoric. Well, my point here is some of this is about winning. Now, treatment of families, that's not going to make a tackle for you, right? That's the, can your spouse and a couple of cousins who are in town, can they get a suite? Or can, I don't know, wives, spouses, kids, whatever, they taken care of? And is that, something that is worth your organization's time? It doesn't necessarily make you a winning team or not. That's just treating people well, right? That's just doing good business. But a nutritionist and dietitian is. That absolutely matters for recovery, for strength and training, for the training room to go from the worst to middle of the pack. That's an improvement. Training staff to go from the worst to pretty damn good. That's players getting back onto the football field. That's directly impacting a player's performance, their ability to rebound. I mean, think of John Allen, for example, guy we've been talking about a lot. Tears his pec, is able to come back. Is that exclusively the training staff? No. Does it help? You're damn right it does.
You're right. Direct, apples to apples. Like there is no there. You got back faster because your training staff, which you gave a B+ this year instead of an A, instead of an F last year, helped get you back on the field. Because your training room, which last year you gave an F- collectively as a group, this year you gave a C+ to, was better. So you probably got back faster. And by the way, you want to be in the training room more. You're more inclined to get that treatment in the training room from the training staff when your staff is a B+ in a C room rather than your staff last year being an F in an F- room. Of course, you're going to spend more time getting the treatment and around the facility. The weight room went from a C to a B-. The strength coaches have been an A both years, but team travel went from an F to an A. Do you think that being more efficient, which is one of the ways they grade this, when you travel helps you when you play on the road? Do you think that getting more rest because you're not one of the 7 teams in the NFL, like the Dallas Cowboys, who are having players bunk up in the same room the night before a game? Which, by the way, that is laughable to me. That's one of the most egregious things I heard in any of these takeaways from any of these NFLPA surveys. The Dallas Cowboys, who are worth as much as any organization in North American sports. I mean, what could they sell that team for? What are they valued at Forbes? $12 billion or something?
Double digits, sure.
They have players, Danny, spending the night in a hotel room together in a 2-bed hotel room the night before a game. What are you doing, Jerry Jones? What a joke that is. That would be embarrassing if we did it at Odyssey.
Yeah.
You know, I'm serious. Like and we have done it for the record, probably not that long
And I was
ago.
embarrassed then.
But like if you and I go to West Palm Beach next month and we're bunking up in the exact same hotel room and sharing like beds for a couple of nights, that is really low rent and embarrassing. And that's us.
Yeah.
What in the hell are the Dallas Cowboys doing?
Their value's not going down.
How
You know
many
what I mean?
people listening, when they get sent on the road for their company, have to share a room with a grown-up they work with? That is ridiculous.
Sorry about the noise from my sleep apnea machine. You know, like what?
Like, oh, those are the underwear you wear, Danny? You're a tighty whitey.
That's
guy?
how you go to bed? That's terrific. What time are you going? What time's lights out? 8:15?
Why don't you like boxer briefs? Why do you like tighty whities?
I mean, what are we doing here?
You wear black socks up to your knees.
That's unusual.
And you sit pretzel style on your bed.
Is that a full body compression?
I mean, can you imagine? Danny, this is how you go to bed? You keep the lights on and the TV on all night long? Like, that is so unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's just comical. But anyway, when you travel at an A grade instead of an F grade like last year, you think you play a little better on the road? I got more room on my flight. I'm able to spread out. Rest is so important. We've learned so much about it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's direct. You think it's better to have an A+ coach that the players love than a C, or an A owner that the players love than, this group last year was just a B, where they've made adjustments and further, what am I looking for? Further, kind of introduced themselves to the players, or kind of gotten on their level to the point where they're more comfortable, made them more at home in their own building.
Well, again, you dive into the explanation of some of the grades, and it's not just that he's everybody's buddy, because a lot of these guys will rank high if it's a cool young guy or who says the right thing or like has enough cliches that everyone likes. This is the key. 100% of players feel their head coach, Dan Quinn, is efficient with their time. Efficient with their time, meaning you're not just doing something to do it. You're not just here to hear me yell or because we got to do this or that or, we're checking a box. Well, you understand that rest, recovery, the whole 9 yards, we're doing things that have to be done. And we're not going to waste your time with disorganization, with being ill-prepared or whatever. He's one of 6 head coaches across the league to receive a perfect score. That matters to me. Listen, he's a great dude and everyone loves him. People have liked previous head coaches. Who's more likable than Jay Gruden, for goodness sakes, right? But I wonder how Jay Gruden would have scored it with that first point about time efficiency. I have no idea, but that matters to me more than being everybody's buddy and being a cool dude.
What can they fix now? They made such strides this year. Their lowest grades are mostly facility stuff.
Yep.
Which they can't really do a lot about. They got an F for the locker room. They got C+ for nutrition, dietitian, training room, and everything else is an A or a B. Man, what a year. I mean, what a difference a year makes. So I would think for the training room and for nutrition, dietitian, there's probably something you could do. They got to get with their players. This is something Mitch Rales has been so good at. I'm sure Harris has been involved in this as well. Now that you got Peters, he could run this show and do this. But hey, okay, you guys think that our training room is 23rd out of 32. What can we do? It can't get bigger, but we could redesign some things. What are we lacking? And maybe there's just something that they want available in the training room that's not there. Maybe they want an extra table. Maybe there's not enough massages. Like, what are the complaints? The thing that we've got listed here, according to some of the responses, 88% of Commanders players feel they have enough full-time trainers, which is 17th, so middle of the pack. 88% of players feel they have enough full-time physical therapists. That's actually 11th out of 32. So it's not a staffing issue. 73% of players feel they have enough hot tub space, which is 23 out of 32. So that's a space issue.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard to fix.
Not much you can fix there.
76% of players feel they have enough cold tub space, 21 out of 32. Therein lies your issue. I mean, it sounds like it's more about facility.
Yeah, you can't put one in the hallway.
The controllable part.
Right. So the controllable things that you can improve. Nutritionist/dietitian. This, according to this, 66% of players report they can get an individualized nutrition plan, ranking the Commanders 31 out of 32 teams. There you go. Right there, you walk on campus. We would like you, Grant Paulson, our new right guard. We want you to weigh 304 on game days. Well, how do I do that? Just like this. Here's a piece of paper. Check off the boxes or put it on a Microsoft Surface. Whatever you want to do when you're done. At this meal, when you show up, I have a meal for you. This is your grilled chicken breast with sweet potatoes and this amount of bread and this amount of gallons of water per week, or whatever you're doing. Those kind of things to maximize performance and recovery, absolutely something you can improve.
I'll bet they've met about that already. You know,
100%,
I'll bet,
yeah.
because we saw this today. Maybe they saw it a week ago or whatever. But let's say they found out when we did at noon today. I'll bet you there's been a phone call already about nutrition, dietitian stuff. Just to read the 2 bullet points here, Danny just gave you one. So 66%, 2/3 of players report that they get an individualized nutrition plan, ranking the Commanders 31 out of 32 teams. That's bad. Yeah. That's the one of the areas here where you're down near the bottom. What I don't understand is why would 2/3 of the players get that plan and not the other third? That would tell me that it's available to you, but maybe you
don't have to
take advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's like now mandated and they're just more thorough at getting everybody on board. The next one is the players feel that their team dietitian is moderately accessible, which ranks them 27 out of 32. And this is an inexact science, obviously, probably with the scoring, but I wouldn't want to be that dietitian when I see this today, whoever that is, because somebody's getting a phone call. I mean, if you don't think that person's accessible enough, like at the NFL level, that's one of those gigs where you probably need to be answering texts and calls, and they'll fix that too. I mean, they're going to be a seamless system where if our guys have a question, should I eat this or that? Can I one shake of the salt shaker or 2?
Mm-hmm.
It's just these guys are hiring chefs, and this is a all the time kind of gig. This is a $1 billion entity, man. $6 billion team. Someone's going to be answering the phone a bunch.
Yeah, rightfully so. But again, it's everything from when you're off campus, so to speak, and hey, I'm out at dinner. Here's the menu. What should I order? Because I need to weigh this, or I need my body fat percentage to be that. Because they're measuring all that stuff on a weekly basis. I mean, even at Alabama, I remember there's a viral video that went around of like a walk-on wide receiver impersonating Nick Saban, yelling at guys about not making weight. Like they're concerned about that at that level. This is the show, dude. This is the highest level we got. So totally, it's a thing.
Locker room, they're bottom 3 in the NFL again. And you knew that was going to be the case.
Yeah, they're going to be hampered by that. Nothing you can do.
The locker room at the stadium at Northwest is actually not bad. There's nothing nice about it. There's not really frills, I will say, but it's a big, spacious, large locker room. It crushes, obviously, all the visiting locker rooms that they're in. I'm sure there are much nicer. In fact, I would imagine the majority of the home locker rooms, and certainly all the new stadiums in the league, are better than Northwest stadiums. But it's very big. It's spacious. So that's not bad. But I think this more is about their practice facility, which I've been in that locker room many times. And it is not big. There is no room. The guys are all stacked on top of each other. If one guy is holding court with the media, his buddy next to him's got to either basically just be out of luck and stand there and wait for him, or squeeze into their locker, be all uncomfortable. There's just not enough room. 43% of players feel they have enough room in the individual lockers, which is 31 out of 32. Not even half the team likes the size. 49% of players, right around half, feel the locker room size is adequate, which ranks them 29 of 32. The team needs a new locker room with bigger lockers and more space. Also, 37% of players report ongoing plumbing problems in the locker room. Again, that's one of those. We've seen that at Northwest Stadium, where they didn't have hot water after games a couple times in the last several years. I don't know what kind of plumbing issues they may have had at the team facility. That's just old, antiquated, crappy places to be. I don't know how you fix that. Like, what's the saying? You can't fix stupid. Like, you can't fix run down and nubby.
You can patchwork and improve slightly. I'm sure someone will get in there with some plumbing and gut a couple things and try to put the new PVC stuff in there instead of the iron pipes that were installed 40 years ago. I'm making that up. But you know what I mean? There's only so much upside with a building that exists.
They'll have A's. If they had a new stadium right now, they'd have A's in those two things.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're probably like ranked first or second out of 32 teams, by the way. Think
Just
about
like
that.
Yeah.
And by the way, this also means, ladies and gentlemen, that all the stuff we keep saying about wanting to, players might want to play with Jaden Daniels, and Dan Quinn's one of these guys that players love. And as far as owners go, Josh Harris is becoming popular, and people are seeing that this is a cool place to work. This bears all of that out, that you're just outside the top 10 after one good football season on the field in terms of where you rank in this NFLPA polling. Free agents will want to come here in a couple of weeks. That is something you should be really excited about as a fan of this team. They have not been a destination other than if you're overpaying people and they're just going to accept your money for a long time. And that is about to change this offseason when it comes to trying to talk to players, not just in free agency, but the draft. It's going to be a place where players want to be again, which is awesome.
Which is great. I mean, it started a little bit this year with like, yeah, this guy loves Dan Quinn. And you got kind of some of those one-year favors that like Bobby Wagner's of the world. Hopefully comes back. But, you know,
look at all the former Cowboys. You had Igbenogany, Fowler,
Armstrong,
Biotish knew him very well from the Dallas building. The amount of guys, Bobby Wagner, I think even cited, it wasn't even Quinn, although he liked him. Ken Norton Jr. as linebackers coach. Now you had Eckler who wanted to come in because he really liked the running backs coach.
Anthony Lynn.
Like this is all over the staff. They had this.
So you've got a little bit of that, but now you get the guy who maybe doesn't have the great connection. Maybe the guy who didn't play for Dan Quinn that time, who's 35 years old, looking for one last deal. Maybe you get Marquis Marty. I mean, you never know with this kind of stuff. My point is, some people may scoff at that and say it's not that big a deal, and that's totally fine. My point is, this doesn't hurt. Treating people well is just good. Just it on a binary, right? You could do it the way you've been doing it and lose and be poorly thought of and be a joke and get investigated every 5 weeks, or you do it the exact opposite way, which is this, and just do first class at all times whenever you can, and things tend to take care of themselves.
A few other compelling takeaways outside of the Commanders from this NFLPA polling: the lowest rated coach who wasn't fired during the season, as a caveat, Kevin Stefanski of the Cleveland Browns, who's a 2-time coach of the year. Obviously, they only won 4 games this year, so that's going to be a factor. But I would not have thought about him as a guy that wasn't well liked by his players. Now, it's not like he got an F. I think he was in the C's like Rivera was last year.
Yeah.
He still got the lowest graded response from his players of any coach in the league. The perception of Stefanski in the media and how players felt about him this year, very, very different, obviously. I mentioned already the Cowboys, one of 7 teams that make players have roommates the night before a game and hotels on the road. The Bengals are one of 3 teams that don't offer daycare during the game. I think that's just lazy and awful. They're one of 10 teams that doesn't even have an area for families to go during the game.
Washington's one of those too, by the way. There's no family room.
Correct. They do have a family lounge area that I see all the time across from the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they call a family room different than a lounge. But I think there are 10 teams, and maybe Washington's one of them if they're quantifying it that way, that don't have an area for the players' families at all during games. That's easy. You got to figure that out. I know that they might say it's a space thing, it's a room thing. I'm sorry. We talked about it with like Brad Beal's wife getting yelled at by a fan and didn't want to hear people trolling her husband. You've got to have a place where kids and wives can comfortably go hang out and eat and drink and enjoy the game without some drunk guy screaming about their dad dropping a pass.
Yeah, Nats Park, for example, it's like directly across from the Nats locker room clubhouse entrance. It's you wouldn't even notice it if you're there. It's like near the loading dock, and you go in. It's like a play place.
The Caps
it's like,
have a really big, nice lounge.
Yeah, the Caps have one.
That's right by their locker room, and the Commanders have something. I don't know what they would consider it then, but I see it all the time when we go into the locker room, like on the left side of the hallway, right across the way. There's a room where some families can hang out, but it might just be open after the game for all I know. The Bengals, by the way, graded their food dead last, 4.8 out of 10. The freshness of the food dead last, 5.5 out of 10. One of 2 teams that does not provide 3 meals a day.
Yeah.
I mean, how's that possible? You've got guys showing up at 5 a.m., and I would think you want your players hanging out there in season, especially your QBs, some of your skill guys, 5, 6 p.m. watching tape. How do you not provide 3 meals? That should be day one stuff.
It's embarrassing. Again, they do it in college.
These are billions of dollar entities, these teams.
Yeah, when you're busy nickel and diming, counting every penny.
The Bills got an F- for travel.
Mm-hmm.
35% of their players said they don't have enough room, and they're dead last also in traveling efficiency. I'm guessing when they leave and how they do their meetings or something, which Sean McDermott's going to have to figure out this coming season.
Yeah, the Eagles got an F in team travel, for example.
Did they really?
Yeah.
That surprises me.
Done it?
They do everything pretty well. The Jets cannot stand Woody Johnson, which I guess shouldn't have surprised anyone. Remember the story came out, whether it's true or not, I don't know, this year that his son had told him about like Madden ratings for a player and it had affected his interest in a guy. So the Jets ranked him 32nd of all the owners that players were polled on in willingness to invest in facilities. Dead last in does he contribute to positive team culture? And out of 32, 31 in his interest in winning.
Oof.
That's a good place to work.
Yeah, it's great.
When you're pretty confident that your boss just doesn't care that much. That's where the Jets are right now. And you wonder why they lose.
Yay, Jets.
But guess what? That was the Commanders the last 2 years. It's not anymore. We're not the worst. We're not the worst. We're not the worst. In fact, 11th best.
11th best, everybody. 11.
I think that was the line in Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby. If you're not first, you're 11th best. Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Big thanks to Darius and Toby for helping us out. Ryan working the video from home despite being under the weather. We appreciate that. Jacob Chikrin's going to be on the show every week.
Jacob Chikrin, you guys.
Fired up about that. Tomorrow on Grant and Danny, we'll talk to Bob Stoops, who's coaching in the United Football League at 3 o'clock right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny saying so long. We'll talk with you at 2.
Thank you for coming.